first heat of today. Minute to start.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of EUROSUP 22 Denmark. The competition started yesterday with a bang, with waves pumping all afternoon for day 1 of the SUP-Surf competition. A battle started early between France, Spain and Denmark. They are the 3 countries that were standing in the last European Stand-Up Paddle Championship podium. So watch out for those 3 countries. The conditions are also looking good today, right Joe?
Thank you, Mathieu. Yes, they are. As you can see behind me, there's some waves. It's a little closer to the spit or to the pier that we have out there. A little cleaner so they can protect themselves. Early on, the wind is already starting to pick up, but the forecast is it's going to go down. And as we saw yesterday, as that tide starts to push forward, the waves are going to increase. And hopefully we will see some of the insane action that we had yesterday. Like you said, there is a battle in the top teams. But hey, anything can happen. The best of the best in the European SUP surfing world are here. Vida Sande, Denmark. Let's go straight into the action for day number 2. And good morning everybody, and welcome to day number 2 here of the EUROSUP in Vida Sande, Denmark. We are nice and early and starting off strong as we have more action out there on the water today. Heat number 1, we have Benoit Carpentier in the red. We have Carlos Fidalgo in the white. We have Juan de los Reyes in the yellow. And we have Leonica in the blue, front and center on your screen from Italy. Leo had a very good performance on yesterday. Has a little bit of a thicker board out there. Had a little chat to him just before he went into the water. And says, as you can see, the conditions are a little mushier out there at the moment. Wants to have that extra volume just to get that little extra float to be able to navigate through the flats. As we did see yesterday, there's kind of like 3 little sandbanks. If you can link all those together is when the scores are getting bigger. And the judges obviously rewarding especially wave selection. There you can see Carlos Fidalgo and Juan de los Reyes out the back. And here we have Juan de los Reyes going on a little right-hander, going back and keeping himself nice and close to the foam ball. This is where you can see as the wave starts to go up again on this second sandbank. It is definitely quite small out there, probably about knee-high at the moment, but hopefully as the tide starts to push in, we'll see the waves increase, which is what happened out there yesterday. Juan making the most out of this little inside roller and keeping himself busy, whacking that board around left, right and center. Juan coming from the south coast of Spain, from Barbate. He's had very good results on the Spanish and previous European events, and also he had a top 5 result in the El Salvador and the ESA World Championship. So yeah, very talented young man out there. And as we said this morning with Mathieu down on the beach, there is a battle going on in between France and Spain and Denmark. Those are the 3 countries to be beaten at the moment on the SUP on all the different categories. And yeah, once again, good morning to everybody, or good evening, depending on where you are watching us from. This is round number 2, heat number 1 of the SUP-Surf Men Euro 2022. And here we have Juan de los Reyes going on a little right-hander, going back and keeping himself nice and close to the foam ball. This is where you can see as the wave starts to go up again on this second sandbank. It is definitely quite small out there, probably about knee-high at the moment, but hopefully as the tide starts to push in, we'll see the waves increase, which is what happened out there yesterday.
Wave 0.75.
And here we can see that was a nice little replay of that last wave for Juan de los Reyes. Just waiting for scores to come in, waiting to see what kind of numbers the judges are giving out there on the first waves. And here we have Fidalgo from Portugal. A little bit of a cutback back to the foam ball so he can keep that power on. Also, it looks like a similar board to Leonardo Nica when it comes on a little bit thicker, a little bit wider. And really, yeah, working this wave as much as possible. It is quite flat out there, as we said, but the guys are navigating nice and easy throughout. There we have Carlos Fidalgo all the way in, and Juan de los Reyes there going front side. Talking to Edson Cosolina down on the water this morning, also that keeping a little bit closer to the spit or to the pier that you can see on the top side of your screen there. What a beautiful view we have here from our eagle eye, the bird's eye view from our drone out there. As you can see, it's a little flatter because obviously one of the things we saw yesterday, as the wind was increasing, a lot of the athletes were actually having trouble Fidalgo from keeping Portugal up on their boards because it was very bumpy out there. Back to the foam board, so we have this nice power. And also, it looks like a similar board Carlos to Fidalgo right there at the moment. Comes on a little bit thicker, a little bit wider. Portuguese athlete, and waiting for some scores to come through to see who is going to be leading this 20-minute heat at the moment. Okay, so we can see the drone. As you can see, some of the waves starting to filter in over there and looking very nice for the first heat here of the EUROSUP 2022. And there we can see in the yellow, just fighting his way through, that is Juan de los Reyes from Spain. Nice early couple of waves and just waiting. Looks like we have a little technical issue with the scoring. We'll be resolving that very shortly and be able to bring you the numbers and see what the judges are putting up there for all of our athletes. And there we have Juan de los Reyes there, front and center. So yeah, we have a little issue with the scoring. We do apologize for that. So they are trying to resolve that right now. It looks like there was a little cable issue. So that will be ready to rumble very shortly. But at the moment, it looks like there's a battle going on. I'd say, looking at the waves that have been caught, I'm going to take a guess and say that Juan de los Reyes is probably leading this heat at the moment. But let's not forget, out there in the red, Benoit Carpentier. So two very, very big names. Benoit Carpentier was seeded #1 coming into this event. And you can see him out there on the French team in the red lycra, just circling circling like a shark out there, waiting to see if a little set will come through and he'll be able to rip it apart. Saw some very nice surfing, some very nice maneuvers from him yesterday. And he is a world champion SUP SUP surf athlete. And let's not forget they also have the world championship title, team title, the French athletes. So yeah, one of the countries to beat. And out there at the moment, also you can see on your screen Carlos Fidalgo, who has had also a couple of good waves. So I reckon it's definitely a battle out, which is what we expected as we come through the bigger rounds here in this competition. And okay, so dropping in, we can see Benoit Carpentier. Just waiting to see there is Leonika also was going on that wave. Benoit ripping and letting the tail loose, putting the old handbrake on the top. And the Italian making his way all the way to the bottom. So he's going to be making the most of this inside section and see what he can do for us here. Just a little top turn as that closes out. And now he's going to be making his way back. Okay, so we are back in action. We do have scores up. So at the moment, Benoit Carpentier with a 10.75, your current leader. Then we have Juan de los Reyes with a 6.05. Leonard Nica with a 5.75, and Carlos Fidalgo, who is on your screen right now, with a 3.20. So already the guys starting to get busy. Let's have a little look of what is going on with Benoit's scores. So he had a 4.5 for his first wave, and the last one has a 6.25, and we're just waiting for the numbers of that one before to come in. And Juan de los Reyes has a 2.7 and a 3.35. So here we can see the replay. Benoit Carpentier. Leonika kind of dropping in on him, I'd say, there on that wave, even though they did go to different sections. Going to be wonder what they're going to be saying about that. But hey, it is a battle out there. There are no friends out on the water. And let's see who is going to be advancing through to the next round. Let's not forget, top 2 athletes of this heat will be continuing on in the competition for day number 2 here of the EUROSUP 2022 Vida Sande. Okay, here we have the Frenchman one more time. This wave is looking like it's opening up nicely. Cut back all the way to the back to the foam bowl. Regains power. Cut back one more time. Letting the tail a little bit loose on that last one. Is he going to be able to make it into this bottom section? He's seen something in front of him. So here we can see this is when it starts to hit that second sandbank. And we'll give him an opportunity to get a couple more whacks on this wave. One more time. Very, very good riding here from Benoit Carpentier, because even though the waves are small, he is going and making sure that he keeps as close to that foam ball as possible, as close to the white water, the power of the wave, to be able to continue through and keep at least going along it. So yeah, another good surf there from him. And we are just waiting for some scores to be dropped, as at the moment it does look like he is still in the lead. And look at that view. This is the beautiful competition location that we have out here on the south coast, on the west coast, excuse me, of Denmark. This small fishing town that has a lot of history in water sports. It's very known for its kiting conditions, windsurf conditions, you know, wing foiling, anything that has to do with the waves and the wind. And now also we can see here with the European Championships of the SUP Surf, we're going to be here all the way through to the 3rd of September. The idea at the moment, it does look like we are going to be having the SUP Surf for the next 2 days, so today and tomorrow. And then we're going to be moving on to the race. And Leonika having a very nice wave here, starting to get some speed, cuts back. Just making sure he keeps his balance there. And here he goes one more time, but unfortunately just flattening it off.
So 5 minutes remaining of the heat. 5 minutes. Next
Okay, so we have 5 minutes left of action in this heat number 1. And coming up next, we are going to have on the water, we're going to have Titian Bajot, John Hitchcock, Noah Stender, and Benedict Gotts. Noah Stender yesterday put in a very good run on, and he was second in his heat, and he also got a win as well. So there we can see he's going to be in the yellow lycra, and obviously, you know, seeded number 1 coming into this event, Titouan Payot from France. So another big heat coming at you. But hey, the best of the European SUP surf athletes out here on the water. And as you can see at the moment, Juan de los Reyes just there in the yellow, who won his heat yesterday, looking for another wave to be able to get that second score that he is going. And this is looking like a very nice one. Okay, here you can see this is when they keep a little bit close to the foam ball. Now this is the opportunity where they get to get a one decent whack. Okay, the wave unfortunately looks like that shoulder has completely disappeared, and he's going to have to try and make the most of this on the bottom section of the wave. He knows the time is scarce, so he's going to milk this one to the very end. But yeah, just not quite getting the turns he is probably looking for. Aiming to get a 7.40 if he wants to overtake Benoit, but he is currently in that safe zone to continue on in the competition. But Leonika also aiming to get into that top 2 positions, as at the moment he is going to need a 6.05 to advance through. Okay, there we go. So 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left, and there we can see Benoit Carpentier in first position, Juan de los Reyes in second, Leonika in third, and Carlos Fidalgo in fourth. You can see the Spanish crew there down on the water, you know, cheering on their fellow compadre Juan de los Reyes from Barbate. El Gaitano repartiendo fuerte. But he is up against seeded number 1, Benoit Carpentier, who has been clinical out there. The surgeon, just nice, calm, cool and collected, and has been making as many waves as possible, and he has some of the biggest scores we have out there at the moment. All right, so there we could see Carlos Fidalgo. We do apologize, as it does seem that the scores are freezing a little bit, but I have the up-to-date ones over here. So at the moment, we're entering the last minute. Let's not forget, you can go to the eurosurfing.org, and we have all of the scores on there, and also all of our official broadcasting channels, totalsup.com, and also the Danish Surfing Federation, the surfsupdenmark.dk, where you can get all the information of the contest and what is happening down here in Vida Sande. But at the moment, the last 30 seconds of this heat, unless anything changes, it does look like Benoit Carpentier has gone in first position, and in second position at the moment is Juan de los Reyes. But watch out, Leonika on a very nice wave. He needs a 6.5. That was the first good heat. That wave is starting to open up nicely. He is going to be milking this one all the way to the bottom. Nice roundhouse going back to the wave. And again, going back to the whitewater, he knows how important this wave is, so he's going to try and make it all the way to the bottom because this one could jack up again. He's already got 2 solid turns. And he is going back to the power zone and trying to get a couple backside hits as well as he makes his way all the way into the shore. So we are going to have to wait because Leonika was needing a 6.05 to advance through into second position if the scoring on my screen is right. We are having a little bit of a technical issue with that, so we do apologize. But just waiting for confirmation to see who is going through to the next round. At the moment, as it shows, it is Benoit Carpentier and Juan de los Reyes, but we will have that information right for you as soon as we are back. And welcome back, everybody. So next up in the water, heat number 2, we have Titouan Pajot, John Hitchcock, Noah Stender, and Benedict Gotts going out in the water. This is round number 2 of day number 2 here of the EUROSUP 2022 down in Denmark. Vida Sander. Okay, so yeah, I just heard over the speakers, so it is official. Benoit Carpentier and Juan de los Reyes are advancing through to the next round, so congratulations to them. Benoit Carpentier, once again, number 1 seeded into this event, continuing on strong. And there you can see those scores from that previous heat, as we are going to be starting off very shortly with heat number 2. Titouan Pajot, John Hitchcock, Noah Stender, and Benedict Gotts from Germany. Those are your next 4 athletes out on the water.
Next lead is still on hold.
And we are back for heat number 2, just on a little standby there for the second heat of the second round here of the SUP men. So let's introduce our men. We have in the red, Titouan Pajot from France. In the white, we have John Hitchcock down from Devon in England. We have in the yellow, we have Noah Stender from Denmark. And then in the blue, we have Benedikt Gox from Germany. Noah Stender putting on a very nice performance yesterday. Coming all the way from Copenhagen, this youngster actually moved to the cold Hawaii, which is 2 hours from here, another up near Kitsmana, which is a very also a very wavy and wind location. So also a water sports town, and went up there to be able to improve on the waves and have more conditions. And yeah, it obviously looks like that has been paying off, because he's had some very nice waves out there yesterday, and it looks like he is going to be the icebreaker if he is going to enter on this first wave. Yeah, here he is. Okay, Noah Stender from Denmark, starting off this heat. Left-hander, the goofy foot rider. Just unfortunately, this wave not really look like it's picking up for him, but getting a couple little mid-face handbrake turns. So judges are not going to be scoring that one too high, but still, you know, sometimes it's just about getting the old cobwebs off and getting the pistons firing and getting the juices flowing, because it is early down here, as it is 8:45 in the morning of day number 2.
Running in on yellow, 2.0, 2.0.
And here we can have Titouan, also the French. Titouan was seeded, let's have a look what he was seeded. Titouan was seeded number 2 coming into this event. One of the strongest SUP racers we have out there as well. A very strong French team coming to this European Championships. And a 2.0 for that last wave there from Noah. And now just waiting for some numbers to be dropped for Titouan, as they are the first 2 riders to start off this heat number 2. Conditions actually look like they're improving. It was a little bit more windy this morning. It looks like that wind is starting to die out. So as that tide pushes up, I reckon we're going to be seeing some very nice waves coming our way. Forecast this is a little bigger than it was yesterday, and we had some decent conditions. Hopefully it will be a little bit bigger, because some of the guys, obviously some of the heavier guys, having a little problem getting past the flat sections on some of these waves, and especially when that wind picks up, it is very bumpy out there. And there we can see John Hitchcock there in the white for the English team, looking like he is going to be entering on a little bit of a inside section here. Let's see what he has for us. Okay, coming down, trying to gain some speed. Can he get a hit off of here? Just a little schmacker to start off his heat, as currently it is Noah Stender from Denmark, your heat leader in the yellow. Here we can see Noah one more time, keep him busy. It's pretty much all you can do when the wave is that flat, is just, you know, put on the brakes, slash the old handbrake, and just let that tail slide a little bit. It's not the nicest move that we want to see. Obviously, we want to see the guys going and the girls as vertical as possible. Linking the maneuvers together, joining those sections, the style, the power, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. And you will get the extra love from our judges. At the moment, conditions are quite tough out there. And here we have Benedikt Gox from Germany, also going backside here, but a little bit too far on the inside. And here we can see Titouan Pajot entering in on another section. And this one might lift up for him to be able to get at least a little one-hit wonder. All of these athletes are making the most of the mush at the moment, and a nice little return on that wave. So that's going to be wave number 2 for Titouan. Let's see how those scores are, as we're just waiting for numbers to be dropped. We can see Tituan going even closer to the right-hand side to those rocks because it is probably a little bit cleaner out there. And as the waves are far and few between, it does seem like on that right-hand section, it is a little hollower and the wave is at least going a little bit more vertical. So at the moment, as it pretty much are one-hit wonders out there, until that tide starts to push and the waves start to increase, that's not a bad strategy. And you can see Benedikt Gotz following him in there on the right-hand side. So it looks like similar strategy for these two athletes, and there's John Hitchcock as well. So all of them going closer to the spit or to the pier here at Wiedersande to see if they can pick off a nice couple inside rollers and start to mix this heat up. And while we're waiting for these guys to grab on another set wave, let's go down to the beach with Mathieu as he has an interview.
Ah, d'accord.
J'ai regardé, j'ai fait, oh putain, mais elle a peut-être compté celle-là. Parce que là, moi, elle était pas trop mal.
Hello, Joe. Well, it's a bit chillier than yesterday here on the beach, but it's the day started really well for Benoît Carpentier. He did really well yesterday, winning his heat, and he started heat number 1 with a win and a pretty good score. How are you, Benoît?
Yeah, feeling fine. Thanks.
We're gonna do a condition check with you because you're the first winner of the day. How was it out there today compared to yesterday?
It's definitely lower in terms of tide, I would say, as yesterday. So it's we're surfing a different sandbank. Actually, it's not the one at the front with the nice rights. It's more like a peaky right and left. There are some waves. It's still some potential, and I think it's gonna build on during the day. The wind's supposed to drop a little bit, so I guess it's gonna get better and better, especially with the tide coming. So yeah, some potential, and it's gonna be a good day.
Yesterday we saw a battle going on between France and Spain, winning hit after hit. Also Denmark was in the mix. Those three countries were on the podium in the last EUROSUP. Do you feel that battle going on already between those three countries, or you just surf for yourself right now?
No, there's definitely a strong field this year with Portugal, Denmark, Spain, Italy. So it's going to be a great battle, and yeah, it's definitely a challenge. I know Ayrton is here. He got a second in the World Championship in Salvador, where I won. So there is definitely some of the best surfers here. So it's going to be interesting, and it's going to be good battle.
And there's going to be more surfing for you today. How are you going to plan your day and save some energy and manage the food and the resting and so on?
Yeah, so I'm gonna have a breakfast for sure, and hopefully I'm not gonna surf this afternoon. I just have one more heat to do today if I still stick to the main round. So hopefully I can make another win, and then I will rest to be ready for final day tomorrow.
All right, well, fingers crossed for you, Benoît. Have a great day, and it's back to you, Joe. You.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Thank you very much, Benoît. And yeah, as you can see, conditions, there's definitely some potential out there. And yeah, rightfully said, there's some very good riders in the mix of this competition, the best of the best in Europe. And yeah, anything can happen. There's definitely a battle in between France and Spain. But as Benoît said, Ayrton Cosolino, who came second in El Salvador, also here. And then we also have some of the Danish riders, Noah and Jean. So looking forward to see what is going to be happening as we will have final days tomorrow. But the competition on at the moment, we have Tituan Pajot in the red, leading the pack with an 8.0. Noah Stender in second position in the yellow. We have John Hitchcock in third on the white, and Benedikt Gotz in fourth in the blue. So have a little look at the scores at the moment. So we have in the red, Tituan Pajot, he has a 3.50 as his backup wave and a 4.50 as his top one. Then we have John Hitchcock has a 2.45 as his top, a 1.50 as the backup. Noah Stender has a 2.35 as the top and a 2.15 as his backup. And then we have Benedict Gotts, who has a 1.5 as his top and a 0.75 as his backup as we come in to the second half of this heat number 2, round number 2 of the SUP Surf men. And here we can see a nose stender. Oh, just getting a little whiplash, a little wipe there from the white water. Conditions are this, you know, you kind of, it looks like there's two strategies out there. There is a little peak on the front side of the competition, as Benoit was saying there in the interview. That does have some potential, but it does not come out as often as this little right-hander close to the pier. So you got to, you know, either be patient and wait for the right ones and perform when that right one comes, or kind of mix it up and continue racking up the points here on the right-hand side. And now entering on yet another wave. Okay, no, that was Titouan trying to get one. And it looks like I can see Noah also starting to make his way forward. There we can see all three of the riders, three of the athletes on the right hand side, and there's our drone view. So you can see it is actually starting to clean up. It is actually starting to clean up as that wind is dropping off slightly as we come forward in the afternoon, which is what the forecast said. And it also said the waves were picking up, so hopefully that is going to happen as they're about knee to chest high at the moment. And here we have Titouan entering, as he knows he's quite close. Not in a super safe position at the moment, but leading the pack so far. Noah Stender coming down from Denmark. Handbrake turn one more time. Just trying to whack the board around and get as much as he can on these small waves. But, you know, judges are definitely going to want to see a little bit more verticality if he's going to hit those top scores. But let's not forget, conditions are quite flat out there. So if the guys go too vertical, or they actually, you know, let the tail loose too much and completely stop, the wave does not have enough power to restart and continue on. But the athletes that do achieve that are getting highly rewarded due to the conditions out there. And here we can see that beautiful replay of that last wave from the Danish rider, Mr. Stender. John Hitchcock here on the inside with a 3.95 average at the moment, needing a 3.61 if he wants to go into that safe zone and overtake Noah. It's definitely a battle on for second position at the moment, but Titouan Pajot is a little bit further away from the rest of the boys. As we approach the 6-minute mark of this heat, sets are definitely far and few between at the moment, and there you can see our bird's eye view from the other side of the pier. And here's that replay of that last wave from the English athlete. And a couple more waves grabbed from some of our athletes out there in this heat number 2, round number 2. At the moment, priority 1 going for Titouan Pajot in the red lycra. right outside there on the point as we enter the last 5 minutes, the last quarter of this 20-minute heat. Let's not forget, what are the judges looking for? They're looking for the power, style, verticality. They're looking for linking maneuvers and joining those sections. There's kind of 3 sections of this wave, and especially as the tide comes up, the waves start to get a little bit bigger and a little bit punchier. So the athletes can actually start to link those sections up. There's the top section where some of the set waves, if you take off all the way out the back, you can link it with a middle. There's like a little middle sandbank where they're able to get another hit. And then all the way down, all the way right pretty much next to the shore, there's another little sandbank where they can get another little whacker on it. So we've seen some of the top scores yesterday. The highest scores around 7s and 8s were athletes that were picking off those set waves and also making those 3 sections. So quite an even heat out there at the moment, as we are waiting for a couple of scores to come in on those last waves. But yeah, all of the athletes, it looks like they had their better surfing of the first middle half of this heat, and all of the guys waiting out there. But yeah, it definitely is looking, you can see on that angle, looking a little flat out there so far as we are getting to that low. Hopefully the tide will be pushing up and we will see some better conditions coming our way. Had some great surfing out there yesterday, and the guys are really making the most of what was out there. And we saw the likes of Benoit Carpentier, Aston Cozzolino, Juan de los Reyes, and the highest total average score of the day from the men's side was from Guillermo Carracedo, the little ripper from Galicia. Says what he'd like to be compared to Cody Maverick from Surf's Up. That pretty much sums up exactly his personality and what kind of a guy he is. Put in a very solid performance in there yesterday. Had a little chat with him in the evening, was very happy, and quite a lighter rider. So he was able to navigate through these smaller conditions and make the most. And we even saw some 8-point plus waves. So looking forward to see them coming up, as he will be coming in on the water very shortly, as he is in heat number 4. But coming up next, we are going to have those guys out there, and then we have also some of the other riders making their way forward. So yeah, we'll be seeing Guillermo in heat number 3, and at the moment this is heat number 2. So yeah, as I mentioned before, we are just pretty much at low tide now. So low tide is at 10 o'clock. So just about an hour away from that complete low tide, and then we're going to start to see it pushing up, and hopefully those waves will be increasing, because it does look like we have quite a low moment at the moment there. And John Hitchcock trying to land that little one. But yeah, it is getting flat out there. So let's see what is going to be continuing on, as it is a waiting game for the final seconds of this heat, as it looks like nothing is going to be changing in the last 10 seconds. It is going to be Titouan Pajot in first position with an 8.0 and Noah Stender in second position with a 6.15. Your top 2 competitors are making it through to the next round, round number 3 of the competition. Congratulations to them. And coming up next out on the water, we are going to have from Spain, Guillermo Carracedo Ayrton Cozzolino from Italy, Christian Andersen from Denmark, and Silmane Rafai from Morocco will be coming up next in this heat number 3 of round number 3 of the EUROSUP 2022 Denmark Widersander.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there it is, it's a go, it's a go. So starting off in the red, Guillermo Carracedo. In the white, Ayrton Cozzolino. In the yellow is going to be Christian Andersen. And in the blue is going to be Silmane Rafai. Those are the 4 competitors here of heat number 3, round number 3. Round number 2, I do apologize, of competition. And here we have, dropping in for the first time, Guillermo Carracedo. Bang! Buenos dias. Starting off with a nice big hack on that one. And the guys have to take what comes to them because the conditions and the waves are very far and few between at the moment. And Guillermo just letting loose on that first little inside roller, able to get a first good hit. And let's see how the judges are going to be starting off this heat.
Red, white, blue.
And here we have Ayrton Cozzolino just handbraking it right in front of Guillermo there, saying, hey, I see you. I do mean business as well. And it's going to be riding this one all the way onto the inside, making the most of the flat sections of that wave. And on the right-hand side, you can see just going into the water. That is Silmane Rafai from Morocco. And let's not forget, athletes, they can paddle 3 to 5 times, and then they do have to stand up and enter the water from a standing position. And here we see that first hit there from Guillermo was a nice one. Managed to just get into that section and then just had a couple of check turns here at the bottom. So he has a 4.0 for that wave. A good way to start off. And still waiting for some numbers to come in from Ayrton Cozzolino, as there is going to be a battle in a 3.50. So we got a nice little battle on in between these two guys. They're also friends. Ayrton spent a lot of time in Spain. And these guys are also fanatic teammates. So they are friends off the water, on the water, but at the moment, it is war out there. There we can see, just waiting to see where Christian Andersen is. Can't quite see him out there. Not looking at the corner of my booth. I can't see. I can see a Danish flag, so he must be in the water somewhere. But while we're waiting for all of these guys to go back out into the main section, we're going to go down to the beach for an interview with Mathieu.
Hello, Joe. Thank you very much. Well, it looks like France is starting day 2, not on just one good note, but on 2 good notes. Since Titouan Pajot, after Benoît Carpentier, wins his hit number 2. So not only that, but also the story within the story for me is also a bit of a battle going on between 2 juniors competing in the men's, and Titouan is competing both in the juniors and in the men's, as well as Noah Stender, who was on the water as well for Denmark. And I think there's a battle going on between the 2 boys. Am I right?
Yes, the condition was more difficult of yesterday because it's more windy. So I'm so happy to pass this heat, and let's go for the semi.
Yes, some great surfing. And so do you feel that competition with Noah Stender? Is that someone you've been watching? Je dis en français, est-ce qu'il y a une concurrence avec Noah Stender, qui est aussi un junior, qui fait les deux, qui est en junior et qui est aussi dans les hommes?
Non, là franchement il faut avoir de la chance pour trouver la bonne. J'ai eu la chance d'en trouver 2. Franchement, il a très bien surfé. J'ai vu ses vagues, c'était pas loin. Donc, franchement, bravo à lui.
So he's saying that doesn't really matter, that competition doesn't really matter right now. It's all a matter of choosing the right waves and doing the best surf. But he saw what Noah was doing, and he congratulates the Danish boy for making it through, as well as him, to the next round. Well, thank you very much, Titouan, and it's back to you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Mathieu, and congratulations there, Titouan. Yeah, it is really cool to see the young bloods, the new generations coming up, and we were saying it yesterday, they have the hunger, they have the fire, they got the fuego, and they are ready to rumble and make their mark on the Super Surf world. And yes, once again, the French team very strong out there. And now let's put our attention back to the water, as it is looking like we're still waiting for two numbers to be dropped for Ayrton Cosolino and for Guillermo Carracedo. And let's see who is going to be advancing through at the moment in first position. But here we have Silmane Rafai from Morocco. These boys are used to surfing La Saga down there in Dakhla. But unfortunately, yep, that wave just didn't quite open out. Interesting to see that Titouan was saying it was a lot windier out there. It's you know, we're here in the booth and we can't quite see the conditions. The forecast is for it to drop. It did seem a little lighter, but hey, he's out on the water. He knows best. So yeah, hopefully those conditions will be lightening off. The tide will be pushing up as it's about an hour, little less than an hour until we go past that low tide, and then hopefully with the push, with the pump, we will be able to see some better surfing coming our way. But at the moment, Guillermo Carracedo, yeah, there it is. So second wave of a 3.45. And then we have a 3.20 for Ayrton Cosolino. So very, very close. Guillermo only winning by 0.75. So there's definitely a battle on for first and second position here of round number 2, heat number 3 of the EUROSUP 2022. So we have Guillermo here picking off a wave, but okay. So Ayrton Cosolino on that second section, deciding to go forward. This is opening up nicely. Big first check turn off of it, goes back to the whitewater to gain that power. Starting to pump a little bit, try and make his way down. This wave is small, but it does look like it is going to open up one more time. Ayrton, nope, deciding against it, so it didn't make it all the way down to that bottom section. Ayrton was looking for a 3.96 to be able to go into first position. And we can see there, Silmane Rafai now has first priority, waiting for two scores to come in. And there is the beautiful view we have from our drone here of our competition area. As you can see all the containers there on the left, so stick the old hand out and say hi, good morning or good afternoon to anybody who is watching our live stream down here at the EUROSUP 2022. And you can see kind of two little A-frames that are there. You've got the waves on the right-hand side of your screen. Just on the left side of that pier, there's a little right-hander, which most of the athletes have been using at the moment. And as that tide pushes forward, the waves start to kind of form a little bit further in the middle of the competition area where your screen was, as it starts to build up. So here we have Guillermo Carracedo Mr. Cody Maverick was dropping in on another section, but Ayrton Cosolino still waiting for some numbers for that last wave to see if there's going to be a change up on the scoreboard. Here we can see that replay. This one did look like it was forming nicely and was able to get a first turn and a check turn back, but then you can see here it just kind of faded out and he's decided, okay, Ayrton's coming back, I'm going to make up my way. But at the moment, yes, so Ayrton Cosolino not getting a higher score for that wave. We are just having a replay at 2.75, so still in second position at the moment. But there is more than 9 minutes of action left of this heat number 3. Let's see who is going to be advancing through to the next round. And we're back. So at the moment, Guillermo Carracedo 9.0 with the red lycra. Ayrton Cosolino in the white with a 6.70. And we can see him here speeding along across your screen, deciding against that one as he knows it is very close out there at the moment, needing a 5.50. Okay, so out there at the moment, it looks like conditions are quite flat. We can have a little look of the teams that are down here on the beach. As you can see, we have Portugal there, France, Germany in the background, and I know on the left-hand side, there they are, the Spanish team. And some of them jumping around and getting ready. Oscar Rees there also making sure that SUP Surf team manager just checking out and making sure Guillermo knows the stats, the numbers. One of the beauties here with the live scoring is they can sit on the beach and give their athletes the information of exactly what is going on and what is happening. For all that info, make sure to go to all of our different channels. You can see the live on Total SUP, and you can also see it on the Surf SUP Denmark. And then we will have all of the updates on our social media channels also. So no excuses. You cannot miss out on the action down here of the EUROSUP 2022. Day number 2 here of the Surf SUP. And already we are seeing once again Benoit Carpentier, Guillermo Carracedo, Ayrton Cosolino, and Juan de los Reyes starting to make their way away from the pack. Well, watch out. Here comes Ayrton. This is looking like this wave might have a couple of sections. Is he going to be able to get past that white wall to be able to get another whack on it? Not a lot of speed, but still managing to get in 2 turns. But yep, conditions are definitely hard out there at the moment. Still needing a 5.50 to go into that first position. Guillermo winning by a 2.3 as we approach the last 2.5 minutes. Just a little information coming our way. So today we are going to be continuing on all the way through to about 5:30 in the afternoon, as we are aiming to make it all the way through to the round number 4 of the Surf SUP men. Coming up next, we will be starting off with Surf SUP women, as we are going to be having the ladies go out on the water. We saw some very impressive performances out there yesterday from the 2 Spanish athletes, Ibai Ruano and Alasne, from the Basque country, pushing very, very hard. And we saw the highest score of the day actually was from also the Spanish athlete Alasne, as she had a 8.09, if my memory serves me right. Alasne Aurecochea, I hope that's right. And yeah, she was putting on a solid performance, some very nice backside riding. And yeah, had a chat with her yesterday evening. She's always smiling, just came back from a couple of trips out in the Maldives and Costa Rica, so she is no stranger when it comes to surfing, and looking forward to seeing what is going to be happening on in those next heats to come. And here we can see just a nice little panoramic view of Vida Sande, and Ayrton still trying to find another wave to be able to give an attempt at that 5.50 that he needs to get past Guillermo. But at the moment, 30 seconds left on the ticker, and Guillermo also making sure he stays out there to keep an eye on Mr. Cosolino. And here we have him dropping in, Guillermo Carracedo, for the final wave of this heat for him in first position. Ayrton Cosolino is going to be dropping in on that second one as well. 2 nice hits there for the Galician, El Galleguino, apretando duro. Still in the lead of this heat so far, and we will be waiting to see the score of that last wave for Mr. Cosolino to see if that has been enough to take first position. But no matter, both of these athletes, both Guillermo Carracedo in the red from Spain and Ayrton Cosolino in the white, are in the safe zone, meaning they are going to be making their way into the next round. And Ayrton trying a nice little 360 there, unfortunately just letting that foot loose and going off over the edge. So it is official. First, Guillermo Carracedo desde España and Ayrton Cosolino desde Italia are your top 2 athletes making it through to the next round. Welcome back, everybody. So, on the water, we have Alasnea Recochea from Spain in the red. We have Annabelle Page from England in the white. Camille Dubrana from France in the yellow. And front and center on your screen, that is Paulina Herpel from Germany. Camille Dubrano yesterday also winning her heat, putting on a solid performance. But the highest scoring wave of the competition so far was from that lady in the red lycra, Alasnea Recochea, who had an 8 point, my memory serves me right, it was an 8.07, I think. And here we can see also Annabelle Page from the UK, who put on a solid performance yesterday. Let's not forget she was her first British national, started under 16s. Regular from the east coast of the UK and won the under 18s and second in the Open. This is her first international competition. And Alasnea Recochea, she comes from the Basque country, so she is used to the waves up there in el País Vasco, representando España. Putting on a solid performance, has a very nice low surf style. And we've been mentioning she has just recently come back from the Moldai, so a little bit chillier over here at the moment. But she put on a solid performance yesterday together with her teammate Ibaya Ruano. We said this morning on the stream, it looks like there's a little battle out in between Spain and France for this subsurf. And let's see who is going to be taking the crown jewels home. As at the moment, this is heat number 1 of round number 2 of the ladies. Okay, and while we're waiting for the girls to make their way back to the sets, we are going to go down to the beach with Mathieu, as he is with the Galician Spanish rider, Guillermo Carracedo.
Hello, Joe. Thank you very much. I'm with the winner of the last heat of the Open Men's opening round of day 2, Guillermo Carracedo. Another day, another heat, another win for the Spanish champ. How did it feel out there?
Oh, I'm really motivated. Waves are a little bit more pumping and choppy than yesterday, but I could still find some ones that make me possible to make the hit. And now let's go into the next round. I'm focused, motivated, and always happy.
Yeah, there was a big fight going on with Ayrton Consolino as well, the 2-time kite world champion.
Well, he's an idol for me. I have been learning with his videos and everything since I was a kid. But competing with him is awesome. So even more motivated.
Being in the last round of the Open Men's, did you have time also to watch the competition hit number 1 and 2?
Yeah, I was here watching my teammate Juan. He did the hit too, he advanced, and now I think we are together into the next round.
How are you going to play this? Obviously you're going to have to fight for yourself, but also for your country?
Yeah, as you can imagine, it's not our first hit together. In Spain we're always competing together. It's a great friend and a great fighter, so it will be a really, really cool match.
Okay, so more friendly rivalry coming up for Spain, and it's back to you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mathieu. Grande Guillermo. That guy, like I said, smile 24/7, the Cody Maverick of our tour. And now we are getting ready to go out, as it does look like Camille Dubrana at the moment grabbing off a nice 3.5 and a 2.05, taking the lead so far. And Alasnea Recochea there in second position with a 1.85. Your top 2 of this heat so far. Does look like Camille is a little bit further to the left, but here we have dropping in Alasnea from Spain, making away a nice cutback turn, making it back to the foam ball. Here she's going to go back one more time, keeping the speed, linking it up. Oh, letting the tail loose on that one. Can she make it all the way down to this bottom section? Making the most of that little flat roller, nice little right-hander. Being able to connect 3 turns, keeping herself busy out there on the water. Let's see if that is going to be enough, because at the moment she needs a 4.25 to go through into first position. She is currently in that safe zone, and it looks like she is going to come out of the water and go back up. We've seen a lot of athletes doing that, and this is the replay of that nice wave coming your way. And let's see what is going to be happening out there. Okay, here we have Annabelle Page, the youngster from England. Just not quite getting the power she needed on that wave, so that is going to be a low score, just flatlining that one. And waiting for that last score from Alasne. A very solid surf SUP team here on the Spanish side. And dropping in Paulina Herpel from Germany. You can see if they let's say if they try and hit the wave a little bit too hard or turn or kind of drag a little bit too much, they do get kind of pushed off the back, as it is so flat out there. The wave doesn't have a lot of umph, it doesn't have a lot of push, so you kind of have to either hit it right in the sweet spot to be able to get that push and be able to continue on, or you have to make sure that you keep some speed to be able to navigate through those different sections. At the moment, Camille Debrano in the yellow lycra from France, making her way back to the break. And here we can see that last wave from her, so waiting for scores. Also, your current heat leader on your screen, front and center. Coming back into the water, Annabelle Page and Alasne, so waiting to see, still waiting for that score, and there it is, a 5.0, so overtaking and going straight to the top of the leaderboard. Alasne Arocochea, primera posición, with a 6.30, and second position we have Camille Dubrana, so close in between these two athletes. Alasne only winning by 0.75, but putting in enough on that last one. And here we have Paulina Herpel dropping in from Germany. See if she can get past that whitewater section to try and continue on to this bottom little sandbank. But yeah, unfortunately, you can really see conditions are tough out there. It flattens off. You either pick off one of the bigger waves, or it is not easy to be able to get those turns. But still, managed to get one decent turn in on that one, and she is looking for something above a 4 if she wants to keep going up on the scoreboards. But at the moment, increasing her overall score, 2.35, as we stand just approaching the middle part, the middle mark, the meridian, the Ecuador of this heat number 1, round number 2 of the SUP Surf women. It looked like Annabelle Page there, just attempting to take off on another wave. But yeah, patience is so important out there at the moment. The sets are very far and few between. Pretty much once every blue moon, a decent sit comes through. And if you can land one of those waves and perform on it at the same time, you are definitely going to be getting the extra kudos and getting the scores from the judges. Here we have Alasne pumping in, making sure she sticks close to that white water to be able to keep the power. Riding this one, okay, now changing it up, going backhand, just pretty much riding the foam bore, riding the white water in, looking to improve on her 1.30 of that backup score, and taking a look over onto the shore where we have Oscar Ruiz, the Surf SUP team manager for Team Spain, just giving a few pointers and making sure his athletes knows the ins and the outs of the conditions out there today and exactly how they stand on the leaderboard so far. Camille Dubrana linking up a couple of turns on this one. You can see her board looks like she's got a bigger board, so a few more liters underneath her feet, which is a good strategy because you are going to be able to move through those flatter sections of the waves. As you can see, the waves kind of do jack up a little bit, but then they are backing up like no tomorrow on most of the sections. So a decent ride there for Camille Dubrana, looking for a 3.11 if she wants to advance into first position, but still in the top half of the bracket, means she is in that safe zone so far, and just waiting to see for judges to drop. And Alasne has increased her score a little bit, improving her backup score from a 1.3 to a 1.6. So there we have just over 8 minutes left of this heat number 1, round number 2. Your current leader, Alasne Aurecotea from the vast country in Spain, Camille Dubrana from France, Paulina Herpel from Germany, and Annabelle Page from England. Conditions are very tough out there for our athletes at the moment. We are approaching that low tide. Low tide is at 10:05 today over here in Vida Sande, and then when it starts to push is when we will see the waves starting to increase. But Annabelle Page taking on a little left-hander here and trying to make the most of a sticky situation there, but unfortunately just straight lining that one a little bit. And here we have Paulina Herpel looking also to improve. This one looks like it's jacked up a little bit more. Let's see what she can make of it. No, unfortunately going down, meaning that is going to be her 4th wave attempt, and all of our athletes making their way back to the break. There we can see Alasne from Spain in the red lycra making her way back on the right-hand side, where we see most of the athletes going closer to that right-hand section of the competition area, because some of the waves do start to come in. And here we can see her making the most of this white water over there, trying to improve on that 1.6. But the waves are really dropping off here on the inside as we approach this low tide moment of the competition. Then as soon as that pump, that push starts to come back in, I'm sure we will be seeing some better sets, some better sections for our athletes to tear apart the waters down here in Denmark for day number 2 of the EUROSUP 2022. Let's have a little talk about the schedule. The idea is that today and tomorrow are looking the best conditions for the waves. So we'll be continuing on with SUP Surf. Tomorrow would be the day, if all goes well, we would have the grand finale, where the top 4 men and the top 4 women will battle it out to see who are going to be taking the crown jewels home. And then we will be changing it up and going into the SUP racing on Tuesday. Okay, Alasne, nice check turn back to the power zone. Getting another turn there, but unfortunately going down. Okay, and Paulina Herpel, let's see what she has for us here. Staying close to the foam ball, trying to keep that power. Now she's going to be going front side. Let's see if she can make it all the way down here. But yeah, you can just see that wave pretty much dribbles flat, and very hard to keep the speed to be able to perform or make some turns. So on Tuesday we will be starting off with the sprint. That is the initial schedule at the moment, but Mother Nature is boss. That could change. Then we'll be moving on Wednesday into the tech race, and then Thursday and Friday would be an idea for either more tech or the long distance. As I mentioned, if you work, if you live, if you enjoy water sports, you know that Mother Nature is the one that has the final say. But that is the initial schedule here for the European Championship, SUP Championships down in Denmark. And it is looking like we're going to have very nice, just looking at the forecast now, it looks like the waves are increasing from 2 o'clock onwards. So looking like this afternoon we are going to be having some very nice surf coming our way. And then the wind also dying, so that is a positive situation. But we're just going to have to work our way through at the moment some of these lower moments of the conditions out there. But the best of the European athletes on the water, and currently leading this heat, we have Alasne Arecochea from Spain in the red, and right next to her, making sure she keeps an eye on her, we have Camille Dubrana from France. And here we have a little bit of our drone shot. I'm going to ask our Mr. Drone Pilot, can he go and have a little look of what is happening out there on the water? We want to see the white in the eyes of these girls. So it also does look like a set is coming their way. Okay, so Alasne Orecochea making her first turn. Little check turn back to the white water. And she is maybe going to look, yeah, she looks like she's going to be riding this one all the way onto the inside. She's kind of gone, okay, I've got a couple turns on it. Let's see if I can get a third, but no, once again, it's flattening out. But there's been a change up in the leaderboard as Camille Dubrana from that last wave, where she scored a 3.75, has just increased and moved into first position. But once again, after that last wave, Alasne punched back and is taking back the lead in this heat with 9.60. So once again, a fight on in between these two athletes, France and Spain. Let's see who is going to come out on top after the last 2 minutes of this heat number 1, round number 2 of the Women Surfs Up. All right, Paulina Herpel coming in. This is actually, this wave has opened up nicely. Can she keep on it? No, just unfortunately flattening out. So not what she was looking for, but it did look like it had potential there. That is unfortunate. And here we have that replay. You can see it looked like it was forming in front of them. It's this flat section that is getting the best of most of our athletes out there. And now we can see also on the way, okay, there we have Dubrana. Bird's eye view from the top, 2 turns. Is she going to get a third one? Looking for a 5.85 to be able to take the lead over from Alasne. That was a nice ride. Missed the first couple of sections of it, but we were able to get the final parts. And looks like she was having a good run on that one. And in position, Alasne Orecochea from the vast country, La Española, waiting to see if she can defend, as we are just waiting for that last score to come our way. So if Camille gets more than a 4 point something, no, okay, that is not enough. So that is going to be the final 10 seconds of the heats. And unless there is any changes, it looks like we are going to be having once again France and Spain continuing on in this competition on the main rounds. And yes, that is official. So congratulations, felicidades for number 1 in the red, Alasne Orecochea from Spain. And in second position, Camille Dubrana making their way and continuing on to round number 3. And a big congratulations, a round of applause to Paulina Herpel and Annabelle Page, who will have to battle it out in the repechage coming up soon. Next up, heat number 2, we are going to be having out in the water Marika Du from France, Cristina Doviak from England, Ibaya Ruano Moreno from Spain, and Caterina Stenta from Italy. That is your next heat, heat number two, round number 2 here of the EUROSUP 2022s. That's a lot of twos. So there we can see our heat winner in the red, Alasne from Spain, just walking back up. We will be getting an interview with her very soon from Mattia. And I know she's going to have a smile on her face as she continues on in this competition. And here we can see the overview of our beautiful Vida Sande location that we have here in Denmark for the European Championships day number 2. If you're just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending where you are watching us from. The best of the best batting out against themselves and Mother Nature down here for the crown jewels of the European SUP world. Let's see who is going to come out on top. We have the teams, and let's not forget all the individual titles as well. Some of the top Surf Sup SUP athletes out there on the water at the moment, as we have a past SUP world champion and also windsurfing world champion, Ibaya Ruano Moreno from Spain out there in the yellow. We have at the moment leading Cristina Doviak from England in the white, Marinka Du in the red from France, and Caterina Stenta in blue from Italy. So leading so far, Cristina Doviak in the white lycra. And here we can see Marika Du also making the most of this little inside section, getting 2 hits off of that. And I presume it looks like she's probably going to be advancing into first place after that one. She only needs a 0.75 to take that first position. But it looks like Ibaya Ruano also has had a wave. And let's see how she is doing out there so far. Okay, looks like we got a good wave coming our way. Here we have Ibaya Ruano. Can she get into it? No, she can't, unfortunately. She has a 1.0 at the moment out there. 20-minute heats. Top 2 waves are the ones that are scored based on a 10-point average. Judges are looking for... What are the judges looking for? It looks like someone's having fun out there. Judges are looking for power, maneuvers. And there we can say, saludos desde España. Ahí está ese equipazo. Madre mía. So they are looking for linking maneuvers together, style, power, pushing it, hitting the wave in that critical area. And, you know, just kind of giving the judges all of the things they want to see. And now on the wave, Ibaya Ruano going back to the foam ball, had a good first term and knows that the waves and the conditions are very small and hard out there. So a lot of these athletes are riding these all the way to the inside because every little turn will count. We can see there Katerina Stenta in the back trying also to get some moves out there on the water. And we will have to wait and see how the score for that last wave from Ibaya was. And there we can see, up close and personal, Ibaya Ruano Moreno desde Canarias, making her way back out as we are waiting for some numbers to be dropped. She needs a 2.15 if she wants to go into first position. And once again, as most of these athletes are doing, running up the right-hand side to get back out to the break, to continue on in this heat number 2 of round number 2. And there it is. She has a 5.50 for that last wave, gaining her that first position. So going all the way from the back to the front, Ibaya Ruano in the yellow, your current leader. And there we can see all of our athletes just waiting for more conditions to come their way. But at the moment, Ibaya Ruano leading in the yellow. And we can see Marika Du and Katerina Stenta making their way back out. But I can look out the corner of my eye. It looks like we have Mattia down there with Alasne from Spain. Mattia, how is that girl feeling?
Hey Joe, you know, we keep talking about that battle going on between France and Spain, and once again we had a little fight going on between a Spaniard and a French lady, and Alasne came on top in the hit 1 of the opens category. Congratulations, Alasne, the day starting really well for you and for Team Spain again. And what can you say about that fight going on between France and Spain right now?
Thank you. It's always nice to compete with the French girl because they are raping. So I'm happy to make it. The conditions are really hard because with the wind it's difficult to paddle. So I'm happy for it.
Yeah. You obviously the conditions are a bit colder than what you are sometimes used to because you do a lot of trips to some pretty cool places. What can you say about your surf trip and sub-surf trips?
I was the last month in Maldives, and it's crazy to surf with bikini. I prefer to surf in bikini because it's more comfy, more comfortable. And in my hometown now, we have we are surfing with bikini too, and we have cold water. But in summer we have hot too.
Does it actually make a difference to surf in hot conditions and cold conditions in terms of the actual performance in the waves?
Yeah, I think that it's better in bikini because you can move better, and with the wetsuit sometimes you are really hot with the nervous and with the wind, and you need to paddle a lot. So yes, I prefer to surf in bikini.
All right, we need to find warmer spots for the next EUROSUP. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alasne. You're through to the next round, obviously, and it's back to you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, eskerrik asko.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Thank you, Alasne. Yep, it definitely, I think everybody prefers to, life in board shorts or life in bikini is always better. But still, it is not that cold out here. So I was talking to Ayrton this morning, says he's out in a 3-2 because as they are moving around so much, it gets a little warm up. But hey, I'm going to stick in my live booth here and stay nice and warm and watch the action out here on the water. At the moment, it looks like Maricardo is throwing some punches at Ibaia Ruano as she is now your current leader in this heat in the red Leica with a 4.0 and a 4.45. So nice and very good average there on those two scores. And let's see how this portrays as we are entering the final 8 minutes of this heat. And we will be continuing on with more SUP surf down here at Vida Sande. So next up we will be having the junior ladies, junior girls coming our wave. Oh, this is a nice wave. Can she? Oh, just not quite getting in on that. She is not going to be happy about that one because that one can look like it was opening up nicely. That could have been the nail in the coffin there for Marie. But once again, Ibaia Ruano with that last wave of 3.0 has overtaken her one more time, meaning she is back into first position. And we can also see Christina Doviak from England taking off on a wave. Let's see what she has here for us. Looks like a nice wider board. You can see as that board has more liters, she's able to navigate and kind of ride through those flatter sections. But unfortunately, that wave really did not reform at all on the bottom sandbank. And it is back out to the break to wait for the next set. And a nice replay here from that wave from Maria Cardu. You can see 8.45 needs a 4.06 if she wants to overtake Ibaia Ruano, who's only winning by 0.06 of a point. And here we can see both of our athletes making their way out. Also, Katerina Steta also hovering around, seeing if she can get a wave in at the moment. It does look like she is in position, and there is a little bit of ocean coming our way. It looks like Ibaya Rano also has seen something. She's going to just balancing herself, and she's seen the set. Is going to be trying to make something come her way. Okay, Katerina Stenta. Katerina Sventa at the back, still trying to make it to be able to get another wave out there. And Ibaya Rano. Okay, now there looks like there's something coming our way. Ibaya in position. Katerina a little bit further on position on the right-hand side. And we can see Ibaya here. Okay, yeah, she is deciding to go for this one. Let's see what she has. Ibaya Rueno, desde España, coming in. Okay, going backside. First check turn, back to the white water. Making sure she can make her way down. Number one, a little bit of a cutback to see if she can get another opportunity to get a little whacker here on this bottom section, but no, head goes back. You can see the frustration, just wanting some nice waves to come her way to be able to perform and showcase her skill set out here. At the moment, still leading, but she knows it is very close in between her and Marine. So we will have to see who is going to be coming out on top after this heat. So there's that first check turn. Keeping her body low, making sure that she sticks to the white water to be able to keep and gain power after that turn number one. And here we have Katerina Stenta, desde Italia. Also having a similar issue where you just the ladies, they just do not have the speed coming down the wave at the moment, as it is very challenging and small conditions out there, and having trouble linking those maneuvers together. We can see Christina Doviak from England. Also looks like she's going to be going on her way. She only needs a 6.45, and she has the bigger board, and you can really tell the difference as she does create a lot more speed than the rest of the fleet. But unfortunately, that one was a little bit too flat and has gone off the back. So she's going to have to make her way out to the break as we approached the last 2 minutes of this heat. Let's see if any of the athletes can do enough to mix up the old leaderboard. So we can see the priority is for Marine at the moment. She only needs a 4.06, and they have been getting scores like that throughout this whole heat. Just a little look out the window. So yes, she looks like she is in position, and Ibaya is going to be right next to her to make sure that she does not get a wave to be able to take into first. So there we can see her just making her way out. Is there going to be enough time? We will soon find out, because at the moment it is the Spaniard in first and the French athlete in second, with 30 seconds to go on the ticker. But watch out, Marine Codou coming down on a wave. Is she going to be able to make it to the bottom section? Ibaya Ruano out the back as well. Marine not quite getting enough. Ibaya looking to improve on a 3.0. Is this going to be enough to secure the win of this round number 2 heat? We are soon going to find out. And we missed the first section there of Marine Kerdu. Let's see if she had done enough to change and mix it up. And here we have the replay of Caterina Stenta. Also trying to get into that safe zone. So a lot of action at the end of this heat as we are waiting on scores from Marine Kerdu, Ibaya Ruano, and Caterina Stenta. So just waiting for a result of those last numbers to be dropped into the equation. So yes, Ibaya Ruano has increased her lead to a 9.55, and we are just waiting for one more score from Marine Kerdu to see if she has done enough. She needs a 5.11 if she is to overtake Ms. Ruano. Judges taking their time, making sure they, you know, relook at all the moves, visualize the wave that was out there, and just waiting for a revision in scores. Nope, there isn't, so it is official. The winner of that heat, last heat, Ibaya Ruano. And in second position, we have Marine Kerdu from France. Congratulations to those two, making it through to round number 3 of the EUROSUP 2022 Denmark. And welcome back, everybody, as we are continuing on with day number 2 of the SUP Surf. And we moved over to the junior girls round 2, heat number 1. In the water, we have Marina Loyaisa, in first position. In second position, we have Tiffany Maillard. In third, we have Annabelle Page, and in fourth, Joana Andrade from Portugal. That is your 4 athletes in the water at the moment, with Marina Loaiza in first position. There is a mistake on the spelling on there. We do apologize for that. So waiting for them to come through, as we had just seen that wave from Tiffany Maillard, who won her last heat together with Marina. And now let's see how this next one is going to portray. So junior girls out on the water at the moment. We have Marina Loaiza in first position from Spain, coming all the way from Fuerteventura. only 17 years of age, and she is the Spanish champion out there at the moment. Tiffany Maillard from France, also a top rider. She got a 9-point average yesterday, so one of the highest scoring heats of the day. And she is coming in the red lycra. On the wave right now, we can see Joana Andrade from Portugal putting on a solid performance out there yesterday as well. We saw some very nice waves for her. And in the white, we see Annabelle Page, who is left, right, and center all over the competition, competing in both the juniors and the seniors or the open category. The new young talent from the English team. But we are now going to, while we're waiting, we're going to go down to the beach because I can see Mattia is there with Ibaya Ruano from Spain.
Hello, Joe. Thank you very much. I'm with Ibaya. Yesterday we missed her, so we're lucky to have her on the mic today. She did really, really well this morning. You feel a lot of confidence when she's surfing. Obviously, she's a big champ. How was it for you out there, Ibaya?
Yeah, it's really tricky, but I think it's tricky waves for everyone, and you just need to find the good one. And there is some lefts, some rights, and with 20 minutes hit, I think you can manage to score some waves. It wasn't the score, it wasn't high scoring waves, but made it through, and I'm happy. And let's see for the next one.
Well, you definitely had the best scores, no matter what. It feels like it's the same story that keeps repeating itself, hit after hit, between France and Spain. Once again, you had that battle going on between a French lady and a Spanish lady, because Marine Cadreux was in second place. We don't know her really well. She's the French champion right now. So, what did you make of that little fight?
Yeah, it's good to see new faces on the competitions. I think the French team brought a really young team, and it's great to see the level of the girls. It's increasing every year, and it's a good challenge and fun to be in the water with them.
And the same thing is going on right now in the juniors with Marina and Tiffen. So we'll see about that. But it looks like a final between two Spaniards and two French.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. So let's see, and we hope Spain makes good scoring.
We look forward to seeing that. Anyway, thank you very much, Joe. Thank you very much, Ibaya.
Thank you, Mathieu. Thank you, Ibaya. Yes, exactly. We do see Tiffany Maillard out there in second position, and Marina Loaiza also. Once again, the battle in between Spain and France. History repeating itself. And let's see who's going to come out on top of the European Championships. Very young athletes, very talented young women out there on the water at the moment, and making a mark and making a name for themselves on the EUROSUP. Looking forward to seeing the waves increasing a bit. We are now literally just gone past low tide, meaning that the tide is going to be increasing, and hopefully that means we are going to see the push and the waves are going to start to come up. The wind does look a little lighter out there at the moment. I got a couple of flags over here. Still is quite windy, but it is definitely starting to drop, which is what the forecast said. So hopefully wind will start to disappear a little bit. The waves will come up, and we will see the best European EUROSUP action down here in Vida Sande. And we can see there Marina Loaiza making her way out to the back together with Tiffen. Let's see who is going to be making their next drop on a wave at the moment. So let's have a look at some of the numbers. So Marina has a 3.5 and a 3.0, two good waves. We have Tiffen has a 2.0 and a 2.40, so another two waves. And then we can see Annabelle Page with a 1.95 and a 1.4, and Joana Andrade with a 1.0 and a 0.5. Early days in the heat, as we still are in the first half of this 20-minute EUROSUP action. Let's not forget, top two waves scored are the ones that you see averaged on your screen. And now it looks like Annabelle Page is going to be dropping in on another section here. And let's see what the young English rider has for us. So Tiffen already out the back right in the break, and we can see both Joanna Andrade and Marina Loaiza making her way out. But it looks like Marina is actually circling and staying a little bit further on the inside on the shore. And yes, we can see the French lady has seen something moving out the back, as it does look like a set is coming our way. Let's see what they have for us, as it is now just coming on that halfway, the meridian of this heat. And all four of the athletes right back all the way up on the break, waiting for that set to appear, to be able to continue fighting and battling it out here for this heat number 1, round number 2 of the Surf Journey girls of the SUP discipline. All right, it looks like Tiffen has a nice wave coming away. Okay, Annabelle Page, backside, dropping in, managing to get a couple of little check turns, and she's going to be riding this one all the way to the inside. We've seen a lot of the athletes, even though the waves are small, really do ride it all the way into the shore, because they know that in the end they are the only scoring potential waves that are coming their way, so they have to make sure that they, you know, milk it, squeeze the fruit and get all the juice out as much as possible. And that was Annabelle Page from England, and now we can see out the back Tiffen and Marina waiting to see if a set wave will be coming their wave, as they are in first and second position. Here we have Marina dropping in. Looks like she liked something that she saw, and she's going to be waking this one all the way to the end. So Marina, first check turn, going back, making her way back to the little foam section of this one, but unfortunately very flat out there. So that is going to be a low scorer for her. At the moment in the lead, with a 6.5, a 2.10 lead over Tiffen Maillard. And we will have to see if that is going to increase, as she has a backup score of a 3.0. Very consistent out there, the young Spanish athlete so far. And let's see how she is going to do throughout the rest of the heat. Okay, so there we can see the drone shot here as we are currently round number 2, heat number 1 of the junior surf sup girls. In the lead we have Marina Loaiza from Spain. In second we have Tiffany Maillard from France, Annabelle Page from England, and then we have Joanna Andrade from Portugal. For Matthew as well. It's Alex. Your surname is?
Astier.
Okay, everybody, so joining me in the booth at the moment, I have my compadre, Mathieu Astier from Total Sup, who has been doing the interviews and the live commentating on the beach. He's going to come into the booth a little bit and join me here on the stream. Mathieu, welcome to the booth.
Thank you, Joe. Great to be here. Great drone shots.
Yeah, it's been nice. We got the drones going, we got a couple of cameras, and the action is getting better at the moment. I mean, you've seen it, you've been down on the beach. It's low tide, so low tide was at 10 past 10. It's now starting to push up because the waves, wow, they are small and flat out there at the moment.
Yeah, it looks a little bit choppy out there, and I'm very impressed with what the athletes are doing right now with so little conditions. That battle between France and Spain keeps raging, and that's a very interesting match going on. So Benoît Carpentier, Juan de los Reyes, Ibaya, Alasne, and some new faces in the French team, some young newcomers, Tiffany and Camille. That's definitely going to make for some great finals later on.
Yeah, we just saw a really nice heat there from Camille. She was doing very well. And one of the things I like about her is she's so calm. You can see her, you know, at such a young age to kind of have that, you know, tranquille, to be able to be relaxed out there with some of the biggest names in the European and obviously in the world, sub-surf world. It's impressive that she has that kind of temperament to be able to be relaxed on the water.
Yeah, and that comes from, you know, obviously your own personality, but I think being part of a big team and with a big crowd of teammates on the beach cheering for you also helps with the confidence. And France and Spain in that regards are really well organized, and they both have a national coach who's really involved, and he does a lot of talking before and after, debriefing every single heat, and they do a lot of hard work as a team, and that helps.
So basically it is Allez le Bleu and Viva España out there at the moment.
Exactamente. Exactly. Exactement.
So we are in the last minute of this Surf Sup Juniors, and we see at the moment it is Marina Loaiza from Spain with a 6.5. She's winning by 2.10, and then we have Tiffany Maillard with a 4.40. Doesn't look like there's a lot of energy out the back, so I think, you know, it might stay like that at the moment. But top two athletes continue on in the competition, so, you know, both those two athletes will be moving forward as we approach the last 30 seconds. And then coming up next, we're going to be moving over to the Surf Sup Junior men or boys.
Yes, indeed. And in that heat, you know, you still have the top leading Spaniard, Marina Loaiza, followed by a French lady. So that match is still going on. But don't rule out Annabelle Page, who is from Newcastle, England, and she was really impressive yesterday going for, I think we finished the heat now.
Yeah, Annabelle, she is very impressive. I mean, like you said, she won the under-18s of the English Championships, the English Nationals, and also, if my memory serves me right, she was second in the Open as well. So one of the young talents coming up. And one of the things I love about watching the juniors is sometimes you can see the faces of the veterans go, whoa.
Indeed, and actually, inside story, Annabelle's mom is also a competitor. And she could have qualified for this, but she was very unlucky in the UK Nationals, and she had a problem with her fin box, and basically didn't make it to the top of the scoring board in the finals. But she's actually on the beach with cheering for her daughter. Her name is Georgie, And yeah, obviously they come both of them from Newcastle in the northeast of England.
Well, you know what they say, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, so it looks like we got a water family out there. And on the water now, we're moving over to the first heat of the SUP Surf Junior Boys. Tituan Pajor, Benjamin Cole, and Alberto Casella from Spain. It's looking like we have another action-packed heat coming at us.
Yeah, France, Germany, and Spain.
I do apologize, that's not Spain, that is Italy. You know, I'm just getting too used to this French-Spanish battles out here.
Absolutely. So it's France, Germany, and Italy in that new heat.
So here we have the Italian Alberto. As you can see, one of the things we've been seeing that there's kind of 3 sections here in this wave. There's a back section that the bigger set waves come. Then on the inside, you've got a little sandbank, and then as they get all the way down to the bottom, another little potential area. But wow, it is very flat in between that, and it is the athletes that manage to push that forward are the ones that are going to get the good scores. And seeded number 2 in this competition, Tituan Pajot. Tell me about this guy.
Well, Tituan Pajot, he is actually from the west coast of France. He is pretty new to the French team, but he's got 2 titles in boarding and body surfing. Those are his 2 main sports initially. And I actually met him for the first time this year, but not at a SUP surf event, but at a SUP race event. I believe that was at the Vendée Glisse. And he was being watched by the French coach. Serge Lougaro is actually on the beach right now, and yeah, he made it to the national team, and he's been surfing pretty well, both in the juniors and in the men, winning again a heat this morning in the open men's. So a pretty young guy, but very, very talented, and yeah, I look forward to seeing surfing more.
Yeah, also seeing on the overall rankings on both the tech, the sprint, and the long distance, he's way up in the top sections of that. So obviously a good new addition to the French team, and once again, you know, adding members with talent, with vibes. And one of the cool things I love about this event is you can see all the different teams on the beach. They're like families, for the better and for worse. So, you know, they're there, they're cheering them on, but also if it doesn't go right, they will give you, you know, an old smack on the back of the head and kind of get your stuff together and get back out there. So it's really cool to see that, you know, all of the teammates and that kind of vibe, and also, you know, I presume for the younger athletes to be able to have that support and that experience from, you know, all of their coaches and the rest of their teammates. It must be a pretty cool experience.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of working hard and playing hard, you know, and as long as you don't play too much or you don't work too much and you keep the right balance between the two, that combination makes for some great competition, some great team spirit, as well as individual performances.
Yeah, and there you can see it looks like once again Benjamin Cole making this guy had a very nice style. One of the things I noticed with the riders in these smaller conditions, the lower they get, like Benoit Carpentier or like Guillermo, they kind of really do get low to keep the speed on the board, because let's not trick ourselves. Waves are very barely minimum out there at the moment.
But what you were saying about that sandbank actually explains why some of the athletes, I guess, because I'm fairly new to SUP surfing, why they keep on gliding in order to try and find an opening at the very, very end of the wave closer to the beach, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the moment, let's see if Tituan can kind of explain us very soon when he grabs one of the waves. There are probably 3 potential scoring moments. You have the first turn, which is when the wave comes in. There's a little middle section, which gives another possibility. And then at the very end, as the wave kind of comes up, there's another scoring potential. As waves are so, for lack of a better word, small and hard out there, they really are going to be utilizing every single possibility, because the level is so close in between all of these athletes, it comes down to decimals sometimes.
Yeah, but however small the waves are, what can be appreciated is the constant train of waves coming onto Vilsande, and obviously that creates opportunities, whether big or small. And that makes for constant SUP surfing. So that's what we saw yesterday, and that's what we're seeing again today, as you can see.
Yeah, there's the beautiful. The drone guys are really giving us the old golden and the beauty shots. And as you can see, like center on your screen, you can see the whitewater on the right-hand side next to the pier. This is that right-hander that we've seen some of the guys and girls using is a little bit bigger. But as the tide starts to push in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, which is the center of the competition area, a little A-frame starts to open and they'll be able to link those three sections together. At the moment, that is quite difficult. The riders that have been able to pull that off, like Alasne, like Ibaya, like we saw Melanie as well, those riders are getting scores. Even if they're performing the same moves or the same maneuvers on those waves, judges are really rewarding that wave selection because, you know, patience is a virtue, they say.
Yes, I think that's exactly what Alasne was saying yesterday, that you have to be patient the right wave. Someone like Anthony, for instance, was going for every single wave, so did a lot of surfing, but not always scoring high points. It's a different strategy, but it doesn't always pay off. So sometimes, yes, you do need to be very patient and make sure that you grab the right one to catch the right one.
Yeah, absolutely. And here, this is looking like a nice first section. Okay, so this is where they can get that first cutback turn. They stick to the whitewater. Oh, Titouan managing to work this one and get 2 turns, 3 turns. Oh, almost losing it on that. And this is where they're going to stick to the whitewater. He's going to continue here. And now there's going to be a little another scoring potential as this wave starts to jack up a little bit on the inside. And he's going to be able to get one more turn in. So Titouan making the most of a very small wave out there. And this is going to be a good score for him. At the moment, he has a 6.0, so the highest score of the heat. And I reckon that's going to be a good backup score. So once again, the Frenchman putting on a solid performance.
Yeah, and he did manage to place 3 last maneuvers in that very, very small surf in the white water there.
And there we can see looking a little bit of grey skies out there. Hopefully the sun will start to shine. I did like what Alasne is saying. Is like, yeah, I think I prefer to surf in a bikini. I mean, come on, who doesn't? I mean, you know, board short life, bikini life, that is how it is. But I mean, considering this time of the year, it's probably about, what, 20 degrees, 19, 18 degrees out there. But one of the things that I was talking to Ayrton Costolino this morning, he says the water is really warm. It's the wind chill that actually gets you when you come out.
Well, personally, Joe, I don't wear bikinis.
Ah, come on, be true. Be true to the stream. Be true.
But yeah, some very fancy, exotic destination for Alasne, especially in the winter time.
And there we can see Titouan going back. So this is what we were saying before. He's going right next to the rocks because as that tide is very low and you can see it's really starting to push up, there is a little right-hander in the corner. What's he's done? He's got 2 good waves, so he has a 6 and a 4.9. He's made a, let's say, a secure number where he's happy with that, and now he's going to go and look for those better little ones to try and increase his score. Good strategy, and also, like you said before, his coach down there making sure that he has all of those details. So you have the live scoring on the phone so he knows exactly where he is in the heat. It's really impressive to see how, you know, supping and how the technology is assisting the athletes, because now they know exactly what they have to do, where they have to do it, when they have to do it. But talking to a lot of athletes, some people prefer it. Some people would like to just, you know, wing it and straight run it. It's different strategies out there.
Absolutely, and the strategy there also was for Titouan to surf all the way to the beach, because it's a way to get that 30-second stock with your coach, updating you on the score and on what to do next. Yeah, when you've secured two good waves, you can have the luxury to have that little chit chat with your teammates and your coach, and make the next move.
And also, let's not forget, in the yellow, we have Alberto Casella, who's still waiting with these small waves anything can happen because the scoring potential is so low on all of them that, you know, the difference in points is not that much. It definitely, Tituan has a solid lead at the moment, but for second and third position, it can change up easily with one good ride. And here we can see Alberto Casella from Italy just making his way down. It looks like we missed a couple of the first turns of that wave. Let's see if he can increase on that 2.35, which would be his backup score.
Some great drone shots of Vilsane, fishing town and a surfing spot on the west coast of Denmark. So 8 more days to go. We started with the SUP surfing, and we're going to move on to the SUP racing, starting most likely on Tuesday with the sprints. So I really look forward to that as well. Followed by the long distance, which is going to take place at a different location, basically on the other side of the sand dune, in the fjord, in the ring cupping. Oh, here comes a wave for Alberto Casella, Team Italy. Not too radical there, but he managed to place a top turn, a small top turn.
Yeah, like you said, they're looking forward to some of the racing. So let's have a little talk of the racing coming up, Mathieu. So obviously we have the sprint, we have the take race, and we have the long distance. Tell me a little bit briefly about all those individual categories.
Well, they are very... Until then, we really did have 2 main disciplines. So now it's a 3-discipline game. So the sprints are usually very short sprints, usually 200 meters. Some are done in the ocean, and it's an in and out format with a buoy turn. But sometimes it's on very flat water, and it's in actually lines, you know, just like track and field and the 100 meter sprint. But it's usually 200 meters. So that's kind of new. There were some reservations as to if that format was going to pick up, because obviously the surfing world is more used to open spaces. So introducing lanes was really something new. But you know what made the difference? I think it's when Olivia Piana, who is really a freestyle type of racer, won the world competition, and said she really enjoyed that type of format. And when Olivia says something like that, the crowd follows. And after that, every single top competition had a sprint competition. So now it has become a regular format on the SUP racing scene, nationally and internationally. And then we have the long distance, which can take very, very different forms. It can be going from point A to point B. That's usually a downwinder, and we obviously try and play with the elements and the wind to try and surf as much as possible. But when that happens, there is something called drafting, which is almost impossible to do. Or you can have, going from point A and returning to point A and having a few buoys in the middle. But usually the long distance is between 10K and 20K. And then you've got the technical racing that usually happens in front of the beach with lots of buoy turns, and when there is some surf, that makes for a even better show. And that can be very technical. The technicality comes really from handling the surf and the buoy turns, and sometimes also some running on the beach in the middle. And that's going to take place, I believe, on Friday and Saturday for EUROSUP 22. So we're going to have elimination rounds and hopefully an exciting final.
Yeah, thank you, Mathieu. Yeah, I am definitely looking forward to the racing. So you kind of mix it up a little bit. I really like when they have a beach start. And it's literally every athlete to themselves running into the water. And then when there's those, we're on the tech races, when there's a surfing finish where they, use the surf to go faster, I think it's really cool to watch. And looking forward to having that here in Vida Sande. But back to the action on the water. So at the moment, still, Titouan from France is in the lead. We have Benjamin Cole is in second position now, Alberto Casella, who only needs a 4.101. So very close at the moment as we approach the final 5 minutes of this heat number 1 of the junior SUP surf boys. Really impressive to see some of the youngsters out there and how they are pushing forward. And it does look like, I'm going to say it looks like the waves might be increasing a little bit. Hopefully the forecast is right, and we will be seeing that right now.
Well, you're right on cue there, I think, Joe, because what I'm most excited about in this competition is the introduction of the junior division at a EUROSUP event, at a European Stand-Up Paddle Championship event. And this is happening for the first time here in Vilsane in 2022. The juniors were introduced in the competition, I believe, for the first time in 2018 by the ISA. But then it was just a technical race that the juniors could do. And now they basically take part in everything: subsurfing, technical racing, sprints, and long distance. So we're going to have a full-on 4-discipline junior competition with one boy and one girl representing each country.
Yeah, I think that's great because, I mean, like we said, the youngsters, they're coming strong. They are coming fast. And some of them even competing in the general open category and winning and even getting podiums also. So, yeah, the youngsters definitely have something to say for themselves. And now, at the moment, we have one of the top youngsters, Titouan Payot, there with a 6.0 and a 4.90, 10.9. We've seen probably the top scores have been around 11s. We saw 14s yesterday on the open category there from Guillermo Carracedo, the Cody Maverick from Spain. And yeah, looking forward for the youngsters and to see who is going to be crowned with the crown jewels here of the EUROSUP 2022.
And if you want to send in your comments on the live stream, please do so. Whether you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook, you can go to the Total Sup Facebook page and put in your comments. Maybe ask some questions. We're watching your comments and we can interact with you. So if you got any special requests, please don't hesitate to send us your thoughts and your feedback. Thank you.
I'm going to send a request. I want 2 foot more on the waves. Can we make that happen? Can we make that happen?
All right, let me call someone, Joe.
It's not who you are, it's who you know. There you go. There you go. You got the contacts. So the last 2 minutes of this heat. And yes, unfortunately, the waves have been quite dull on the second section of this heat number 1 of the boys. And at the moment, Alberto Casera is circling and looking for a 4.01 to be able to continue on to this safe zone. But hey, next up we have Noah Stender from Denmark, Guilherme Olima from Portugal, and Enrique Perez from Spain. A very good heat coming our way. Noah Stender yesterday from Denmark put it on a solid performance as well.
Yes, indeed. And once again, this morning, he was in second position in the open men. So a pretty good ride so far for the Danish young champion, Noah Stender. I didn't know his name until an interview on tolosup.com a few days ago with the new national Danish coach, Jesper Carlsen, who was talking about how good Noah was. And he's proving it so far with 2 heat wins yesterday in the juniors, in the men's, and a second place this morning in the open men. So yeah, pretty good and strong subsurfing competition for Noah Stender. Very tall guy, very focused. Also in his interviews.
Yeah, I mean, also he is originally from Copenhagen and he moved up to cold Hawaii just to, start to get involved in the water sports and to make sure that he, he's on point. And yeah, like you said, the national Danish team picking him up and a very good addition. And yeah, here we have also coming off of the water, Benjamin Cole, who unfortunately unless something has changed up. He had a nice wave here. He's looking for a 4 point something, if I'm not mistaken. Looking for a 5.65. I do apologize, to see if he can make it into that safe zone. If not, he is going to have to go into the repechage to be able to try and build his way back up. So the final seconds of this heat number 1, round 2 of the Surf's Up boys. And there it is. There's the buzzer, meaning that's it. That's all, folks, for this heat number 1. And coming up next, very shortly, we'll have heat number 2 of the Surf's Up boys.
Tal løs og nyd sommeren med Oyster. Du får fri tale og 30 GB data for kun 89 kroner per måned. Oyster, det er bedst til prisen.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are here with heat number 2, round number 2 of the SUP Surf Junior Boys. Currently, we have Noah Stender there on the red Leica from Denmark. We have Enrique Perez in the yellow and Guillermo Olima in the white. Your current leader, Red Light Noah Stender, he has a 4.5 and he is leading the pack so far. Enrique Perez, also from Spain, putting on a solid performance in the first day of competition, winning his heat with an 11.50. And let's see how he can do at the moment. It does look like that wind has started to drop off, and now that the tide has gone, forecast is that the waves will start pushing and we will be able to see a little bit more motion out there in the ocean, as waves are about waist high so far. And here it looks like the Spaniard, Enrique. Let's see what he has for us. He's starting to come in on the section. Couple little checkpoints. Here he has. He's going to be a one-hit wonder. Little one hit off the top and just makes the most of the backside as well to get another little score on. Keeping himself close to the rocks. Looking for 2.01 to take that first position as we are just starting off this round number 2, heat 2. All right, while we're waiting at the moment to see who is going to be taking that first position, we have Noah Stender there with a 4.5. We are going to go down to the beach, as I know Mathieu has a interview down there with Titouan Pajot.
Hello, Joe. Well, I managed to grab a very busy young gentleman here because he's between 2 heats. He's competing in both the juniors and in the open men's. So he's got a lot of work to do, but so far it's having a great day. Ça s'est passé hyper bien pour toi, Titouan, encore une fois, encore une victoire, cette fois chez les juniors aujourd'hui sur cette deuxième journée de l'Eurotour. Parle-nous de l'EuroSup, parle-nous de ton dernier hit.
Franchement, c'était pas facile. Encore une fois, le vent était encore là, les vagues étaient hyper serrées, ça fermait. Lecture de vagues très dure à avoir. Vraiment bravo aux autres parce que franchement, c'était pas facile et ils étaient vraiment bons aussi.
Yeah, I was asking Titouan what he was feeling about his last heat, and he's saying it's difficult. It's really tough out there. The wind is really playing against the paddlers. Small waves, very close to each other. So you really have to be lucky to pick the right one. And he was congratulating also the other subsurfers for doing a good job over there. So what have you got coming up next? C'est quoi la suite pour toi aujourd'hui?
Là, j'ai le deuxième tour en open. Donc pour me qualifier pour demain. Après ça va être bonne récup cet après-midi, bien dormir, bien manger et après à fond pour demain, motivé.
Yeah, so the second round of the Open is coming up for Titouan. Then it'll be about resting, eating well, and getting ready for tomorrow's final, hopefully. Thank you very much, Joe. Thank you very much, Titouan, and good luck for the rest of the day and tomorrow. Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Mathieu. Yeah, great to see Titouan. He looks confident and calm and collected. Watch out, the Frenchie is coming up strong. So yeah, really good to see the French athlete once again moving forward. And he is putting on a solid performance in this European Championship so far. Back to the water, we have Noah Stender from Denmark. At the moment, nice and easily out in the front, and Enrique Perez from Spain following him with a 4.5, and Guillermo Olima with a 3.65, so quite close in between all of these guys. The second heat of the Surf's Up Junior boys, and we saw Enrique Perez win his heat yesterday, so did Noah, so both of these boys looking to get a solid performance in on the water, as it does look like conditions are improving slightly as that tide is pushing forward, and as we are in round number 2 of the competition so far. Okay, so just coming up on the 11th minute here, and still in the lead we have the Danish athlete and the Danish team down on the shore. Let's not forget home grounds. These guys want to be defending their waters up against the best of the European countries. Let's not forget more than 230 athletes down here in Villa from 16 different countries. Denmark, Spain and France at the moment on the surf have been the top countries to be beating. And a nice little turn there from Noah to start it off. And here's when you can see the waves really just do flatten out and they don't have enough speed to continue performing. But still, the good old one-hit wonder always will come through. And there you can see both Enrique Perez and Guilherme Olim from Portugal waiting out on the break to see if they can score yet another wave.
And that was Enrique Perez from Spain. His score is coming up on that last wave. He's currently sitting in second position behind the Danish junior Noah Stender. If you're joining us now, this is hit number 2 of qualifying round number 2 of the junior boys. And this is day 2 of EUROSUP 22. You can see the teams on the beach thanks to that great drone shot here in Vilsana. Not as sunny as yesterday, but still a very pleasant view. Vilsana means white sands, by the way, if you're wondering. And the sand is white indeed here on the west coast of Denmark. Definitely one of the hot spots for surfing here on the shores of that fishing town. A lot of cultural and fishing history over here. Great food, by the way. And that drone shot will stay with us until the end of the competition on September 4, when we're gonna have the relay. So we're very lucky to have those views. And the landscape is going to change at some point when we're going to do the long distance in the fjord, going from Ringkøbing back to Vilsane on a roughly 15 to 16 kilometer course, downwind for most of it. And as you can see, the wind is blowing, so that should make for some great racing coming up. Here comes again Enrique Perez. Nice top turn here. He only had space for one maneuver, so he did that bottom turn followed by a top turn in the wash. Done pretty nicely. And here comes Noah Stender, the Danish champ, who's going frontside on the left. And here comes a top turn, which he doesn't complete. And here's the replay of Noah, of Enrique Perez in yellow, and his score is coming up. We'll see if his overall score changes thanks to that wave. All three paddlers are paddling out along the pier promenade right here. A very busy spot on a sunny day and a very nice walk all the way to the ocean. And we might see a little later on, but when the drone goes that far out in the ocean, you can see that the ocean conditions are very, very different once you are past that pier. Obviously, that pier protects the surfing area from the coming swell coming from the north. And Noah Stender still in the lead from Denmark in that hit number 2 of qualifying round. Number 2, here he comes again, going left, small top turn, looking for speed, looking for a pocket, a clean opening. Here it comes, nice little turn, and a couple of maneuvers there for Noah.
Yeah, liking what we saw. Waves are picking up, so hopefully we'll be able to see some more action coming our way. Noah's doing a very good job out there.
And it looks like Guilherme Olim has spotted a wave to catch. Both athletes, actually Enrique as well, is going for it. It looks like Enrique was luckiest in that move, but his efforts were cut mid-wave, and he's paddling out once again with 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. So Noah Stender currently sitting in first. Then it's Enrique Perez, the Spaniard, and in third, Guilherme Olim. Here comes Enrique. Ooh, might be a bit of some interference going on there. But Guilherme Olim had the priority and is taking it. Nice work there by Guilherme Olim, who might improve his score with this with this last wave. Nice combination of maneuvers. All the way to the white water.
So as we're approaching the final minute and a half of this heat, it looks like the Danish rider Noah, has put on a solid performance and gaining himself first position so far. But here we have it. Wait a minute. Could this be the one that makes a difference? Enrique Perez aiming to go for a 4.25 if he wants to take it from him. Goes to the top turn, this wave, but look at it. The wave has disappeared completely there, huh, Mathieu?
Yes, indeed, and that keeps happening this morning. And it's difficult to tell, but we've got 3 scores loading up in the last 30 seconds of this heat. So we'll see if that makes any difference to the scoreboard. Guilherme Olim had a pretty decent wave in 2 minutes ago, and his score is still loading up.
Yeah, I mean, it's anybody's money out there at the moment, because let's not forget, Guilherme Olim, he only needs a 3.65, I do apologize, to take over and go in that second position, in that safe position on this heat. So I think it is going to come down to the buzzer as we have the final seconds of this heat number 2, round number 2 of the Surf's Up boys, and just waiting for that score from the Portuguese athlete to see if it is going to be Noah Stenler and Enrique Perez moving their way through to the next round.
Yes. And the time it takes to load makes me wondering if there's if that wave is actually going to be crucial in that on the scoreboard and on the final scoreboard of hit number 2. Some decision making going on by the judges right now, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very crucial move out there, so we are waiting for those numbers to come in. You can already see some of the other riders making their way out into the water, and look at that. You know what I can see through the window? It is sunny. The sun is shining, and Denmark is starting to get warm, and blue skies coming our way. So at the moment, it does look like the forecast is pretty much on point.
So time to take out the bikinis, Joe.
I knew I left something at home, Mathieu. I knew I forgot something. God damn it.
Well, I've got mine, so I've got 2. Can lend you one.
You're not going to catch me in a bikini in this weather, but yep, it is definitely looking there. You have the whole Spanish team, so they are waiting for that last score. Everybody is looking, because that will be the difference if Enrique is going to be making it through to the next round or not. There still would be the repertoire, but we have to see what is going to be happening out there, as that score is still waiting to load. I'm doing the old refresh, and still nothing there yet. Coming up next, we are going to be having out on the water Benoit Carpentier, Noah Stenler, and Guillermo Carracedo, who has been putting on one of the best performances together with Benoit. Both of these guys in the same heat. Watch out, 2 titans in the water.
Yes, indeed. Those are the 2 big names, but watch out for Noah, as we've just seen. He's a great surfer. He's younger than those 2 guys. I think Guillermo Carracedo is 29 now. And but the only thing for Noah is he's just come out of his heat, so might be a little bit more tired than Benoit and Guillermo. So no time for interviews now, because Noah has got to get ready already for the next heat.
Yeah, I mean, talk about non-stop. I mean, you know, he is one of the most talented youngsters on the Danish team, and now going from the boys category back into the Surfmen. So now we're going to have to see who is going to be making their way through, as we're just waiting for those scores to come up and continue on. So let's have a look who we have out there. So we have
Guillermo Caracedo surfing really well on that little opener.
Yeah, just making it's really impressive to see some of these smaller riders, how they stay low, they make the most of it, and how they actually throw that board around. You know, actually very similar styles, Benoit to Guillermo. It's going to be interesting because they do, you know, they get the turns, they can make the moves, and let's not forget, you know, Benoit Carpentier, he is a world champion. Guillermo Caracedo, he is a Spanish champion, and let's not forget Noah out there from Denmark knows the water. This is one of his home, one of the places that he surfs a lot, and putting on a very solid performance. It is going to be an action 20 minutes.
Yes, all three are pretty experienced sub-surfers. Obviously, the international experience is definitely on Benoit and Guillermo's side. But the Danish Noah Stender has got the local knowledge that could be useful as we're progressing into the competition.
And yeah, it looks like Benoit Carpentier took off on a wave. We will be getting a replay of that one coming up next, as I'm just going to be asking. So broadcast, can we get a replay? Thank you very much, as we want to see what Benoit Carpentier there was doing on that last wave. So we will get that for you very soon, as that does look like it was a decent wave. So unfortunately, it looks like he didn't quite get the score that he was looking for, 2.50. Guillermo Caracedo already in the lead, 6.25.
Yeah, that's a pretty high score for Guillermo Caracedo, who's going for a second wave. Very, very similar to the first wave, actually. Here's an opening. Top turn, another one. That's a lot of combination for Guillermo, who's looking for speed as he's going into a fourth maneuver there. So he's got a 6.25 already on his first wave, and his second score might be a similar one. We'll find out in a few seconds. But definitely consolidating his lead right now with this second wave, which looked very, very similar to the first one.
Yeah, they are making the most of the little inside rollers, and it does look like those three sections are starting to join together. And here we have Noah one more time. Handbrake turn mid-face. But this wave, unfortunately, does look like it hasn't kind of opened up. Selection is definitely going to be important here, because all of these three athletes, all of them, if they get the right wave, they can perform. They're going to put the scores up on the board. It is definitely going to make the difference of the athlete that picks the right one, so picks the, you know, the nice pair off of the tree, and actually can perform it at the same time. I think that is going to be the defining factor of who is going to get the higher scores out here today.
And a couple of athletes have actually mentioned that luck was also playing some part in this competition, as the chop is pretty much everywhere on the field right now, and obviously choosing the right wave is not so much down today to local knowledge, because the conditions change from one hit to the next. So I guess a bit of luck is always helps in such conditions. Here comes Guillermo Caracedo. Not as good a wave as the previous one, but is still in it, going for maybe a last top turn. That was pretty small, but it's going to score his second best weight for sure with that one.
Yeah, and it looks like Benoit Carpentier still at the moment just trying to make up the move. So here we can see that replay. Keeping himself to that foam ball, getting a couple of nice cutback turns. And here, this is when he starts to put the mix in and the wave flattening out. So still not the best of waves, like you say, definitely not as good as his first one, but a 6.0. So obviously we've missed one turn on that one. So nice surfing, but those cutbacks were nice. We did see that of the likes yesterday of Alasne. Remember that she had only 2 or 3 turns, but they liked the quality, opening up the hits, throwing the shoulders, letting that tail loose, and judges really rewarding the pure surfing style.
Yes, indeed. The judges were very clear with what they were looking for in this competition. A lot of variety and also trying to surf from bottom to top and top to bottom as much as possible, and Guillermo Caracedo is pretty good at that game, and he impressed the judge with that second wave.
Benoit Carpentier letting the water loose. Oh, just losing his edge. That's an unusual forced error there from Hinks. That first turn was very nice, letting water loose, spraying the whole Vida Sander here. But unfortunately just losing his edge there on that one. It's, you know, hard when that wave is quite a flat section. But let's see. At the moment he is in third position, but early days, because, you know, we are not even halfway through this heat yet.
Yeah, it's very unusual to see Benoit doing that kind of mistakes. It could also be down to the board shape and the board size. Here I think Benoit started with a pretty wide board yesterday, and he was saying that how he was going to progress into the competition, his boards should narrow for more radical moves, and as the confidence is building up as well, and the local knowledge is growing. So I think that's exactly what he's doing right now, Benoit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also, we've seen the wider boards with a little few more liters when these waves are so flat to be able to keep that speed. But as you said, they can't hit the maneuvers as radical because there's more surface area. As those boards start to narrow in, we're going to be seeing tighter turns. But let's say the disadvantage of that, you need to make sure that you are picking off the bigger waves to be able to generate that power. Anyway, you've got to know your equipment. You've got to have your stuff ready, all the weapons ready in your arsenal, all the nice and sharp to go out there, give it your all. And here we have one more time a world champion, Benoit Carpentier, dropping in on yet another wave.
Nice top turn there, a second one. And he's staying in the wave, looking for options, looking over his shoulder left and right, and searching for the opportunity to place a new maneuver. There's something definitely on his right, but he's going for left, getting some speed and going back into that pocket to place that re-entry. Nice finish for Benoit, who's actually in second place now. He's moved up with his last wave, but this one I think is even better. So we see if that and it actually keeps going. Well done, Benoit, on that one. That should be a high score.
Yeah, that was a very nice wave. Even trying the little 360 at the end, adding the Circus du Soleil. But yeah, no, really nice maneuvers from there, and very good reading of the wave. He was always close to the foam ball, making sure he had the power, got a couple good hits, and here we can enjoy that beautiful wave one more time. Gaining speed comes through, hits the first section off the top, right in the sweet spot. Now he cuts back, and this is where he goes back to that white water to make sure he stays with the power of the wave. Nice and calm and collected, starts to look, just rides the white water all the way in, and this is where he decides to go backhand a little bit to get another little schmacker, comes off, gains speed, and this is where he hits the wave again. So very good ride in there from Benoit Carpentier, and very well rewarded with an 8.0. He is currently in first position, but watch out. We have a draw out there, but the reason he is first is because he has the highest scoring wave. There is a battle going on in the water as we approach the Meridian, the Ecuador halfway mark, and there's still 10 more minutes of action for this heat number 1, round number 3.
Well, that's exactly what we would expect from Benoit Carpentier and Guillermo Caracedo being in the same heat together. So they are delivering some strong battle, and it's also France and Spain which are being represented by these two countries, and we know that they are both going for a national title as a team as well as an individual title. So the competition is fierce here in Vilsana.
Oh, Guillermo trying the slide out 360. Nice little roundhouse to the slide, but just not quite getting it. This is what we want to see. I mean, hey, we are coming to the higher rounds of the competition, and the guys are starting to get creative. I think that means two things. Their confidence, they know they have to step up their game if they want to be getting through, and conditions look like they're starting to get a little easier out there.
Yeah, I think also part of the strategy of these two subsurfers is once they've secured some more basic waves or basic moves, they can actually offer themselves the luxury of going for something a bit more creative. And I think that's what's going to happen in the second part of the heat. Another point in that strategy is also Benoit Carpentier. Just before in that high-scoring wave of 8 points, surfing to the beach, as we were saying earlier, and having a little chit-chat with his coach, when he knows that he's scored a high wave, is the right time to maybe take some thinking and coaching in order to reposition himself for maybe some more high-scoring waves.
Yeah, and here we can see Guillermo Carracedo circling and trying to find another set wave, and here we have Noas. Then one more time, it goes off the top. Oh, nice little smackaroo here on the inside, starting to let the tail a little bit loose there. So Noah at the moment needing quite a big score to be able to make his way through into that safe zone. Okay, Guillermo Carracedo, big smack off the top. This wave has flattened out and decided to go against that. He knows now that as he is equal points to Benoit Carpentier, he just has to go for the good waves because he needs good potential waves. He is going to be wanting to improve on a 6.0. So if he's going to increase on his score, he knows it needs to be a potential set wave and a potential wave that he can really push to the very end. So there's no point to going for the smaller ones. That is the strategy that we have from the Spaniard out there. And there it is. There's the battle. On the left, Spain, and on the right, we have France.
Here comes Benoit Carpentier. The first top turn, and typically looking for options as we've seen him do since yesterday, but nothing worth enough for him to go. And he stops mid-wave.
Yeah, Benoit is actually in quite a good position at the moment because his best wave is 2 points above the average of Guillermo. So he is looking to improve on his backup wave, which is quite a low score of a 4. So Guillermo really needs to step it up and get a good... Oh, goes off the top. Can he make it through to the next section? If he can make it all the way through, this is going to be a very good scoring wave if that wave does reform. So now, sticking it together, he's going to be pumping this because he knows he has a very good first turn, and unfortunately that did not reform. That was a shame because that could have been a good potential scorer.
Yeah, opening that wave with a great re-entry there, finishing in the white water. But unfortunately there was no, as you can see, section to play with afterwards. But still, that was a great maneuver there by the Spanish champ, Guillermo Carracedo, in yellow.
And it looks like he's taking off on yet another one. I think we maybe missed one more turn. Okay, so now he is starting to get busy because there's only 5 minutes, so he knows he has to start to get some stuff off. Big top turn there on the backside. Now he's going to be trying to make his way down here to this inside section, making the most of it. He's looking to improve on his 6-point average. Cut back. This wave has actually opened up nicely. He's going to be able to get a couple of nice little turns on and waking up and making it all the way to the shore. Using this as much as possible. Let's see, is that going to be enough to improve his backup score of a 6.0. We will soon find out as Benoit Carpentier is in the lead overall of this heat.
And making it all the more difficult for Noah Stender to be able to catch up. The Danish junior is going to have to work really hard, and only 4.5 minutes to go. I think the score came through for Guillermo Caracedo. Disappointing 4 points for that last wave. We were expecting a little more for the Spaniards.
Yeah, but as you can see, he kind of took off on the whitewater there, so he didn't really have that full first section of the wave. So yeah, judges, making the most of taking that into account, and now we can see Benoit Carpentier at the moment. He is waiting out the back, nice and comfortable, because he knows he is in the lead, and Guillermo is pretty much got 4 minutes for yet to grab another set wave and see if he can potentially take the win here at this heat. Okay, the French athlete getting 3 solid turns in here, just little check turns, making his way back to the whitewater. And now this wave actually looks like it is gonna open up very nicely. Watch out, French freight train coming at you. Let's see what Mr. Carpentier will have for us. Now he's gonna gain some speed. This is gonna be able to give him a good turn. Lets the water loose on that one. Now we are talking very good wave selection here from Benoit, and he's going to be making it all the way down. You can see just cruising into the ocean, and he is going to have one nice another turn. That is definitely, I am going to go out on a limb and say he is probably going to improve on his backup score there, but we'll soon find out, and probably put a little more distance in between him and Guillermo. So Guillermo now is going to be in a more difficult situation as he is in second position, but still top 2 riders go through to the next round, so it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet, but we will have to find out and see who is going to be in first position, because these are 2 of the highest scoring athletes we've seen so far, and there's this replay of that very nice wave there from Benoit Carpentier.
Characteristically looking for opportunities. He spots something on his right hand side. He's going for it. Nice little smacker there. And what I like about Benoit is that he carries on until it's really, really over. Look at him. He knows he's got something coming up, and he goes for a third combination here. Really well done, Benoit. And his score came up. His second best wave was this one. It's a 7 for Benoit Carpentier, consolidating his lead in this heat.
And that is the highest combination score of the competition so far, because Guillermo had it with a 14-something yesterday. So Benoit putting a nail in the coffin. The question will be is if it will be the final nail, because Guillermo is in the zone. He is out in the right place if the set will come through. Now it's going to be a question if the ocean is going to give him another set to be able to give Benoit a run for his money. He is going to need a big score of an 8.75 if he wants to overtake Benoit for that first position. As we approach the final 10 seconds, let's see if there has been any more action out the back.
And unfortunately, that last wave for Noah Stender was not good enough for him to make it to the first 2 positions. And the game is over in this heat number 1 as the buzzer just rang. Here's the replay of Noah Stender's last wave.
Yep, so congratulations there to Benoit Carpentier, because that was a very solid heat and put in the work at the final stages with those 2 big scores. So congratulations, and also Guillermo Carracedo making it through. Coming up next, we are going to have Juan de los Reyes, another one of the powerhouses from Spain, Tito Ampayur, and Ayrton Cosolino. This is where the heats really start to come together.
Yeah, Spaniard, a Frenchman, and the 2-time kite world champion, Ayrton Cosolino. I'm expecting a lot more in this competition from Ayrton. So far, I think he hasn't really delivered to his level of performance, but you know, the competition is progressing, and I'm sure he's got some secret moves ready for us.
Alrighty, so Ayrton Cosolino opening it up for the men with a nice backside ride. Okay, letting it loose there off the tail with this replay. Here you can see, really like how he really does get that bottom part of his board just to fly out and staying close to the foam ball. This is going to be a nice score here. A little bit of a floater there. And ending off just unfortunately not quite getting the land on that last section. But still, Ayrton Cosolino with the first wave of the heat, just waiting for scores to come in. As also Juan de los Reyes has also have a wave. These 2 guys, friends, as Ayrton does spend a lot of time down near Barbate and down near Chiclana. And Juan de los Reyes here, we have the replay of a Spanish champ, and let's see what he had here. So keeping it together. Let's see what those numbers are going to be, as this is heat number 3 of round number 3. Round number 2, I do apologize. No, heat number 2 of round number 3. Excuse me, my papers are wrong. Ayrton Cosolino, Tito Ampayur, and Juan de los Reyes. Okay, so Ayrton Cosolino with a 5.0 for that first wave. Still waiting for scores for Juan de los Reyes and Tito Ampayur. Ayrton already right back out there, getting ready to see for the next set to be coming his way. Juan de los Reyes getting another nice wave there, trying to rack up some points. So 2.5 for Juan. Tituana with a 3.75. And Ayrton Cosolino, who also has priority 1 out there, waiting for a set to come their way. Okay, it looks like Juan de los Reyes having a little look-see at that one, but deciding against it. And here we have Ayrton. These boards, they are so small to be able to whip them around. The boys are pretty much sunk until their ankles. And okay, it does look like Ayrton is just waiting and seeing if there is a set coming his way, as he is currently in the lead with a 5.0. Tituan, a nice hack there on that wave. A little bit of a one-hit wonder, but getting a nice amount of spray coming off of that one. Looking for he needs a 1.25 if he wants to be taking the lead. He has a 3.75 and looking to rack up his second score here. We can see both of the athletes. On the far right, we have Ayrton Cozzolino from Italy. Juan de los Reyes in the red on the left-hand side and making his way back to the break. We have Titouan Pajot from France in the white. So yes, Titouan Pajot has taken the lead in this one. Okay, Ayrton Cozzolino starting off on the whitewater. Unusual to see him not taking off on the set wave, but I think he wants to just keep and make sure he still has potential scoring out there, not keep waiting for the set wave. So he needs a 3.65 if he wants to take the win. Okay, big hack back to the power zone, making his way back to the whitewater. One more time, cut back, stays with the power. This is where this bottom section will open up, taking a look left, taking a look right. There he is. Okay, racks out the tail there. So Ayrton making sure he goes all the way down to the right so he can continue on and walk back right next to the rocks. There we have Mr. Cozzolino keeping himself busy, and Juan de los Reyes at the moment still yet to have another wave. Ayrton, that one did actually look like it opened up nicely, so that's why he took off on it. And here you can see pumping, getting some speed, getting some power. This is where we can see Ayrton start to engage and get a couple of nice turns. Gets it whack off the top right all the way back to the whitewater. One more time, getting a little bit more in the sweet spot there. And this is where the wave kind of dies out and he's able to get a little bit of a hack on his front side. So Cozzolino looking for a 3.65, I apologize, if he wants to take the first position so far, and Juan de los Reyes in pursuit of a 5.85 or a 3.65. So let's see what score he's going to get, as he was going to be wanting to move into that safe guard position. Titouan Pajot out the back, waiting. Just as we approach the middle point of this 20-minute heat, let's not forget top two waves count. Looking for the best overall score, and judges are looking for power, style, linking sections, combination maneuvers, and just giving it their little bits of style. The secret sauce of each one of these athletes to impress them, dot all the I's and cross all the T's to get those extra shakas and kudos from our judges. The best of the best in the European surf sup discipline are down here at this beautiful location that you can see on your screen from Vitasande, Denmark. If you are just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I hope you are enjoying the stream together with my good friend Matt here from Total Stop. And we are ready to rumble as we are approaching now around number 3 of the men Surfs Up. And the idea is to go all the way through to round number 4. And also looking forward to seeing the junior boys, because a lot of the junior boys and the junior girls are competing on both disciplines and the open category. So keep your eyes peeled as action is coming our way.
Yeah, c'est Titouan ça? Non, c'est Juan. Titouan il est en blanc?
Juan de los Reyes still not having really, the waves are not going his ways. He's waiting, being patient, but he just is not getting the set waves that he is looking for at the moment. Trailing in third position. He needs a 5.20 if he wants to move forward.
Sound check.
So yes, not the easiest situation out there at the moment for Juan. As Ayrton Cosilino has an 8.35, very close together with Titouan Payot. Here it looks like Ayrton was taking off on a wave there. We'll soon find out and see what he did. But before we do, we are going to be going down to the beach, as one more time, Mattia is standing there with the winner of the last heat.
Hey, thank you, Joe. I'm with starboard rider and Frenchman Benoit Carpentier, who scored another big hit. He's got the best wave score and the best combination with an 8 points in the wave for the wave. And
we do apologize. It looks like we just have a little sound issue that we are going to be resolving very shortly. And we will get that interview there with Benoit Carpentier. So here we can see Ayrton making his way back out. At the moment, he has an 8.35, and he is trying to overtake this man on your screen, Titouan Payot. Okay, coming in. Here comes Titouan. First turn, second turn, and just unfortunately didn't have enough speed and kind of went down on that wave. And Juan de los Reyes started to make up some moves as he is now closer, only needing a 4.46. 7 minutes left, so I reckon there's enough. There's a chance for another set way to come our way.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Here comes the sound. Leandro, can you hear me? Testing the sound. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh.
And Juan de los Reyes getting 3 decent turns on this wave. So let's see if that is going to be enough. He's in look for a 4.76 to overtake Ayrton. So let's see. Juan de los Reyes coming at you, making his way back out as we now have 6 minutes left. And Ayrton Cosilino and Titouan Payot also trying to have a battle. And here it is. Ayrton is priority 1, and he is right at the back of the break, waiting for options to come his way. Ahí está ese equipo, ese equipo. The Spanish team. Giving Juan de los Reyes. You can see all of the athletes there giving their support to the team. A very strong SUP surf team here, together with the French team. They are the two teams to be beaten. Okay, Ayrton Cosolino looking to improve on a 4.6. Had a little look. But here we have, we can see the Spanish flag riding high in the sky. And now let's see if there's some more action out there on the water.
Volta aqui. Não dá pra fazer tudo, eu trouxe tudo junto, brother. Aqui não dá pra ouvir no vento. É difícil a comunicação, brother. Não é, não. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Eu já estava vendo. Faz assim, ó. Aqui, ó. Eu já estava. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó, Rogério. Você vai me escutar, ó. Não, eu tô fazendo isso. Aqui, ó. Quando eu falei, this is ready. Ele vem pra cá.
Yeah. Let's try, or does it work? 550 seulement. C'est pas beaucoup, je trouve. No.
And Ayrton Cosolino going
check.
in
1, 2, 1, 2.
first position, going into first position.
Yeah.
With that last wave of a 5.5. So now it looks like we have got the sound resolved. And we are going to go down to the beach as we have an interview with Mathieu.
Hey Joe, I'm catching up with Benoit Carpentier, who's having a hell of a day today. Really great scoring, actually the best score combination so far. The best wave also with an 8-pointer and 15 points for an overall. That's a really great scoring from Benoit. Well, you're through to the next round. How is it feeling out there?
Yeah, it's actually feeling way better than earlier with the tide pushing right now, and I managed to get some wave way at the back. I saw Guillermo at the beginning of the heat, so getting in the rhythm and getting some nice waves starting really far at the back. So many times I got caught inside, and I was like, okay, I gotta go far out, and I got these two waves that put me in a great spot, and I'm really happy about my performance, and it's gonna get better and better, I guess, the waves with the tide. So I think it's going to be a good day.
There is something we were wondering inside the booth with Joe. Once you've secured your two good waves, is that time to start getting creative? Is that when the creativity kick in?
Yeah, that's kind of where you can release the pressure, I would say, and you can get creative, as we just saw like Ayrton going crazy above the lip. I think that's where you can really put on the show. That's what I like to do as well, but obviously I didn't have that much time after getting that 7. So I wish I can get 8 straight away in the next heat, so I can get a backup quick, and then after go for the show.
And there's something else we've noticed in terms of strategy. Once in a while at the halfway mark, you come back to the beach and you try and speak to your coach, right?
Yeah, since yesterday we're trying to find the best setup, pretty much, because we cannot hear anything, obviously, with the wind. It's like that strong that we're drifting a lot and we cannot hear anything. So it's kind of every time we're doing the run back out, the judge, the coach, are giving us the score and the situation. So I think we got it now. They're on the pier, and I can hear them actually. So that's good, and it puts me in good confidence as well. I know it's hard for all the team to communicate with everybody, so I think it's great.
Yeah, as you can hear, Joe, it's not just pure talent, it's also team strategy for France, and they are doing well, just like Spain, and we look forward to more SUP surfing with these guys. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Mathieu. Thank you, Benoit. Absolutely, no. He is this guy definitely knows what he's talking about and putting on some solid moves out there. And as he said, looking forward to hopefully be able to throw down and make it a little bit creative and put on the show. As Benoit had just said, well, as some of my friends, Mr. Puteau and these boys would say, cash in the spots. And Ayrton, going for another little 360 air on the flats. And here we have Juan de los Reyes, smack off the top, right in front of Ayrton. This is going to be the final scoring wave. He needs a 4.6 if he wants to be taking the first position in this. Juan knows it. He's going to be milking this one all the way to the end. But unfortunately, just going into the flats. But as we stand, Juan de los Reyes is in second position for this heat. And there you can see both of the boys rolling in. So is that going to be enough? It definitely looks like both of them are going to be secured. And we are going to have to see who is going to be making it through to the next round. Okay, so we are back as we have round one, heat number one of the repechage. We have Sebastian van Akermaid from the Netherlands, Lucas Boyum and Will Keatley. That is the three riders here trying to make their way through and staying in the competition. So we have more action out there for you today as we are going to be running all the way through until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just coming up on 12 o'clock here today in the beautiful location of Vidasander, down here on the west coast of Denmark, a nice little fishing town that is known for its water sports quality. You can see we've already seen wingers out there, kiters, windsurfers, SUPers, you name it, this place has it. And at the moment, as the tide now is definitely starting to come up, as we saw there from the interview from Benoit, we are going to start to see some better waves. But it is the Dutch rider here starting to make the most of the first sections of this competition. Okay, so it is back to the Subsurf Junior boys as we have the first heat of the repertoire. So we have Sebastian van Eyckemaid, Lucas Boyen from Sweden, and Will Keatley from England. Those are the three names that are going to try and continue on in this competition as they can still keep themselves alive. It's one of the beauties of this format, and we will have to see who is going to be continuing on at the moment. We got through all the way through round number 2, and now we go to repertoire number 1. So let's see who is going to be continuing on. 20-minute heats, top 2 scores are the ones that are going to be going on the cards, and at the moment it is Sebastian from the Netherlands who has a slight advantage, but watch out, here comes Lucas from Sweden. And here we have that replay from the last wave out there of this junior heat in the water. As you can see, Lucas Boyen from Sweden just trying to rack up some points at the moment in 3rd position. Sebastian with a 5:15 in 1st. And here we can see Will Keatley also making his way through. Really impressive to see the youngsters, how they are pushing the envelope and really upping the level of the SUP surf. They are getting younger and younger, and talking to quite some of the experienced and more veteran riders here of the competition, they say it is really nice to see how the new generations are really taking a hold of the old totem pole and making a mark on the SUP world. So looking forward to seeing some of the top European riders, the new future of our sport, right here on your screens, here for the EUROSUP 2022 down in Denmark.
Set up?
Yes, good.
But it's the right channel, it's right everything. Can Leandro, can you hear it?
Yeah, I see.
No, but the sound.
Feel better. Leandro is
Telling you? Okay.
Like this, no? Like this, so I turn.
Yeah, up to you, man. So your vice
And all of the guys having a little bit of issues there with the choppy conditions on the inside and still waiting for a decent set to come through. But Sebastian really already starting with a big lead as he has an 8.90. He has two solid heats out there, a 5 and a 3.9 for those 2 ways. And as we wait, here we can see Will Keatley after this. We are going to be going down to the beach very soon. And just yet not quite being able to make the most of that wave. So while we wait for the boys to get themselves back out, we are going to go down to the beach as Mathieu is standing there with none else and none less than Mr. Ayrton Cozzolino.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Well, finally, we have that hit victory from Ayrton Cozzolino, the Italian champ, 2-time kite world champion and also vice world champion at the 2019 ISA Worlds. How was it out there for you, Ayrton?
Yeah, I mean, it was fun, man. Finally, I got the first. I've been looking for this first place, but as we see, like it's pretty hard down there. For me, it's like a marathon, and I'm super happy to be able to compete here because I'm not used to these conditions. Back home is like always perfect. But thanks to this event, I get so motivated to go somewhere like this and train. Because I want to do more of this in the future. And yeah, thank you, Denmark, and all the organizer for make this possible, man. Sick.
You came out very tired of your hit. You put a lot of energy into it, but also it's down to the size of the board, I guess.
I mean, yeah, this board is like I think it's one of the smallest 4 liters. This I think is like 67 liters, something like this, and my weight is like 76, so it's like below a lot, And yeah, but if you wanna do score, if you wanna serve well, you need to have small boards, and yeah. And I can't wait for a better condition. I think tomorrow we're gonna have some offshore winds. I think I've been here with offshore winds, so it's perfect. I mean, I'm gonna do my best, and thanks to Team Italy too to invite me here. And yeah, gonna be stuck here, man.
Yeah, we particularly enjoyed your 360 shove it backside, but the score wasn't super high. I think you only scored a 5 for that one.
Yeah, I think it was a low score because I didn't do combo. But I think like if I have like a better wave, I can adapt there with some turns. I think if I do that and like few turns, I think it can be a really nice score.
Yeah. Well, the reception was great, and we know what you can do in the air. So as the competition progresses, we're looking forward to seeing your maneuvers. That's for sure. Congratulations on that victory, and see you at the next run, I guess, tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you everyone to watch back home, and this is fun. I'm gonna do all my best, and yeah, cheers. Keep watching.
Thank you, Joe. Back to you.
Thank you, Mathieu. Thank you, Ayrton. Congratulations. That was a very nice 360 show it, as you said, Mathieu. And we saw him do another one on a wave. Like he said, didn't get the combination in that, so that's why that score was a little lower. But looking forward to see him get one of those with a wave and get some combos in. Going back to the water, we have that man on your screen, Sebastian Van Ankemade. He is currently in the driver's seat with an 8.90. We have Will Keatley with a 4.40, and then we have Lucas Boyan with a 3.35. This is the first round of the repertoire of the SUP Junior Boys. And there we can see bird's eye view of the whole competition area.
first white, second red. Red needed 4.45 to go first. So yellow needed 2.21 to go second. 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Number 2 of number 1 of the SUP Surf Women Joining me in the booth, I have Mattia from Total Stop. Mattia, how's it going?
Hello, Joe. Going great. We're having a great day of surfing. And yeah, now we're going through the repechage heats. It's all going well so far.
Yeah, I saw you down there on the beach. It's looking like the waves are improving a little bit, but it is still quite small. Now we have Joanna Andrade from Portugal, Caroline Kutzel from Denmark, Milanka Linda from Germany, and Veronica Silva from Portugal. So 2 Portuguese athletes in this heat.
Yeah, and Joanna Andrade has been pretty active on the waves until now, until today. She was a bit unlucky in the previous heat, so she didn't make it through to the qualifying round. But yeah, about to start.
It is, no, and it's impressive to see. So we're already 1 minute into the heat, and we can see that it's about to start to get going, as it does look like we have a little motion in the ocean coming our way. Oh, it's a little bit of a balance there. One of the things we're seeing, some of the guys and some of the girls are using wider boards. You mentioned me before that Leonika, he took a wider board out, and then also Benoit Carpentier started to narrow his boards down as the waves were getting better. It's, you know, as he said, he wants to get those 2 base scores and then give a show. Because, you know, one of the main reasons we're here, we want to be up on our feet shouting, because we want the best of the best in the European SUP surf to give us the best show possible.
Well, I actually believe that if the athletes could change their board in the middle of a heat, they would probably do that. But yes, the board size can evolve during the competition as part of the heat progression, and that can make for some more radical surfing. But as Ayrton Cozzolino was saying, a small board can also mean being tired very quickly, because you have to keep that balance. And Ayrton was saying that he was on a 60-liter board, which is tiny, and he came out very, very tired out of the water, but with a win. So yeah, you have to balance the two, I guess.
And we can see here that we've already had 2 scores, one from Joanna and one from Milanka Linda from Germany. Just waiting to see some of those numbers drop down. And at the moment, conditions are quite small out there. We are now in the repechage rounds, as this is heat number 2, repechage 1 of the SUP Surf Women. Day number 2 down here at the European SUP 2022. And it has been an action-packed day. We had some very nice surfing off there yesterday, and today it's a little smaller. Forecast says it's going to get bigger, but we're still waiting to see those sets starting to come through. High tide was at 10 o'clock, so yeah, we're getting to that midpoint normally, you know, in surfing, past high tide, so the half to the end, that push is when you see the waves coming up. And let's not forget that we have a full moon quite soon as well, so obviously the gravitational pull is going to make everything happen down here at Vita Sande in Denmark, because we have more than 200 athletes from 16 countries, the best of the best, battling it out against themselves and Mother Nature down here in the beautiful Danish waters.
We saw Milanka Linda trying to catch one. That was not steep enough for the German. Maybe a set coming soon. Looks like Joanna Andrade is spotting something in the distance. And a nice little drawn shot. And all those flags are giving you an idea of who's currently competing. Got national teams on the beach cheering for their athletes. Looks like Spain is really well organized there. Best seats in the house. It feels a bit like watching a play at the theater, doesn't it? When you look at the ocean. And priority one is for Veronica Silva, the Portuguese. Here comes Joana Andrade going left. And just behind her, Veronica Silva in blue for Portugal, but she doesn't quite make it on that one, which quickly turns into whitewater.
Yeah, you can see some of the girls having little issues out there, getting a bit of a wobble, but yeah, like you were saying. With everybody again, none of this 1.5 meter social distance. We want to be able to enjoy each other, to be out there on the water, to be able to have that smile, have that fun, shout for the people that we love and for the passionate that we have for this sport. And yeah, like we said before, 16 countries down here, the best of the best in Europe. There we can see from that nice drone view, this is our competition area. Yeah, Vida Sander. And we can see it does look like the waves are starting to break a little bit further back. But at the moment, conditions are very tough for the athletes. But you got, if you want to be a world champ, you got to be able to pull it off in the good, in the medium, and in the bad. And let's see if we can turn this one into the good. Because yesterday, probably in about an hour's time, we saw the waves increase. And obviously today, a day later, approximately the tide difference is about an hour. So hopefully around 3 o'clock, we'll start to see some waves coming our way.
Yes, Joe, it's just like a wedding, for better or for worse. When you compete in SUP surfing, you have to be ready for all kinds of conditions. And you are right in pointing out that it's been a while since we had an international SUP surf competition. The last European one was in 2017 in Peniche, Portugal. We didn't have the conditions for that to happen in 2018 in Sardinia. We only had the SUP racing back then, but that was in 2018, the last European Stand-Up Paddle Championships. We did have a ISA Worlds in 2019 in El Salvador, but under the Surfing Federation, that was really the last international gathering for these athletes. So obviously we've got new faces, but we also have those big names from 4 or 5 years ago. They're still here. They're still ripping. And actually, they're in the final for some of those big names: Benoit Carpentier, Juan de los Reyes, Guillerme Caracero, Ibaya, Alasne, and everybody's having a good time, no matter what the score, really.
Yeah, no, it is very good to get the family or get the band back together, as they would say, and have everybody down here. So at the moment, there's not a lot of action out there in the water. You can see there's some clouds on the end, so they were saying that maybe there might be a little bit of a storm coming tomorrow, but at the moment, it's looking nice and sunny. I can see some blue skies out of the corner of our booth out here. And it is great to just enjoy these conditions. Some of the riders, I can see them bringing down bigger boards because it does look like that wind has picked up a little bit. But I'm betting that has to do with the clouds that are coming through. And then, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get some conditions coming your way. If you're just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are watching us from on the beautiful World Wide Web. And let's not forget, we are currently in heat number 2 of the repechage number 1 of the Surf Sup women, the best of the best of the women's Surf Sup discipline in the water, because these girls, let's not forget, the top 2 athletes will continue on and will have to continue battling it out to stay in this competition, as this is a double elimination format. What are the judges looking for, Mathieu? We have the top 2 waves. Tell me a little bit. They always, they're looking for the star. They're looking for the power. But as a spectator, especially as you've been down there on the water, what are the riders looking for at each other as well?
Well, I think they're trying to consolidate standard moves. Mainly, that's what Benoit was explaining to us. Obviously, they have to score 2 waves. And 2 strong waves before they can go a little bit more crazy and creative, and that's when actually they start really having fun, when they know they've got those 2 waves secured. That's when they can pull out some more air and some more creative stuff. And yeah, at that game, obviously the most experienced athletes are doing the job. But before the start of the competition, there was a skipper meeting where the judges were explaining exactly what they were looking for, indeed, and it's down really to picking the right wave. A lot of variety, combinations, a combo. We saw Ayrton Castellino pulling out a great 360 shove it backside, and not scoring a great some great points there, but that's because we guess it wasn't part of a combo. Well, I scored a 5 point for that one. But basically, yeah, long waves, a lot of maneuvers and a lot of variety, and also surfing from bottom to top. That's the whole extent of the wave is what the judges are really prioritizing in their scoring.
Yeah, and let's not forget they have 20 minutes to perform and impress our judges. So we have a panel of judges which are all the way over there on the left from all different parts of the world and all different parts of Europe, that they will, make sure that they are giving the best scores to all of our athletes. And as you say, it is about the complete package, because in the end, what is a general championship looking for? They are looking for the most complete rider. And also, one of the things I always really find important, especially of a lot of the names that have more experience, like you were saying, like guys like Benoit, guys like Ayrton, that you also have to be a champion off of the water. Because let's not forget, these guys and girls, these athletes are the ambassadors of our sports. And I think it's a very important part of the managers and of the, I'm not going to say older, I don't want to get in trouble, but the more veteran athletes out there, to make sure that the youngsters understand this and they kind of pay their dues and they go in the right way. Because people, when they approach them on the beach, that they're smiling, that they interact with them, that they can talk on camera, that they know their gear. It isn't just about going on the water, smacking the wave or doing whatever you want and then not doing anything else. It is a complete package, and the person who can do that is going to end up and be a world champion.
Absolutely right, Joe. Talent is on and off the water, and personality definitely plays in your performance, and it actually shows. Confidence shows, energy shows in your moves, and generosity as well in giving and putting on the best show also. And all these things, they really add up to character building, which can be perceived in your maneuvers. And that is reflected at the end of the day in your overall score.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to use everything to create your own style, give it your own secret sauce, and because in the end, it's all about the uniqueness of each individual athlete. And at the moment, it looks like we have Milanka in the yellow lycra is in first position up the top, as she has had a couple of good scores, and Veronica Silva from Portugal with a 2.85. But there we have Joanna Andrade just answering back. So now we have Milanka Linde from Germany in first position and Joanna Andrade from Portugal in second. They are in that safe zone at the moment.
And some bigger waves coming up once in a while. The two riders there were not very well positioned, but Milanka Linde is trying to make the most of that anyway. Here comes a little opening. She goes left, looking for that space, but no, it's closed, unfortunately, and she keeps riding it to see if it's going to regroup into a little pocket. That's not really happening.
Yeah, not really, just straight lining that one, unfortunately, just not really creating the turns that she wanted to achieve. Still looking to improve on that 2.55, we will soon see, but Joanna also there in the background. But she, it does look like Milanka has stayed a little bit more active. Had a good 4.0 on that first ride, which is what has given her the advantage here. And now she can just, not lay back, but, she knows she has a good score and try and improve on that backup score. Because let's not forget, top two scores are the ones that count. And whoa! Okay, no, that wasn't a drone shot. I thought we had our drone going into our flag there for a minute, but no, it was the camera. I was like waiting. I was just looking for a drone to fall out the sky here, but no, we're all good. We're all good. Bird's eye view is still 100%.
Nice little takeoff there by the Portuguese. Oh no, she misses the wave. Loses her balance and falls on the nose of the board. hope she's okay with that fall. Yeah, I'm looking at the scoreboard and I don't see many scored waves in that heat. Only 3 per athlete. Yeah, it's probably one of the lowest numbers we've seen so far.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I will say that we have still not really seen a set come through. So obviously sets a little bit far and few between. Let's see exactly what the tide is doing here. Let me get the old application out and see. So where are we? Here we are. So low tide was at 10 past 10. So that means we are just getting past mid-tide. So hopefully that will give a little extra push, because we need to kick-start the old wave pool and start getting some rollers coming in so our athletes can perform it. But it is very frustrating sometimes where, unfortunately, it is a waiting game out there at the moment. But here we can see Joanna Andrade just trying to make the most of this inside. She is looking for a 3.25, but you can just see the wave completely dies. No speed, no power. There is pretty much nothing you can do with that. And yeah, it really has turned into that waiting game on who picks out the good ones or who picks out the few waves that do come through today.
Best score in this heat so far is Milanka Villander. Not only with the overall score, but also the best wave, 4.00. Here comes Veronica Silva for Portugal. She's on the inside. She keeps going. Might be something happening on the left-hand side. Yes, she's going for it, but a little bit too late. She doesn't quite catch that opening. You have to look on your left or on your right wide enough and early enough to make sure that you see what the wave is going to do in order to prepare your next move and act fast. And she failed to do that in that particular instance.
Yeah, it is very hard to read out there because waves, they are all over the place. Like you said in one of the interviews, that you have to be lucky, because this isn't a point break, so it's not an exact reef where the wave is going to come at that same time. Being the beach break that it is, it can be a little bit left, right, and center. So you have to know how to read the ocean, but you also have to have a little of luck and make sure that Mother Nature is on your good side, which is always a good thing. We don't want Mother Nature on our bad side, and hopefully that she will send you a few waves your way. But at the moment, it still is Milanka Linda. Nobody really has had any waves after that first one as we enter the final 2 minutes of this heat. Number 2 of the repechage, number 1 of the SUP Surf Women. And we are looking forward to see what is going to be coming up next. Let's have a little look here. So we will now be going in repechage number 1 of the SUP Surf Men. And in heat number 1 is going to be, let me have a look at the older paperwork over here. Heat number 1. So there is this, and is looking like we'll get there. We will get there. That's not the right one. Okay, here we go. So the heat number 1 is going to be Patrick Boehm, Andreas Porschenschlager, Kalen Lockhart, and Christian Tauscher from Austria. So a big heat coming away. The 2 Austrian teammates, actually the 2 representatives of Austria in the same heat. They are getting into the SUP surfing. Had a little chat with Christian, 17 times Austrian SUP champion and one of the big names when it comes to the racing. But on the surfing side, just enjoying the bumps and the grind here in Denmark and hoping to see what he can do. Let's see how they come through in that first round of the repechage.
And only 40 seconds left in this heat. And if you're wondering why Caroline Kunsel on your screen has got a score of 0, is simply because she's not actually taking part in this SUP surf competition. She pulled out before the actual event in the SUP surf just to focus on really what her specialty is, which is SUP racing. She's a very dynamic SUP racer, and she's going mainly for the sprints and the technical, although I think she's doing all 3 events in the SUP racing. And it's over for hit number 2 of this first round of repechage in the Open Women.
And we could see Milanka Linda there taking that first position with a 6.85. And Joanna Andrade from Portugal in the second position. So those two ladies will be making their way through. And it looks like Joanna there, she has her head on the board. Not sure if she knows she has actually made it through. But we will have to soon find out if she's all right, if she's hurt herself. But while we get that information, we are going to take a short commercial break. And we are back. Okay, reportage number one, heat number one of the Surf Sup men's. I'm Joe Siasha. Joining me in the booth, we have Mattia from Total Sup. And we are looking forward to some more action. Tell me who is in the water, Mattia.
Well, we've got Kalen Lockhart with, strangely enough, a Belgian flag attached to his name. He's Australian, but he's also Belgian from his mom. And this year he's taking, I think, a 6 month trip to Europe and using that to actually qualify in the Belgium Championships particularly for this event. So he will be representing, he is representing Belgium in this competition in both the SUP surfing and the SUP racing. Is known mainly for his SUP racing. So yeah, he did really well yesterday. And we've got Christian Taucher from Austria, a great SUP racer as well. I don't know much about his SUP surfing skill. I don't know if he does know himself, because he told me yesterday that, you know, they surf on flat water basically in Austria. Then we've got the Swedish champ Patrick Boyum and Andreas Portenschlager, another Austrian. And I think this is a two-man nation here, Austria, in this competition.
It is the dynamic duo, I'm going to say, and they also, you know, putting on a good show here. Like you said, they're more on the racing side, but one of the things it's great to see them involved here in the waves. Didn't have the best of luck on the eliminations off yesterday, but hey, now let's not forget top two go through. And yeah, like you were saying about Kalen, it's funny not to see him with an Aussie. You know, that boy's from down under. And now just good to see him on a big name when it comes to the NSP, like you say, and also doing a European tour. So getting out of the big island and starting to enjoy Europe.
Absolutely. Visited all kinds of countries. Obviously took part in a lot of racing. We saw him in all the major French and international European SUP races, the Euro 2 races. He was also in a big event this year, the World SUP Festival in Alicante, organized by Danny Pares from Paris Water Sports. That was an amazing event, and that was used actually by France as one of the qualifiers for the SUP racing team. So quite odd to have a Spanish event chosen by the French Federation for that. But it did happen, and it was a great show, both in technical racing and the long distance. We had a great downwind around the island of Tabarca. Here comes Kalen, precisely, in yellow in the replay.
I mean, I talk about speed. He was going forwards and backwards there, Kalen, on that one, just to get a little replay so we could see both directions of his wave. But yeah, looks like he's got a little score coming up. So yeah, 5.50 total, a 2.5 and a 3.0. He's currently in first position. And then from Austria, we have Christian Taucher with a 4.5. Also putting up some decent numbers up. So it looks like it's going to be an interesting heat. Once again, the top two waves are the ones that count. Judges are looking for linking the maneuvers, hitting the wave in the sweet spot in the pocket as close to the power zone as possible, making sure you're linking sections, and also, of course, the additional adds of the surfing style. But coming up, here we have Patrick Rome, the Swedish champ, down the line. Just straight lining it a little bit, unfortunately not being able to get too many turns on that. But he is now at least going to have a score on the board and kind of, trying to get loosey-goosey out there, trying to start to get the juices flowing, get the old bones moving. It is chilly, but here we have from Belgium, Kalen Lockhart coming at you.
Ooh, almost lost his balance there. After his first turn, he's going for a second turn. That should increase his score. NSP rider Kalen Lockhart, Karen Forbes, marketing director of NSP, must be watching from Florida. Hello, Karen, if you're watching.
Karen, it has been a long time. Saludos from Spain. Hope you're doing good. And yeah, your boy is definitely putting it all up in here. And looking forward to hopefully see you somewhere soon. Here we can see him just a couple of turns. But once again, wave is flat out and not being able to get the power or the speed that he wants.
So yeah, just as I was predicting, Kalen Lockhart scored his second best wave. Right there, improving his overall result to 5.7. So still in the lead. Christian Tower in second. He needs 2.2 to take first place, but he's secured a second place still. Kalen Lockhart going for more. Going right this time. Ooh. He fell on his bottom turn attempt there. All right, if you're joining us now, this is day 2 of EUROSUP 22. And the subsurf competition is what we are starting this 9-day event with. It's repêchage time for the men's. We had some great surfing yesterday and this morning. This afternoon will be dedicated to the repêchage heats, and the big finals will all happen tomorrow. So make sure to tune in also tomorrow morning for some great European subsurfing. Here comes Andreas Portenschlager going left, front side, little backside turn there, which doesn't quite happen. And Kalen Lockhart still in the lead. Here he comes. looking for speed. And yes, he does see something on the right-hand side, takes his time to get there, makes his top turn. And is being followed by Christian Tauher going for a wave as well. So we've got two athletes surfing back-to-back. And I do believe Caden Lockhart might improve even more his surfing right there. Actually, he's just scored the same score he did in the previous wave, 2.7. And Christian Tauher is straight lining his surf almost to the beach, trying to make the most of those that finishing wave. Here comes Patrick Boyum, the Swede. Patrick Boyum is a bit of a family father for Team Sweden. Very active, always smiling, big beard. It's a bit like Daddy Bear for Team Sweden. Very, very friendly guy. And involved in both SUP surfing and SUP racing. And he likes to go to Denmark. Obviously, Denmark is not very far for the Swedes, the neighboring country, Sweden. But I think, I do believe Patrick Boyum came 3 or 4 times this summer to Denmark. Last time I saw him was at the Red Bull Midsummer Vikings, a great 24-hour relay race organized in Copenhagen by Kasper Stenfath, the 6-time world champion in SUP racing. Here's the replay of Caden Lockhart, who scored a 3.15, his best score so far. Keeping his balance at the end of the wave. Well done. And this is the replay of Christian Tauher. Tall guy. This guy is a former professional handball player. And he's now a very keen SUP racer. And as you can see, he can surf as well. He's currently second in that repechage heat. But Patrick Boyum and Andreas Portenslager are going to have to work harder. They only have 2 scored waves so far, and the scores are not super high, not high enough anyway to be through, unlike Caden Lockhart and Christian Tauher. So Belgium and Austria in first and second right now. And I don't think Caden Lockhart speak French or Flemish, but that doesn't keep him from having the Belgian passport, as well as an Australian one. Here he is in yellow on the right-hand side. Christian Tauher in blue in the middle. And Patrick Boyum doesn't quite manage to keep his balance there. It looks like Caden has spotted something on the right side of the field, closer to the pier. And Andreas right now, Portenslager, is in a no man's land spot. Also trying to figure out what to do in what looks like a very flat field right now. Yeah. Hardly any bumps presenting themselves right now. Here's something, but certainly not steep enough for him to have a go. So Caden Lockhart is in the lead with a 6.15. Christian Tauher is on 5.60. Here comes Patrick Boyum, the Swede. Nice couple of turns there. A third one. And a fourth one. Not a lot of variety, but definitely something going on here. And is happy with that one. And you can hear the cheering on the beach from the booth. So Team Sweden happy with their boss, Patrick. Here comes Kalen in yellow, attacking hard, Benoit Carpentier style, I would say. And going left and right now, going left and trying to get to that pocket which is disappearing and might reappear on the right. Yes, there's something going on there. He saw it and he's going for it. Little re-entry. That's tiny waves, but it's definitely going to be appreciated by the judges as he keeps his balance all the way to the end of the wave for a nice little finish. Good job, Kalen. Here comes Christian Taher, Austria, going left and losing the wave, which was starting to closing. He was on the inside, but didn't quite push hard enough to get going. And yes, indeed, Kalen Lockhart did manage to improve even more his score with now his best scored wave, a 4.2 for Kalen Lockhart. Good job on that one. And here comes Andreas Portenschlager. He's going for another one, so he might go for even first now if he does manage to score a similar wave. He doesn't know that maybe, but he's definitely going for it. Patrick Boyum, surprising candidate to a potential first place in that heat, is still going. Another turn, not quite completed, but I think he's happy with this one. I think the cheering from Team Sweden has been a confidence boost for Patrick. Here comes, no, you can't really surf white water like that. And Christian Taher knows it, so he stops right away. Let's find out what Patrick's last wave is going to be. Yes, he's taking first place. Patrick Boyum is taking the lead in this first heat of repêchage. Pretty good surfing there from Patrick. Not super radical, but steady and constant. And a nice combination of maneuvers as well. So he's got a 9.2 in this wave. Very surprising. Well, let's see how Kalen Lockhart replies to that one. And Kalen is not in a safe place because Christian Taher has got to score a 3.86 in order to catch up. And Christian Taher's best wave is a 3.5, so he could, in theory, still pull it out. But hold on, we only have 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. So very little time to make any change to the current scoreboard. Patrick Boyum in front. And here comes Kalen. He's got to score a 5 on that one in order to take first spot. He's through no matter what. He's still going after a top turn. Here comes another one. And still looking for that opening for a more radical move. It might happen right here. He has got to do it now. He's not ready and misses the opportunity to do so. And it's going to soon be the end of that heat with only 38 seconds to go. We might have time for another wave in heat number 1 of the first round of repechage. Here comes Christian with 25 seconds to go. Christian going left after going right. Unfortunately, it's only white water action for Christian Taher, who knows he doesn't have much time to do anything, so he's kindly, gently, slowly surfing back to the beach in 3rd position. Well done, Patrick Boyum, winner of this heat, followed by Kaelin Lockhart in 2nd. So Sweden and Belgium are through. And unfortunately for Christian Taher and Andreas Portenschlager, the dynamic duo from Austria, it's SUP racing time already for them because the SUP surf competition is over for Christian and Andreas. And look at that, a very happy, Patrick Boyum scoring his best heat so far. Is chuffed about that win, and Team Sweden is as chuffed as him. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Swedes hugging each other. And we are happy for them too. Yeah. Patrick Boyum feels like a world champion right now, I'm telling you. And he's through to the next round. That's amazing. And that's definitely going to boost his confidence for what's happening next. And you never know. We love surprises, and so does he. We might see it go further than expected. I certainly didn't expect Patrick to have a better score than Kaelin Lockhart in this heat, having seen what Kaelin Lockhart is capable of doing in the SUP surf. So Sweden, well done. And now we're moving on to the next heat number 2 of the first round of repechage, with Jan Slay, the Englishman from Newquay, in yellow right now, trying to impress the judges as soon as the buzzer started. But I'm not sure. Is the bell actually on already? I don't see the timer on my screen on, so I'm not sure this was just warming up, or if it was. Yes, indeed, it's definitely part of the competition, because the buzzer went on 1 minute ago, and Jan Slay was the first surfer to score on that wave. Here comes Kimo Kirsting from Germany. In this heat, we also have Imad Haliginu from Morocco. So Jan Slay has got a nice opener with 3 points. And that wave, although small, made it for some easy surfing. So 3 points. We know Jan can get that fairly easily, so pretty confident he should get at least a 6 in this heat if he repeats exactly what he's done, and it looks like he was very comfortable on that wave. But now it might be time for Kimo Kirsting from Germany to answer back to the Englishman, Jan Slay, who's probably the eldest in this competition. I think he's 53 years old. He was fifth in the UK Nationals 2022. Hadn't competed for a long time, for a few years. But because the competition was in a new key, he said, hey, why not? And he did well, ending in fifth. And here comes Kimo Kersting for Germany. Red jersey. Playing around with that first wave. He's definitely going to score something there. However, the conditions are not the best at the moment. And we're hoping for some sets to kick in and spice things up. Kimo Kersting is on I believe, an Indiana board, which Indiana being a Swiss company, water sport company, focusing on surfing, stand-up paddling, wing foiling, and also SUP racing with some hollow boards. Jan Slay on the left-hand side over there. I'm actually wondering if it's not just Jan and Kimo right now, because I don't see any action going on from a white jersey. Here comes Kimo going right. Couple of top turns. It didn't land the second one as he wanted. But Jansley now is going for it, but a little bit too keen maybe, as he falls over the nose of his subboard, but quickly regroups himself and is paddling out already. So Kimo Kersting is now taking the lead in this repechage heat number 2 with a 3.25. So a pretty tight game going on right now between the German Kimo and the Englishman Jan. Here's the replay. Kimo spotting that opening for a re-entry, which he didn't quite land, but still scoring 3.25 for that combination of 2 maneuvers. A 2-man heat right now. Here comes Kimo again. Not really convincing, and not really convinced himself by that wave right there, which sort of broke all of a sudden. Not really what Kimo was expecting when he turned around to position himself in order to catch it. And he's paddling out once again in search of the next wave. And here he comes again, Kimo. Another failed attempt. Still a scored wave for the German. Let me remind you that the SUP surfers can only surf 15 waves. And as you know, the 2 best waves will only go towards the overall score. So right now, Jan Slay has only got 1 scored wave. So, as we like to say, patience is a virtue. And it looks like Jan is very patient right now. Let's see if that's going to pay off in his game plan. Here it comes. A second wave maybe for Jan Slay, the Englishman. No, that one is not powerful enough, or at least not at this very precise location. And very, very difficult waves to read. But Kimo Kirsting is the one having most fun right now in this repechage hit number 2. He actually chooses to surf further down. And here comes a little replay. All right, Kimo Kirsting right now in the beach break area. So Jansley still just one wave scored right now. He's going now for a second. That's the right one. No, it's not. No, it's not. It looks like all of a sudden the wave goes poof and just dies under these guys' board. So Jan should probably look at changing his spot right now, because it's been 2 or 3 times that the waves have been doing exactly the same thing, presenting themselves as an option to take off, but all of a sudden disappearing under their boards, under his board. So he's, as you can see, going more to the right. When you look at the sea, it's on your right. And for him, it's on his left. And that's finally paying off. Yes, indeed. Look at him. Small little wave, probably 50, 60 centimeters for the Englishman. That there might be something to do with that little white water there. Sort of turn. Not a very, very conclusive one. He's actually changing stance right now. Going goofy all of a sudden. And paddling out again. Very, very close to the little pier promenade there. Definitely a landmark in Vilsane. It's about 500 meters long. It's a nice little stroll to the ocean. And you've got the local crowd and the tourists, mostly Germans, Danish, of course, Scandinavian and Germans. We're very, very close to Germany here, to the north of Germany. So we do have a lot of German tourists, and the camping facilities nearby really help with the access to the beach of Vilsande, to the white sands of Vilsande, which actually literally means white sands. And in that heat, as we've just reached the halfway mark with 9 minutes to go now, in this 20-minute heat, Jan Slay paddling out, yellow jersey. In second place behind Kimo Kirsting from Germany. If Jan wants to reach the first place for the glory, those I imagine these 2 athletes are through to the next round. That needs to be verified, but given Imad Aliginu is not part of this heat, they most likely are both through to the next round. So if he wants that first place, he needs a 4.25 to go in front of the German. And Joe is back with us. How are you, Joe?
Not too bad, Mattia. Just took a little eye, went down on the beach there. Actually caught up with Oscar Ruiz, the trainer for the Spanish team, waiting for. He's just saying he's very happy that pretty much all of their athletes are continue on in this competition. And went and had a little look on the pier over there, and yeah, conditions are tough. I'm gonna say it looks even bigger on the screen than it actually is out there on the water.
Right. Did you look? It's the second time I see this. Jan Slade changing stance in the middle of a wave. I'm not sure if that's to impress the judges, but he's done that a couple of times already.
He's getting his dance on.
Absolutely.
Getting his dance on. I mean, come on. Let's not forget Jan Slade, all the way from England, 52 years of age, if I'm not mistaken. Big windsurfer.
53, absolutely.
And yeah, just coming down and enjoying the Danish waters, and currently in second position, so safe at the moment in this repechage heat number 2, repechage number 1. And yeah, it looks like Kimo Kersling, from Germany, has been doing some good work out there.
Yeah, he's as you can see with a number of waves he scored, he's been having a lot of fun on his Indiana surfboard there. This is his 7th or 8th scored wave. So definitely having fun, while Jan Slade had been very patient at choosing the right wave to go for, with a top score of 3. So not too far behind Kimo in terms of his best wave, since Kimo has got a 3.25, and he's got a 4. Kimo has got a 4. So it's a two-man heat right now, because the Moroccan Himad has not showed up apparently, and I was guessing that the two are through to the next round. Is that how it should work? I'm assuming it is. So the two are really having fun out there.
Yeah, I mean, if you snooze, you lose. This is how it is, but it does look like Imad Hinkley Noah is not in the water, as you say. So these two guys are going to be making it through to the next repechage range. And let's not forget that we have 3 heats of this repechage number 1. So we have another heat coming at us very shortly, where we will be seeing going out in the water is going to be Cohen Prost from the Netherlands, Kees Valberg also from the Netherlands, Ruben Afonso from Portugal, and Fredrik Roxvall from Sweden.
And Joe, down on the beach, did you see the big cheer for Sweden and for Patrick Boyum? He looked like he was winning the world championship out there, taking first place in that repechage heat, right in front of Caelan Lockhart.
Yeah, he was very happy, came out of the water, and I tell you, there was a Viking growl going over there. It was like, oh, that's it. And yeah, congratulations to him going past Caelan Lockhart. So yeah, that's a pretty big win for him.
Yeah, he actually scored the best wave with a combination of 4 or 5 maneuvers going left, and looks like the judges were impressed with that one.
And here we come as we enter the final 4 minutes of this heat, and we can see Kimo. Just this one's opening up nicely. Okay, looks like he might actually have a little bit of a face to make some moves out here. Let's see what the German athlete has. Goes down, switches, but unfortunately head over heels, and he is going to go down. That's a shame, because that was looking a pretty medium decent wave. And let's see how he comes out now.
And
And here's the replay of that last wave. It looked like it wasn't really going to jack up, and then suddenly, for some reason, it hit that sandbank, and he was able to get another turn on that one still. Trying to improve on that 3.25. He has not done that yet. We're just waiting for scores to come in, as it does look like Kimo is in the driving seat at the moment. And as you mentioned before, these boys are just out there enjoying themselves, because it is to define to see who is going to go through in first. Obviously, will make a difference on the placement, but both of them are still going to stay alive in this competition.
Well, staying alive is exactly what Jan Slay is doing right now on his board, changing stance once again for the third time. So a bit of a John Travolta move there. Having fun, just like you were saying.
John Travolta, yeah, a little bit of disco action out here in the water. And yeah, you can see at the moment these two guys, first position Chemo, second position Jan. So we will have to see who is going to be up there, because let's not forget the positioning will define who they will be going up against in their next heat. We are going to be going on until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon here, as we're going to be making it through quite a few repechage rounds of all the different categories. And we're going to have to see who is going to be staying in this competition, because let's not forget, tomorrow is going to be the day, the D-Day, of where we will be having that grand finale. And we will be seeing who are going to be taking the crown jewels home to claim themselves the European Surf Sup 2022 champions. And also we're going to see who is going to be the team overall after the whole week of competition, as we are going on until the 3rd of September.
Yeah, it's not actually one crown tomorrow, but actually 4, because we've got 4 categories going on. The open men, the open women's, but also the junior boys and the junior girls. And some of these athletes are going for both divisions, open and junior. And we saw that little replay of Jan Slay going in BG's mode. Once again, with that stance switch. 50 seconds left for Chemo Kirsting to have a bit more fun. He's in the lead. He's been for a while now. And Chemo has got maybe one last wave to enjoy, going left this time, but no, not powerful enough, not enough force in that swell for him to be able to take off.
Yeah, you can see it is looking quite slow out there. So unless anything drastic happens, it looks like Chemo and Jan are going to stay with the same positions. Coming up next, we're going to be having round number 2 of the repechage of the Surf Sup women. In the water, we will have Lara de Pont in red from Italy, Joanna Andrade from Portugal in white, Paulina Herpel from Germany in yellow, and Caterina Stenta in blue from Italy. And I think this wave is actually going to count, because he was right on the old buzzer there. But there we have it. So first position is going to be that man, Chemo Kirsting from Germany. And second position we have Jan Slay.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
Tag løs og nyd sommeren med Oyster. Du får fri tale og 30 GB data for kun 89 kroner per måned. Oyster, det er bedst til prisen.
And we're back. And Sis Velberg from the Netherlands, he's having a first go with this wave opener, as well as Ken Prost, another Dutchman in the back. Few nice turns for Ken, and maybe a steeper one here. Wider top turn, and he's still going. And he's got to do something now. He's doing it and keeps his balance. That should be a nice score for Ken's first wave.
Absolutely, the Dutch champion there, showing why he has that title underneath his belt, as he has just gone all the way from the back to the front. A nice little backside wave he had there. Little opener, you know, get a couple of waves in, and then you can start to get creative, start to give us a show, as we've seen some of the guys saying earlier on in the stream. At the moment, we also have out there Ruben Afonso from Portugal, who I was very impressed with in this in the first heat. Unfortunately, he didn't have the best draw. And now let's see, as that is Fredrik Roxvall from Sweden dropping in to a nice little wave.
Yeah, and pushing hard to get into the wave. He did manage to do that, and is now going for a little combination of turns, first right and then left, and he's still in it. And in the back, I think the Portuguese is also having a go out of the way, but we're focusing on Fredrik right now. He's still in the wave, another turn for him. Bottom turn, slightly more radical, but the wave is really tiny at this point. But he should do well in the scoring for that one. Fredrik Roxvall from Sweden. And the scores are currently loading up for Cis Velberg from the Netherlands and for Fredrik Roxvall. And I think Ruben Alfonso also went for one. I'm not sure with much success.
And we can see here, so at the moment it is the Dutch champion Frost in first position, and his teammate Kees Welbo. Kees also studying out in Amsterdam. He is getting into the surfing. I've seen on the old gram, seen some very nice SUP surfing pictures. So this guy can definitely throw down and just out here. And he says he is just proud to be represented his country down here in Denmark and trying to make a mark for himself out here at this contest. And here we have Koen Frost, slipping out there, keeping himself low, but just not quite being able to manage it. But still, first position for him. So the Netherlands look like they're on top at the moment in this heat.
Yes, and a decent score for his first wave. Actually, this second wave started really well, but he didn't manage quite to keep his balance there. And it looks like Ruben Afonso has got the second best score with a 4, but he needs a second wave decently scored in order to take the second place, which is what he needs to keep going in this competition.
Here we can see that replay from Koen, just unfortunately going down a little bit earlier there and just waiting for some scores to be dropped. It is very similar in that second and third position. Let's not forget, elimination rounds in the water. If you are not in that top 2, you are going home. And let's not forget, this isn't the end of this event, as we will be continuing on, as Matthias said, with racing for the rest of the days. Tomorrow is still going to be on the SUP Surf, but we're going to have some action-packed Speedy Gonzalez lightning bolting across the waters here of Vida Sande throughout the week, and looking forward to seeing some of that. But at the moment, waves are the name of the game. Oh, looks like he saw a tuna fish or something and wanted to get lunch. Just going head over heels there, but still in the lead, 7.5. Koen Prost putting in the work easy and making it a little bit comfortable for him out there.
Yes, and we're waiting for the score. That should certainly be his second best wave. He's got a 6 already and a 1.5. Let's see if he consolidates his scoring with this one. And the field has gone all flat all of a sudden. Once again. So the two Dutchmen, Ken and Cis, in the lead. Here's the replay of Koen Prost's last wave. Going left, Paddling to get some speed. Stays on the wave. Not much happening there, but room enough to place a last little turn. And his score hasn't been updated yet, but that's coming soon. So Ruben Afonso from Portugal and Frederick Roxval are virtually out of the competition right now, but we still have 13 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So plenty could happen still in this heat 3 of the first round of repêchage.
I mean, you know what they say, Mathieu, ain't over until the fat lady sings, and I ain't seeing any cigars out there yet. So we are definitely going to be having more action coming our way. But yeah, the waves are very far and few between. Pretty much every blue moon a set comes, and you have to be patient and wait, because at the moment, any of the smaller waves, you can see a lot of the athletes only getting probably 1s until 4s is probably the best scores we're seeing on some of these small ones. But if you can grab one of those bigger set waves, the judges automatically, pretty much for the same, let's say, technicality of the maneuvers, you are going to be hitting in the 6 to 7 point category. So yeah, different strategies. Some of the athletes are deciding to keep themselves more busy and be erratic all the way across, paddling left, right, and center. And then some other riders are just kind of cruising and perusing out the back, kind of cruise operator, and see if they can grab one of those set waves and mark the difference.
And that's exactly what Koen Prost did in his last wave, improving his score by almost 2 points, going from 7-something to 9.25. And Sis needs a 6.5 to get to the first position. But most importantly, Ruben Afonso needs a tiny 0.25 to secure a second position. So Ruben in the yellow jersey from Portugal should act fast in order to potentially be through and carry on competing in the subsurf of EUROSUP 22.
And here we have Cohen, your current leader in the red. Looks like he's eyeing up a nice little all backhander here. But still, you can see how it just flattens out. Man, conditions are not easy for our athletes out there at the moment, as that tide is pushing in, but it isn't pushing as much as we expected. There we can see the replay. Let's not forget, a lot of these guys, a lot of the athletes are on very small boards, and maybe it might be time to go back to a little bit more volume, a little bigger, maybe even longboard style, and start to be able to make the most of some of these little flat waves out there. You were talking to Benoit Carpentier before, and he said he's looking forward to trying to get on his smaller boards to be able to give on a show and do some of the moves like we saw from the likes of Essen. But yeah, strategy is important, and in the end, nobody knows their gear better than they do. They're going to have to pick the right moments to be able to shine out there today.
And that was a nice combo for Sis Velberg from the Netherlands. Here's the replay. Very fast bottom there. Couple of turns at the top of the wave. And the score coming up for that one. Here comes Ruben from Portugal. Nice top turn. Going left now. Putting his paddle in the water. He should probably take second spot after this one, given he only needs a 0.25, but we still need the last score for Cess in his last wave, which looked okay. So there's a battle going on between the Netherlands and Portugal right now in this third heat. Here comes Koen Prost. Here's the replay of Ruben Afonso's last wave. I think the best part is about to come with this turn. Yeah, we missed that one, but we're still waiting for the score. He's got a 4 already, which is not a bad first wave. He only needs a decent score in his second wave to take second position. Plenty of score updates to come for 3 paddlers, Kun, Cess and Ruben. Let's see what the scoreboard says in a few seconds.
Yeah, that was a nice wave there from Kees Velberg. He really did make the most of the opportunities he had out there. But, you know, we're hoping to see some more action, as it is just gone past halfway through this heat so far. Heat number 3, repechage number 1. And then we're going to be moving on. And this is looking like a nicer wave here. Here we go. Kees Velberg going down. Gets the first turn. This is where it flattens out. You can see they literally have to paddle and it just completely stops. So that is not going to be what he was looking for, as he needs a 6.5 to go into first position. And we're still waiting for that score from Ruben Afonso desde Portugal to see if he is going to be going into that safe zone, which I think he is, because he only has 1 score up on the board. So he is being very selective of the waves that he takes. And I think that is going to be rewarded now, as he is going to probably be moving up in to second position. You can see out there Frederick Roxval also with priority number 1, waiting to see when it is his turn to get on one of those set waves. As at the moment we maybe see, I think we saw a set at the beginning of this heat, and it must be getting pretty close to having another set come our way.
And Ken Prost, definitely a dominating figure in this heat. But Blue, in this particular wave, had priority and is going for it. Unfortunately, he goes down on his second maneuver attempt. Here comes Kun. He's got 10 points already, which is not a bad score for a repechage heat. And Cess Velberg failing to catch that wave right there. Here's Kun again, going left. The first top turn to prepare for a bottom turn, which is not really happening. Top turn again. And here's a tiny re-entry. But 3 maneuvers in 1 wave is better than most in this repechage heat, so that makes him the leader naturally in this repechage heat number 3.
And there we can see Kees Velberg making his way all the way down here. really making the most out of this little whitewater. Got a couple of semi-decent turns on that. And then that wave just does completely die out. Okay, here we have Ruben Afonso. Portugal. Let's see what he has for us. As at the moment, he is in second position, looking to improve on a 3.10. And he has milked this one, squeezing all the juice out of the fruit that is that wave. And is that going to be enough to improve on his backup score? We will soon find out, Matt.
Not entirely sure. To be honest, I was expecting a last maneuver for him in that little white water. Most athletes who go that far do manage to get it, but he didn't quite find the spot to do that. We're going to find out in a few seconds. He's got his second best wave with a 3.1, and yes, no. Unfortunately, he's got a 2.9 on that last wave. So his overall score is not moving, but still he's got that second place, which is very much what the athletes are competing for right now in this third repechage heat.
Yeah, and he only needs a 3.15 now to actually advance into first position. So Karim Prost is not safe yet. Just under 2.5 minutes to go. And we will see if the Dutch champion can come out on top here, because at the moment he is leading the pack. But we can see there, it looks like priority. So Kees Valberg has the priority. And Ruben Afonso still waiting to see if he can get out there in time, as we are coming up on 2 minutes of this heat number 3, repechage number 1. Next up, we will be moving back over to the ladies.
And maybe one last wave for Karim Prost with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. That was a decent combination, but probably not his best. Here's the replay. So getting into that little pocket, trying to reach that bottom turn. He does it, but his top turn was not very, very convincing there.
Yeah, you could really see, unfortunately, he just didn't have the speed. So even though he did kind of get the board up on the white water to be able to get pushed down, due to the lack of speed, just was not able to get that board back underneath his feet to continue on. So that's a shame, as we now enter the final minute of this heat number 3. And let's see if there is going to be any changes. At the moment, 2 men can make this change. Well, pretty much everybody can make this change, because it's only a 5-point ride needed. So we have in the blue Frederik Roxvall, Kees Valberg, who needs a 4.35. And then we have Ruben Afonso, who now needs a 6. So that's a big number he's going to need if he wants to be able to take that first position. But anything happens. Dropping in Kees Valberg. Let's see what this young man has for us. Gets the first turn. Oh! That was a little clash of the Titans out there. It's going to be interesting to see. I wonder if there was an interference or not. We'll soon find out. But yeah, he is milking this one all the way down. He needs a 4.35. He knows what he needs. He knows it is going to be close. And is he going to be able to get some extra shakas and kudos from our judges and make his way into the safe zone? We will soon find out. Is Ruben Afonso safe, or has Kees Valberg done it? We will be right back with you with that information.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark. Professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
Og nyd sommeren med Oyster. Du får fri tale og 30 GB data for kun 89 kroner per måned. Oyster, det er bedst til prisen.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are back on in the water. Coming up next, we are going to be having, in the red, Laura da Bont, who is from Italy, living out of Portugal. We have Joanna Andrade, who is from Portugal. We saw her in the previous heat, making her way through that last round of the repechage. We have Paulina Herpel, also making it through. And we have Caterina Stenta, the Italian, very talented SUP race rider, and also very into the trial running now. So when it comes to fitness, this girl has it dialed. Let's see how she does out here in the waves. Front and center in the blue, the Italian athlete.
Yeah, you can see her pumping on her board in order to get more speed, but you know, you can't fight the elements really. However, whatever pumping you do, Caterina Stenta, as you were saying, an all-round sportswoman, windsurfer, racer, sub-surfer, and also trail runner, which is a new passion she found out about during the COVID time. And she's really good at it. She now races internationally and splits her past two seasons between sub racing and trail running. Very impressive girl. I didn't know she was also a surfer, so this is kind of new to me, but I'm very much used to seeing her in the races. I do believe she's got a third place in the ISA Worlds, probably in Wanning, China. I can't remember for which discipline, but I'll obviously make sure I have this information for when the sub racing starts on Tuesday in the sprints. Here comes Paulina Herpel from Germany.
Yeah, all of these athletes keeping themselves busy out there. Just not forget 20-minute heats. Top two scores are the ones that give them the extra kudos and the overall average. The judges are looking for verticality. They're looking for power, style, linking maneuvers, and combining the different sections of the wave. We've seen throughout this as that is that first section, and then it gets a little bit flatter, then opens up a little further down. So if you can stick yourself and stay on the white water, you actually be able to get 3 semi-decent hits in there. And here we have Joanna Andrade from Portugal starting to make this work. And she is going backhand here on this nice little right-hander, rolling herself all the way into the beach.
Here's the replay of Caterina Stenta from Italy. I think that was her first wave at the very start. Yes, indeed, that pumping we talked about. And she scored a 3 for that one. as her wave opener.
Well, you know what they say down under, Mathieu. We are cooking with gas here, and we are definitely not here for a haircut. So the girls are ready to rumble, and they are on it. So hopefully we will see, because let's not forget, 2 of the athletes in the water now will be going home, because they will be eliminated from the competition. And we have to see who that is going to be at the moment. Looks like we got a kite flying there as well. It looks like we got the dragon. A little bit of Mulan action happening out here in Denmark.
I didn't know that expression, Joe. In France, we say we're not here to buy land. So Caterina Stenta from Italy taking the lead in the hit number 1 of the second round of repêchage, followed by Joanna Andrade with a 3.50 with only 1 point wave to score in order to take the first spot. So that could definitely happen in the upcoming 50 minutes of this first heat of the second round of repêchage. Here comes Caterina Stenta, the SUP racer, trail runner, windsurfer, once again going left, but it's not looking like it's the right choice of wave for Caterina, who was not super fast at doing her bottom turn there, and that puts her in jeopardy for the rest of the surfing on that wave, because she didn't quite manage to get that top turn following a fast bottom turn. So she kept straight lining. She's still, however, in the lead. Let's see if Joanna Andrade and actually Laura Dal Pont and Paulina Herpel, they only need a small score to get higher up on the scoreboard. Joanna needs a 1, Laura needs a 1.51, and so does Paulina Herpel. So Italy, Portugal, Italy again, and Germany in this heat. If you're wondering what you're watching, if you just turned on or happen to land on either the YouTube live stream or the Facebook live stream, we are on day 2 already of EUROSUP 22, a 4-discipline competition spanning 9 days of contests with the top European athletes in stand-up paddling in 4 disciplines: SUP surfing, SUP sprints, technical race, and long distance. And this is only day 2, and it's already packed of action here in Vilsane on the west coast of Denmark, where Gio Siastela and myself are your hosts for a full week of European Stand-Up Paddle Championships. Here comes Caterina Stenta in repêchage heat number 2, heat number 1 of the second round of repêchage, and that's probably her best wave so far. A much quicker turn at the bottom than previously. A couple of top turns as well. Not a full circle, but still something for the judges to score. And here comes the score on that one. And Paulina Herpel now from Germany. Yeah, she doesn't want it, and she takes a dive. Pretty refreshing dive, I have to say, here on the west coast of Denmark. But the sun is out, and it's still summertime here in the north of Europe. You can appreciate that the subsurfers are wearing their wetsuits, so they are protected against the cold. No problem there. Look at Laura Dal Ponte. We haven't seen much of her so far, but she had 4 waves. And it looks like Joanna Andrade in white on the Nash board. He's taking now first place. Katerina Stenta is moving to second. Oh, a lot of things happening right now on the scoreboard. It's not showing on your screen yet. Or is it? But Paulina Herpel was for a few seconds first, and now she's moved down to second. So a lot of things going on, movers and shakers right now in this heat number 1 of Repechage 2. Katerina Stenta is back on top of the scoreboard, followed not by Joanna Andrade like previously, but by Paulina Herpel. All that moving and shaking is really due to the scores being very close to each other. The top score right now for wave is 3 points, and it's Katarina Stenta's work. She's in the lead, followed by the German Paulina Herpel.
Yeah, winning by a small margin at the moment. So Paulina Herpel, also the German, very close. But Catalina Stenta definitely looks like she's put the work on in the first half of this heat. I just skipped out there, Mathieu, because it looks like, looking at the forecast, there was, it's not looking great for tomorrow. So some discussions are going on to see what is going to happen, so that we're going to keep you updated to see if we're going to continue on or if we are going to stop as planned, because the idea for today was we were going to be stopping around 5 o'clock, and the last heat was going to be the repechage round number 4 of the men. So we have to see if that is going to continue like that, because if conditions are not great tomorrow, maybe they'll be pushing, but we will definitely keep you updated. But at the moment on the water, it looks like Italia is pushing forward, and let's see who is going to take the win in this heat.
Yes, so we might be in for a long and exciting day if we decide to carry on until the very end of this subsurf competition. I wonder if that means tomorrow we might be starting the sub racing earlier. I doubt it, but we never know. We'll make sure we keep you updated no matter what. Make sure you tune into subcitydenmark.dk for regular updates. Well, at least once a day. At the end of the day, we know what's going on the next day, so we update the website. Here comes Katerina Stenta. Here's a decent looking wave, but Katerina doesn't quite do those radical bottom turns we expect her to do in those conditions. Pretty slow at turning her board around, but still in the lead with some bottom turns and top turns. But we would expect some more radicality at this stage of the competition.
Yeah, you can see, unfortunately, there the speed is not a favor at the moment, because you know, if you have the speed, you can go down and kind of get those harder kind of archy turns, because you have power in the board. But yeah, as the waves aren't that pushy, you got to risk it, obviously, if you want the biscuit, but it is got to be at that medium ground, especially at the moment where she knows she is very close to that second and third position. So obviously staying in the competition is up there, so just using the strategy. And here we have Paulina Herpel, the German rider. And it looks like Laura Dal Ponte, who had priority, is going to give this one a go. So let's have a look. Italian, living out of Portugal, so she knows what it is when it comes down to the old surf. And this is going to open up nicely. That's turn number 2. So she made 3 little check turns using the paddle quite a lot. So I think she probably might be penalized for that, because it is looking about the power of the wave and not the power of your stroke. But still, getting some numbers on the boards. What she needs, only needs a 2.71 to go into third, and then about just under a 5 to go into second. So we will soon find out. Another wave on the cards, another score, another number. It's all about, you know, at the moment it is consistency, keeping the numbers coming, and we will see if the judges are going to be rewarding her that to go into that safe zone.
And here's the replay of Laura Dal Ponte from Italy. And I've mentioned those slow bottom turns from Katerina Stenta a couple of times already, but I have to stress that Katerina has got a foot injury, which might be preventing her for being super active on the back foot and not allowing her maybe to do fast turns. This might have a bit of a consequence maybe on the technical racing that she's going to take part in starting on Wednesday, and yeah, most likely also the sprints, because the sprints are ocean format sprints, so definitely some buoy turns involved. Here comes once again Laura Dal Ponte from Italy, pumping like on a foil board there to try and get some momentum.
You got to use everything you can to try and create speed out there on these waves. And yeah, as the information is coming through, this is looking like probably in about an hour's time we're going to be seeing the better waves of the forecast. So it definitely does look like the wind has dropped and the waves are starting to come through, but there is not a lot of period. So it's about 8 seconds out there at the moment, meaning that we're seeing even 10 to 15 minutes in between sets. So you really got to be able to select those right waves. And at the moment, Katerina Stenta still in the lead, but by a very small margin.
And here's a replay of Paulina Herpel. She's just scored a 2.20 on that one. Still in second position behind Katerina Stenta. So it's still Italy and Germany through in this first heat of the second round of repêchage in the Open Women, day 2 of EUROSUP 22.
Yeah, and you can see Paulina there definitely making her life a little bit easier, because now she only needs a 2.81, and she did get the turns, and unfortunately here Katerina just not quite getting enough face. But hey, let's see if she can get a little turn there. No, so she is looking to improve a 2.5, and I doubt that is going to do it. But yeah, as we said before, Paulina Herpel had a nice wave, and now she is in a good situation. She's got 3 minutes left. She's almost back to the peak. Obviously, she's got to respect priority, because there's a couple other athletes that have that first priority. But she will be able to maybe have another throw, be able to throw out another punch to see if she can go through in first position of this heat.
Two minutes to go in this first heat of the second round of repêchage, and Katerina Stenta still in the lead. Here comes Laura Dal Ponte. She's in fourth right now, so she needs to work hard and fast if she wants to get through to the next round. She's currently virtually eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, she's going to need a 2 point. What's she going to need? She's going to need a 2.8 if she wants to be able to make her way into that safe area. So there we can see, and Joanna Andrade in the white also only a 1.75. So pretty much safe zone is up for grabs. Whoever gets a decent wave is going to probably be in that second or first position. So, yeah, interesting fact out there on the water. And let's have a look. So we saw Laura de Pont. She needs a 2.85. Has she done that in the red to be able to achieve and go into that safe position? We will soon find out. But also Paulina Herpel has a score coming her way. But it did, if we caught the end of it, it did look like she fell off there, Mathieu.
Yeah, but you have to bear in mind that they only have 1 minute left if they want this to happen. And that's the very, very little time for 3 ladies or 2 ladies to try and change the current scoreboard. It's Katarina and Paulina right now that are through, who are through to the next round, and Joanna and Laura out. 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, coming on the last 30 seconds. Let's see what is going to happen. So Katarina Center, she knows that it is close, and she's decided to get a little inside roller here. So there we can see her getting a first hack. Let's see if she can get a hack number 2, trying to secure and increase her 2.5 average as we come in on the last 15 seconds. Oh, Paulina Herpel was taking off on something there. Laura de Pont, are we still waiting for a score? No, we aren't. And Joanna is going to be timed out the last seconds. But there it is. That's the buzzer. So that means moving through to the next round, we are going to have Caterina Stenta from Italy and Paulina Herpel from Germany. Congratulations to them as we continue on with the competition EUROSUP 2022.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
Okay, so heat number 2 of the repechage number 2 of the subsurf woman. In the water we have Annabelle Page, Sophie Simonson from Sweden, Christina Doviak from England, and we have Milanka Linda from Germany. There we have the 4 girls out there waiting, and it does look like we are going to be continuing on with the competition more than expected today, because the forecast for tomorrow is not looking too promising. So we're going to keep going and see how far we can go through that competition ladder here for the EUROSUP 2022. 14 minutes left on this heat. It looks like we go. Is that a seal? No? Yes? I think I saw a seal out there just saying hi. So good afternoon, Mr. Seal. Good to see you enjoying the best of the European supping here. Not surprised you come over and take a little peek. So at the moment, Annabelle Page, who is the youngster, the British youngster who is up and coming, and she under 18 champ, second in the Open, and now starting to leave her mark here on the international events, this being her first international competition, if I am not mistaken. So she is definitely enjoying the conditions out there at the moment. And we have also Milanka Linda in the water. And this is also her first European Championships. And Sophie Simonsson from Sweden. All of the girls here enjoying the conditions. Yesterday was a little bit better. And today, forecast was improving. But it looks like, unfortunately, that hasn't completely pushed through as hard as we expected. So it means we are going to be continuing on with the competition and not stopping today. So it is a green light, go, 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 as we have the surf sup discipline here of the European Championship. That lady in the blue, Annabelle Page, leading so far this heat number 2, repechage number 2. Okay, so here we have Christina Doviak looking for a little bit of a set wave there, but just unfortunately not quite getting that. And it does look, if I'm not mistaken, I can see seagulls, and it looks like we can see a set coming away. She's definitely seen something, so I can see her paddling a little bit harder. Currently in 3rd position, needing a 2.06 to go into that secure area of the top 2. Because let's not forget, top 2 athletes will be making their way and continuing on in this competition. That is the beauty of this double elimination format, where we have that repechage. And we just saw Katerina Stenta and Paulina Heppel continue on. And now, who is going to be the next 2 athletes out of this heat number 10 of the SUP winning to continue on in this competition? We will be bouncing back after that. We will be continuing on the male side of the comp to see. And as I mentioned before, we are going to be continuing on due to the fact of the conditions. So after this, after repechage number 2 of the women, which is the one you have currently on your screen, we will be going into the SUP Surf men repechage number 2, then the SUP Surf junior boys, and then round number 3 of the repechage of the SUP Surf men. So after this, we have the 3 categories of the men coming your way. But currently out there on the water, you can see some of the kiters, some of the foilers. Also enjoying those long lakey bumps, and there it looked like there was definitely a little bit of motion out the back. And let's see if we can have a set wave coming our way. So Milanka Linda there in the first position, as she has just scored a 2.40 for that last wave, meaning with the 2.0, that is going to be her total score so far, as we have just passed that halfway point here of heat number 2. Okay, so yeah, it is official. We are going to be continuing on until about 8 o'clock this evening, as the waves are definitely looking like they are going to be dropping tomorrow, meaning we will only have about 2 hours left of competition after that. So just going to be confirming to see exactly into what heat we are going to be going out on the water. As I can see people starting to come down here to the beach, but it's 2:30 in the afternoon, just past lunch. And they are coming down to enjoy the European SUP 2022 out here. The beautiful location of Vida Sand currently on the water. Milanka Linda in the red in the lead, front and center on your screen. Annabelle Page from England is in second position. Third position we have Christina Doviak in the yellow from England, and Sophie Simonson in the white from Sweden in fourth position. Okay, here we have Christina Doviak. Looks like she's on a nice and wide board there. So it means she can actually get going on a few of these little inside flat rollers. Nice moves here from her. Goes down. Can she keep it together? Oh, just going a little bit too front foot heavy. And sliding out of that one. And her teammate, Annabelle Page, also trying to go. Looking like she was trying to link a few things together. Missed the first half of that wave. But yeah, nice one there from Christina. She needs a 2.06 to overtake her teammate there, Annabelle Page in the blue. And here we have the repeater that you can see. The width of the board allows her to get a couple moves, but it was there just a little bit too front foot. Nosedive slightly and just went over the edge. That was a shame because that was looking like a nice wave. Let's see what she is going to be scored for that one. All right, so it does sound like it's official. We will be making all the way through, and let's see how far we would get. Just waiting for that to be confirmation, but at the moment it seems maybe all the way through to the semi-finals. I will update you as soon as possible, but let's have a look, because at the moment, repechage heat number 2, repechage number 2 for the SUP Surf women, and Linda, excuse me, 5.3, very close in between all of these athletes. Only about a 2-point difference. Okay, here we go. Milanka, your leader. Let's see if she can increase her lead there. No, and here we can see Christina Doviak. And a nice wave here coming. Oh, what a shame. Sophie just trying to get up on that one. And it looks like Christina Doviak from England is going to be dropping in on a wave. And it does look like this one might have a little bit of a section, but no, flattens off and backs out. So unfortunately, pressing on the old brakes there and not being able to continue on that one as we approach less than 5 minutes left of this heat. Here we have the Swedish athlete, Sophie. Can she get down this section? Yes, she does. Okay, continues along. Managing to get, and I can hear some cheers down there, and the Swedish flag going left, right, and center. And here we have that nice replay. Thank you from the boys from the broadcast, making sure that we don't miss a single detail out there. But yeah, you can see just at the end there, a little back foot heavy, board going tombstone in a bit and not being able to continue on. And here we have, circling the break area, you can see Kristina Doviak from the UK. She only needs a 2.5. She knows she needs a smaller score, and she will be in that safe position and overtaking her teammate. And there's that, the width of that board. You can see she's really able to get into the way. So there's turn number 1. Ranks up turn number 2, and unfortunately goes over the hill edge there. So that's going to be another wipeout for her. And let's see if we are going to be seeing some more action out there, because now Melanda Linger and Annabelle Page will have priority number 1. So she has priority if that set comes through and she's in position. Let's see if she's going to be able to use that to her advantage and be able to make her way through to the next round out there. So don't forget, coming up next, we'll be having representation round number 2 of the Super Surf men. There we have Blue Lycra. Here we have Annabelle Page. But unfortunately, if you're not in that middle section, you really do not have the power to be able to continue, as it is flattening out. Okay, Kristina Doviak looking to score a 2.5. Here we go. Let's see. Can she achieve it? This is probably maybe going to be one of the last ways, as there's 2 minutes to go. And no, just going off the edge there. So that's going to be a wipeout for her. Desperately trying to scavenge in some points together. But there you can just see they're going off the back of a board. So that's going to be not enough as we continue on with just over 1.5 minutes left of this heat. And here we have Milanka Linda going to be try and improve on that 2.4 to see if she can achieve a little bit more distance, even though she is in first position so far. And they are, no, unfortunately, just going over her edge. And there it is, the last minute, last 60 seconds. You can see some of the boys on the right-hand side are waiting for the action to be coming their way. And here we go. As the final 30 seconds of this heat, as it stands right now, it's going to be Milanka Linda from Germany and Annabelle Page who are going to be making their way through. Kristina Doviak only needs a 2.5. I'm trying to look out the side of my window. Okay, she is actually in position. Is there going to be a set wave coming towards her in the next 10 seconds? And she might have the opportunity. Okay, looks like, no, she's seen something. But no, that is looking like the final seconds of this heat. And there it is. That's it. That's all, folks. So, making their way through to the next round, we have from Germany, Milanka Linda and Annabelle Page from England. Congratulations to both of them, and a big round of applause to Kristina Doviak and Sophie Simonsen, as they, unfortunately, that is going to be it for their Surf Sup competition, as they are eliminated after this repechage number 2. And we will have to see as it continues on. Next up in the water, we have repechage number 2 of the men coming your way.
Patrick Boyum. First on the scoreboard, but Leonika had a great wave and we're still waiting for his score to come through. Here it comes, 6.75 on the first wave. That's very good for the Italian. Leonika takes the lead in this first heat of the second round of repechage for the open men's.
Yeah, absolutely, and he had a he finished off really well on that last wave on the last heat where he pretty much took it in the final seconds of that last one. So yeah, great to see Patrick Boyum, and also he is a veteran out here. He's always been involved in all of the national and international competitions. Great to see him still here involved. But this man, Leonika, really starting to move that board around and getting the style and getting the hacks. It looks like he's on that wider board again, Mathieu. Yeah, this guy, I love to see the veterans out there. I mean, if I can be in as good a shape as some of these boys when I'm 53, I would be a very happy man. And it's really cool to see them pushing through. And there it is, so as we speak, it's stacking himself into second position, trying to make his way through repechage number 2 because, you know, he wants to stay in the competition. And as you said there before, Leonika, he has a smile. And when this guy smiles, he's dangerous.
Well spotted by Leo there.
Yeah, pumping that board, making sure he gets into this one, and he's obviously seen something that he likes with this, and I can understand. Off the top, yes, starting off, even the seagull got scared by that wave, and you can see him, I think he even splashed the feathers off of that one. So yeah, starting to get his things together, and you can see 9.95, looking to improve on that 3.2, had a very nice first wave. So yeah, he looks like he might be improving on his overall score, putting in the work early. It does seem, correct me if I'm wrong, Mathieu, it does seem a lot of these guys, they get the first two waves on a roll, it seems like at the beginning of most of the heats we see the better sets, and then as it goes throughout, it kind of dies out, which is strange because, you know, obviously it's not like we can press a button and it's like heat has started, bring on the waves, but it seems at the moment, it seems that's kind of what's been happening. Yeah, definitely, and we can see at the moment Nika definitely bringing his A game on the Italian athlete, and let's see what is going to be happening out there, because it does look like Jan Slate has a 4.25, so he is currently in second position, but very close behind. We've got Benedict Gutz and Patrick Boyum, who only need 2-point rides if they're going to go into that safe zone. Let's not forget, top two athletes, 50% of the athletes in the heats will be making it through to the next round. At the moment, Leonard Nika and Jan Slate. So just waiting for confirmation, just getting some messages in here. At the moment, it does look like we are going to be continuing on with competition. So we are going to be doing more hits due to the updated forecast of tomorrow. But I'm just waiting to see exactly where and until what we are going to be doing. So let's have a look. All right, so I do have confirmation. So we're going to be doing 6 more heats today, meaning that we are going to be doing round 4, round 3, round 4 of the Subsurf men, and then we will be doing repechage 5 of the men, repechage 3 of the women, and repechage 3 of the sub junior boys. So 6 more heats, so we'll be finishing around 7 o'clock today. So we are going to be continuing advancing on in the competition. Currently on the water, there is a battle for second out there at the moment, as it definitely does seem like Leonica is in the driving seat. The Italian stallion pushing on strong. And here he goes. Let's see if he can push all the way along. And our athletes out the back as we just approach a little under 7 minutes left. And there you go. This is what we want to see, all the teams down on the beach on the front lines, making sure that their compadres, their athletes, hear the noise and give them that extra push. It's looking a little chilly down there, and I can see some of the Portuguese athletes starting out. One of the things I do like, I can see smiles left, right, and center. And let's see what is going to be happening, because as we said before, battle for second position out there in the water so far. And let's see who is going to be going into the next round. Leonika in the driving seat, Jan Slay there in the second, but only 2 points difference. All right, here we go. There looks like a nice little set wave is coming towards us. Who is going to be on this one? Priority 1 is for Patrick if he does take it, but it doesn't. Okay, Benedict Gotts, he needs a 2.0, so this could be a change up in the scoreboard. Let's have a look. Flattens out a bit. He's going to be trying to keep a little bit closer to the white water area. Oh, unfortunately, just losing momentum in that wave and just not quite being able to continue on it. As you can see, just dropping out. It did look like it was going to form, but it just didn't hack up enough and didn't give him that extra love to be able to get that 2.0 to continue on and move him out into second. And I can see everybody skedaddling it to the right hand side. So obviously they have that kind of lighthouse turret view of the competition area, and all of them are circling around because it is a battle. The Colosseum of Surf Sup here, the EUROSUP 2022. And here we go. Okay, Patrick Boyum, the Swedish champion, dropping in, needing a 2.35. Let's see if he can achieve this. Can he keep on this? If he can get past this section, this might be a potential score, but you can see the frustration. And unfortunately going down there. So not quite sure if that is going to be enough, as Jan Slay is still in second position together with Nika in that safe zone of this heat. Leo off the top there. Very nice move that from him. Just making that re-entry look nice and easy. Starboard's rider. 7.75 points in the lead. So he is very comfortable as we approach the last 3 minutes of this heat. And there was a change up for a minute. But Jan Slay once again after that wave has regained that second position. So still 2.0 for Benedict. And a 2.35 are the numbers they need if they want to go into that safe zone. It does look like Benedict is eyeing out, and there is some movement out there. Is he going to be dropping in on this wave? We will soon find out, but it looks like Leo Nika. This guy does not, this is, I mean, the Duracell bunny out there. He does not stop every single wave, and this one is looking up very nicely, and he knows he has priority 1. Okay, let's have a look. This one's going. He's going to be turning around. Gets a little hack off. Loving the style. Gets the power off the top. A nice double hit wonder there. So getting 2 good solid hits. Looking to improve on that 5.25. But Leonika, great reading of the wave and really throwing it down here. And he knows only 1.5 minutes left. I think he's probably maybe not even going to go back out because he will not make it out in time to be able to grab another set wave.
Dancing at the end of the wave there. Ooh, Jansley relegated to 3rd place because Benedict Guts did manage to score the wave that allowed him to take the 2nd spot. So that's a bit of a last-minute upset in this repechage heat. So Italia and Germany are through to the next round. That's Leonika, who showed some great subsurfing talent there, and Benedict Guts.
Yeah, very nice. Good wave out there. That was so close. And then you can see, unfortunately, Jan Slay there just on the last second, getting kicked out by that man. Talk about leaving the best until last. And on the buzzer, you can see the smile across on the German team there. So there you go. In the last 2 seconds, this man there, Benedict Guts, making his way through together with Leonika, staying alive in this competition. As we move on to heat number 2, repechage number 2, we have from Morocco, Silmani Rafai, Carlos Fidalgo from Portugal in the white. We have Cohen Prost, the Dutch champion 2021 here in the yellow in the 3rd at the moment. And then Kalen Lockhart, so he is in the blue. Let's see, it looks like Carlos Fidalgo from Portugal is going to be the man firing off the first bullet. All right, so here we have Carlos Fidalgo keeping himself busy out there, as at the moment he is in third position. 1.55. Cohen Prost from the Netherlands in first with 2.8 and a total of 5.3. So let's see who is at the moment going to be making their way through. 20-minute heats, so early days. And let's see if they are going to be making their way through, as this is repechage heat number 2.
5 minutes into heat number 2. And Koen Prost from the Netherlands in the lead, 5.3. And let's check out who's got the best wave so far. That's Koen Prost indeed with a 2.8, so the best combination of wave is for him with a 5.3. Carlos Fidalgo has got a 4.15 with a combination of a 2.6 and a 1.55. He needs 2.71 to be able to secure a first position. And Kalen Lockhart, the Belgian/Australian athlete, he is currently in third. He needs a very affordable 2.11 in order to secure a second place. Here he comes, Kalen, who is going to have to paddle hard to get this one, which is not forceful enough to let him surf the way he wants. But here comes Koen Prost. 2 top turns, another third one, semi-decent one, and another fourth one. Takes a dive. Not a huge amount of radicality in there, but he does get 4 maneuvers in a row. Here comes Slimane Rafai, the Moroccan. Not much going on in there, so I expect a low score for that one. He's currently sitting in 4th place. And Koen Prost has got 5 waves being scored. The last score is currently uploading on the board. So lots of new scores coming up, which might make a difference to the overall scoreboard.
Okay, so Cohen Prost from the Netherlands leading the pack at the moment. As we have 12 more minutes here of this heat number 2 of the repechage number 2. And Silmani Rafai only needing a 1.61 from Morocco. Good friend of mine down from the areas of Dakar. And here we have Ken Lockhart representing Belgium, the NSP rider. Okay, engaging in, only needs 2.11 if he's to advance forward. And let's see if after those 2 turns he will be able to achieve this. Okay, so here we can see Cohen Prost. Okay, so 8 minutes less of this heat, and still leading the pack is Cohen Prost. So here we have him in the yellow lycra, and at the moment on your screen that is Ken Lockhart, who is looking and trying to get a 3.76 to be able to move into that secure area. And just joining me back in the booth is Mathieu from Total Sup, who is going to be joining us very shortly, as I can just see him making his way up to the live booth. And thank you very much everybody for your comments on the stream. Really enjoying, and hopefully we'll be able to answer as many as possible. And I hope you are enjoying the show down here in Denmark. And here he is, Mathieu, welcome back.
Hello, Joe. sounds like you've been having a lot of fun here in the booth. And Kern Prost is definitely having fun on the water, in the lead with that 7.3 leading score. I wish Slimane Rafai from Morocco. I've got a tender liking for Team Morocco. They're really fun guys on and off the water, and I'm just hoping for them to do a little better. Kaylen Lockhart just had a little attempt there, but here comes Carlos Fidalgo from Portugal, currently sitting in second. There's definitely a battle going on between Carlos and Kaylen for that second place, while Ken Prost here is on the screen in yellow in the lead. But Kaylen Lockhart, third position, he's got 6 minutes to potentially making it through to the next round. Right now is out of the competition, so the Australian / Belgian has got to make a move soon. He only needs a 3.76, and I think he's totally capable of doing that. However, his two best scores so far in this heat are 2.75 and a 2.05. So he needs to gear up a little in the next 5 minutes and 30 seconds if he wants that second spot to make it through to the next round of the sub-surf competition of EUROSUP 22.
Absolutely, so he's trying to get that spot, and he is very close. He only needs that 3.76 at the moment, but yeah, hopefully let's see if he can make it, because that man does not want to make his life any easier. Carlos Fidalgo, I'm a real big fan of the Portuguese team. They have the surfing style, but hey, they live in Portugal. The waves over in Portugal are pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, but the other guy's Australian.
I didn't know the Australian flag had changed so much. Look at that. I mean, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, that looks like Belgium to me.
It does, yes. Let's stop calling him an Australian for the sake of this competition anyway, because it does indeed represent Belgium in EUROSUP 22, although he doesn't speak the languages. You know, Belgium has got two official languages, Flemish and French. And I don't think Kaylen speaks either. Yeah, Kaylen's been having a nice European ride since April, pretty much, since he started his season with the Carolina Cup, which is an American competition. But soon after that, maybe 2 weeks after that, he was joining Ty Johnson in a big European racing circuit. And now it's up for surfing for the Belgian Kaylen from NSP. Still sitting in third, so he still needs that 3.76 to move up the ladder.
And Carlos Fidalgo there, the Portuguese athlete, does not want to make it easy at all, as he also wants to be continuing on there. And yeah, you know, Koen Prost, the Netherlands champ, has got a 7.3 average, so kind of a little bit further in the lead, but still only 3 points. So we've been seeing 3-point rides pretty much throughout the whole afternoon. And watch out, okay, oh, unfortunately Slimane there, just not quite, just going down, starting off a little bit too close to the old white water. And he is in pursuit, as now he needs a 4.35, so he is definitely going to have to get it together if he wants to have the opportunity of getting into that safe zone, as there is definitely a battle on for second position at the moment. But in between Carlos Fidalgo improving on his overall score there with 6.90, that is getting very close. But hey, these are the further rounds on in this EUROSUP 2022 competition. And now we are starting to separate the boys from the men. And let's see who is going to be advancing through, as we are going to all the way through to the fourth repertoire today. And then tomorrow, hopefully, conditions will be good and we will be able to continue on with the Surf Sup here in Denmark.
And with his last wave, Carlos is making it more difficult for Kalen to catch up. Carlos Fidalgo scored his best wave on his 5th attempt with a 3.9. And now Kalen has got to do the work. 4.15 is what he needs to enter the safe zone and that second spot.
Yeah, Carlos Fidalgo there really putting in a little extra work, getting that 3.0, advancing on his backup score, making life a little bit more difficult for Kalen. So now the Portuguese has a solid lead on him. 1.5 minutes. And if I'm not mistaken, let's see where that blue Lycra is. It doesn't look like Kalen is actually... He is in position and he has priority. So if a set comes through in the next minute, he is the first man that has the first pick if it comes to 2 people in a very close area. So he is going to, I bet he's doing the water dance, the wind dance, the uni dance, every dance. Get the old didgeridoo out and start to make some emotion in the ocean, and hopefully we'll be able to make it through. But Koen Pross, the Dutch destroyer, they on a wing here, and I reckon he is definitely going to get that first position. But we're waiting for Carlos Fidalgo. Okay, it does look like there's something coming at us. I always like these last-minute sets. It always makes it way more exciting. Let's see what they can do, because that man in the blue and that man in the white are the 2 guys that have the possibilities out there.
Yeah, and with only 30 seconds to go, things have to unfold right now. But it looks like Ken is the one making the most of the field right now. Nicely gliding towards the beach. 15 seconds to go. Let's see if Kalen can do a bit of magic in the last 10 seconds now. There's something. So that wave is definitely gonna score. He needs a 4.15. Let's see if it makes it happen in that small wave. It's going to be very tough for the Belgian. He's going left. There is a little opening. Let's see if he does it well. He does something, but is that going to be good enough to score 4.15? We doubt it, Joe, don't we?
Yeah, I don't think that is definitely going to be enough. So just waiting for confirmation there as we're waiting for that last score. And going by my screen, it looks like, yep, it is official. So moving their way through to the next round. A big congratulations to the Dutch champ, Koen Pross. And Carlos Fidalgo from Portugal continuing on. And unfortunately for Keenan Lockhart and for Silmani Rafael, that is it for this contest. But a big round of applause to them. All of the guys throwing down here in Denmark. But coming up next, we have heat number 3 of representatives number 2. John Hitchcock in the red. Christian Andersen in the white. Kimo Kirsten in the yellow. And Ruben Afonso in the blue. Your next 4 athletes out on the water. It is green, green, green. Let's go, go, go. It is all good now, right? We can hear it on the stream as well. Leandro? I can't hear you.
And I have the feeling that this coming heat is going to be a 3-man heat and not a 4-man heat, because I haven't seen Christian Andersen surfing today. So he might be just focusing only on the SUP racing. He had a go yesterday. He actually did really well winning his heat. But this morning he wasn't nowhere to be seen on the water when his name was called up. So we definitely saw the 3 other ones. So Ruben Afonso is actually starting really well this heat. He's got a 4-point opening wave. So the competition is started and we're only 1 minute and 20 seconds into that heat number 3.
Yes, we are. And it looks like John Hitchcock might take off on this little inside roller here. Talking to him this morning, the man from Devon. And just waiting. The wind has definitely died, so it's not as bumpy as we saw this morning out there. And yeah, this is one of his first SUP surfing comps. already doing very well, making his way through heat number 3 here, the Repechage 2. And let's see, because at the moment it is only Ruben Afonso is the first man to score a wave out here, and also John recovering from a back injury and a very good shortboarder. So yeah, just getting into the SUP and starting to enjoy it out there, and hopefully be able to catch a few waves and give us some vibes down here at Vida Sande, as it is now just over 3:30 in the afternoon, and we are going to be continuing on with more action out here. Heat number 3, Repechage number 2 of the European SUP Championships, and in the front and center on your screen in the red, that is John Hitchcock from England.
Yeah, having another wave. Nice first turn. He might be going for more, going left now. And that little wave is going to do something. No, it's not really. The white water takes him right to the beach. But John Hitchcock is going to have very early his first 2 waves being scored.
Yeah, and I can hear the screams out here from his fellow teammates over there in the corner with the English flag. So they are happy with that, just waiting to see that one being scored. He got a nice first hit, then made his way all into the shore. So 2.85, placing himself into second position, safe zone. You know, let's not forget in the Repechage, it's not all about just getting first, because you do get better seeded. So technically, you will be going up against the second position of the previous heat. But still, you are safe, you are still alive. You know, that is good. And considering the conditions out there, it is very nice to see all of the boys throwing down for us here. But yeah, you can see waves are a little bit not so powerful at the moment, but making the most of what he had there.
Yeah, strong team coming from England. And John is one of many reps of Team England. It was Jan Lee, also Will Kitley, a junior who's very keen on SUP racing, especially sprinting. He was telling me, that young Will, that he was really looking forward to starting the sprint competition on Tuesday. Here comes the blue jersey, and now the yellow one. But no big action in these last 2 waves for these two.
Yeah, still haven't really seen a set wave come through here, Mathieu, but yeah, it looks like Ruben Afonso has seen something. He started off, and wait a minute, there comes a wave. It looks like we have a little ripple coming his way. Been on this mic for way too long. And here we have Mr. Afonso from Portugal starting to rack up a few more points as he wants to look for that backup score. And it looks like Kimo Kirsten also just unfortunately going down. And yeah, Christian Andersen unfortunately just not in the water today.
Well, Christian Andersen is very much a strong SUP racer. And he's mainly focusing on his SUP racing. Yesterday, he couldn't say no to some wave action, though, here in Vilsander. He's from Klitmøller. He's used to the these type of waves, and this morning he decided not to go for it and to stop his SUP competition there. Here comes Ruben. Nice wave coming up for Ruben. Bottom turn, a second top turn. Nice hit over there. Third top turn. This is a great combination. He knows he's doing well on that one. He's got a 4-point wave already. This is certainly his second best wave. We're waiting for the score.
Yeah, that is going to be a good score. Really like how he uses the paddle, completely opens his shoulder, digs that in, throws the back foot, and just, you know, can you see him opening the hips, keeping the speed. There was not a single moment where he was braked on the wave, kept the speeds, used the power of the ocean, and there it is, 5.0, 9.0 average. He is comfortably in the lead as he is winning by a 6.15. That is a solid way and a comfortable place to be early on in the heat.
And Kimmo Kirsting was in action just right now. He only needs a 2.36. This could be the wave that takes him to second position. We are finding out in a few seconds if he did get the job done with that wave to be in second position. And yes, indeed, the score has been uploaded. He's in now second position, so it's Ruben Afonso who's on your screen right now in blue in the lead, followed by Kimmo Kirsting, who's also on your screen now. And John Hiscock needs only 0.25 to come back to the safe zone.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there's a battle for second out there at the moment, as there is a 5.9 point lead from number 1 until number 2. But yeah, John Hiscock now, like you said, only a 0.205. So pretty much if he grabs another wave, he is going to be moving into second position. Let's not forget, top 2 athletes will be continuing on in the comp. And we will have to see what is going to be coming out as we are still early on in this heat. 12 more minutes to go. Let's not forget, top two waves are the ones that score your overall average out of 20. And the judges, they're looking for the power, the style, linking moves, a joining section, getting it all the way down, getting that speed. And as Benoit Carpentier said earlier, giving the show. This is what we want to see. The best show of the SUP Surf 2022 European Championship down here at Wiedersande.
That was a pretty frail attempt by John Hiscock, who only needs, once again, a 0.25 wave to get into second place. That's most likely to happen in the next 9 minutes. But Kimmo has been showing some pretty strong skills for the past 2 days, so he might be able to defend that second spot in the remaining 9 minutes. But Ruben Afonso seems to be pretty secure there with 9 points overall. Here they are, both of them in the middle of your screen, blue and yellow, while John Hiscock is making his way back, paddling out from the beach. And it's looking pretty flat right now.
Yeah, definitely there is more space in between the sets out there for this day number 2 down here in Denmark. And at the moment, Ruben Afonso. And here we go. All right. John Hitchcock. No, it's flattened out. He only needs a 0.25 to go into that second position. And you can see by the way he's fishing for waves, you can see he knows that. As also, it is a waiting game, and it looks like we have a nice set coming his way. Or is he going to be able to turn around? Is he going to be able to get this one up? No, he isn't. Unfortunately, got caught out a little bit on the inside. So he's going to be trying to get that one. We will soon find out. But no, it is very hard. A lot of I think, you know, what they have to do is they might have to come in a little bit further and risk it out on the old shallows, because it definitely does look like those bigger set waves are not working. And we are getting close, Mathieu, to the kind of almost the end of this heat. And this one, maybe it looks, yep, he looks like he's maybe deciding to go for something. He's tricking us. He's playing with us.
Here comes Kimo Kirsting again from Germany. Going right. Some nice turns, but not too vertical there. And he takes a dive while Ruben Afonso is playing with something more serious just behind him. And here's a pocket. He's getting into it. Oh, he actually lost his balance just before placing his bottom turn for what looked most likely like it was going to be a re-entry, but he failed to do so, so probably not his best wave. John Hiscock is on the beach right now. He's got 6 minutes and 30 seconds to score a 0.25. I'm sure he can do it. Come on, Team England, cheer for your lad, because he only needs a tiny wave to do the job so far.
Yeah, but I do think that is going to increase, because we're waiting for a score to be dropped for that last wave from Kimo, and he has a 0.5 for his backup, so I reckon that is going to change. And let's see what kind of vicinity, because that means John Hitchcock is going to have to get a bigger score if he wants to continue on in this competition, because this is the wave, the last one from Kimo. So one turn there, gets a little bit more speed back to the whitewater. And then here, 3 medium turns. But that man in the back, where we could see Ruben Afonso. I love how he started off that, just going into the whitewater and making his way down here. Was looking for that re-entry, but there you can see his foot slipped a bit, put him off balance. And he just got a little slap by the inside here of Vida Sander, but still comfortably in the lead. He has a 4 and a 5 for his scores. And now John Hitchcock is in second position, so there has been a transfer up there. And there you go. So he was scoring a 2.30 for that wave. And now he is comfortably in second, because Kimo Kirsting is going to need a 2.56 if he wants to be in that safe zone. So yeah, mixing it up. This is what we love about these heats. This is what we love about this competition.
And 2.56 is exactly in between his 2 best waves, 2.6 and 2.5. So Kimo Kirsting can do it, but he only has 4 minutes and 35 seconds to do it. John Hiscock in second place has been chasing that second place for the past 16 minutes. He's now got it, so he's going to fight hard to retain that safe zone. And he's virtually through to the next round.
Yes, he is. There's still, I mean, come on, there's still time, and the scores being so small that it is possible that anything changes, because I can see Kimo is also on another wave on our other camera. We will get a replay of that, and not a bad exit. We will get the replay for you coming on your screen. But he needs, what's he need, a 2.56? Going to be close. Going to be close. I would not want to be a judge in these small waves, because it is so hard, because taking into account the conditions out there, you know, the equipment, how hard it is for these guys to really do the turns. But then, you know, we see some of the top-seeded riders out there making a difference when they come out. Selection of waves, you know, how you do the dance, how you sing the song. And let's see who is going to be making their way and continuing on in this competition. Day number 2, waves are a little smaller. And we are going to be going all the way through until repechage number 4.
And he's got it. 3.55 is the score of his last wave. So Kimo has managed to climb back to the safe zone in second position behind Ruben Afonso. Well done, Kimo. We still have 3 minutes of battle going on between these two. John Hiscock knows he's got to do the job now. He's got to score a 3.31 wave, which would be his best wave if he manages to do that. And that's going to be tough to do in such difficult conditions, but not impossible for an Englishman.
I wouldn't put it past him, but look, Ruben Afonso out there still trying to look to see if he can get another wave, even though he's got a semi-comfortable lead, but Kimo would need a 5.45 if he was to take the first position off of the Portuguese athlete. And John Hitchcock now needs a 3.31. So for that last wave, he had a 2.3. So 1 point more. And it does look like there's a little ripple coming out there. And I can see Mr. Alfonso, this de Portugal, starting to move his way around. And let's see if they can defend his title out there at the moment. His first position. 2 minutes to go. And watch out. Okay, I can see them. Ruben Afonso from Portugal, paddling hard. This is actually looking like it might open up if he can get on this. He is pushing like no tomorrow. Looking left, looking right. He's going to be going to the foam wall. Here it is. Okay, it's off the top. Oh, trying a little air. Giving himself some wings. Letting those fins loose and getting into the air. Just unfortunately going down. And John Hitchcock there also just taking a breather and waiting to see what he can do, as he needs a 3.31 as the closing minute of this heat is approaching very, very fast. All right, so the last minute of this heat. At the moment, it is Ruben Afonso, Kimo Kirsten from Germany, your top two athletes in this heat right there, front and center on your screen. John Hitchcock looking to see if he can score a last little inside roller to be able to get that 3.31. The man coming from Devon doing a very good competition here so far for Team England. And it does look like there isn't any energy. I can't see any magic coming in from the back, meaning that it looks like this might be it for this heat. But it ain't over until the buzzer as we enter the final 10 seconds. And unfortunately, no, that is it. But a big congratulations for Kimo Kirsten, putting on a solid performance, getting into that safe zone. And a round of applause to our heat winner, Ruben Afonso.
And this means there is no Englishman left in the open men's competition, since Janley was eliminated in the favor of Benedict Guts earlier on. And John Hitchcock is in third place in this heat.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
Alrighty, so starting off with reportage round number 2, heat number 1 of the Surf's Up Junior Boys. Out in the water, we have Benjamin from Germany. Really like the style of this young man. Enrique Perez, the youngster from the Spanish team. Will Keatley from England, excuse me. And then we have Sebastian van Akermaid from the Netherlands. Sebastian was putting on a very solid performance in the previous heats. So looking forward to seeing him out there. But at the moment, it is Enrique Perez, who just scoring a 2.75 on that last replay, is the man in and sliding with style there. Sebastian just letting those fins loose on the way down. And Will Keatley there trying to eye off a little section, but unfortunately not quite getting onto the wave. Let's not forget, 20-minute heat. Top 2 waves are the ones that are going to be counting. The best of the best of the junior world. And the European here, 2022 in Denmark. Let's see how they are going to do so far. there it is, Enrico Perez, el Torito Español, coming through with a lot of power there, making some moves, trying to improve on that 2.75. Had a decent first turn, then just a couple of check turns. I can see Oscar Ruiz, the Spanish coach, stood up. He has the whip ready just in case the youngster isn't going where he wants to, but at the moment you can see a smile on his face from here, and I'm not surprised because he's in first position and looking to increase his lead a little bit. But Benjamin Koch from Germany, really like the style, but here we have the young Spaniard. Little check turn there, comes back, has to use the paddle to get a bit more speed on the face, and just a little wiggle off of the way there. So let's see if that's going to increase on his score. But still, first position at the moment for the Spaniard. And this guy, Mattia, I really like the style of this young German rider.
Yes, I do remember him from previous heats, and he does look pretty impressive indeed. He had stronger competition in the previous heats, hence why he is currently in the repêchage round. But that's exactly why the repêchage heats are for, to give him another chance to make it further into the competition. So he's currently in second place.
Yeah, I mean, I know the kids out on the water won't understand this, but this is kind of like when you had an extra quarter for the arcade. You had 2 lives, so that's what the repêchage is about. You know, probably now for these guys it would be an extra credit on PlayStation, because they won't know what an arcade machine is. But it means we have 2 opportunities to see the guys battle it out. Because, hey, you know, equipment can break, you can have a bad heat, you can't quite link it together, don't get the wave. So I think it's a really cool format, this double elimination, because in the end, it does kind of make the fairest opportunity for all the athletes to do their best, to show what they're made of. And at the moment, some of the top junior athletes out there, and here we have Benjamin one more time, keeping himself busy at the moment.
Yes, 4 juniors who keep inserting coins then into the game. And Benjamin Cole had another pretty good wave over there. Sebastian van Alkemaid from the Netherlands is actually keeps on top of his board. Well done there. We're going to see what this scores.
That was impressive. I don't think it would score much because it was in the middle of a turn, so it's more a error than it is a thing, but showing good flexibility there. I reckon if I did that, I'd probably end up like Mr. Potato and lose a leg. But still, showing good fitness, good flexibility. This is what we want to see, getting into those awkward positions and bouncing back. And let's see what the scores are going to come up, because at the moment, there is definitely a battle on in between Benjamin Cole and Enrique Perez. There's only 0.4 difference in between these two. And here we have Will Keatley coming down. Bit of a bigger board, more longboard style. To be honest, with the small waves that are out there, it could give him an advantage.
And Will Keatley was telling me earlier on that this is his first ever subsurf competition. And I asked him, so how did you actually get picked for the for Team England? And he said, well, no one else wanted to do it. And I think he's doing a pretty good job for a very first experience, especially on an international level. So well done to him so far, but he is really a sub racer and more of a sprinter actually. So that's what he's really coming for. So Tuesday might be his best day in the EUROSUP 22 for Will Keatley. Here comes Benjamin Cole from Germany. He needs a 2.91. He might be able to score it on this one if he does maybe a couple of more moves. I'm not sure that's the case there. But he's sitting in the safe zone in second place.
Yeah, you can see he looked like he straight lined that a bit. I would have thought he was going to go right-hander. He has a really nice, lazy, laid-back kind of Rob Machado style backhand riding, but just not quite getting it. And it looks like I can see on our other screen that Enrique Perez is about to take off on a wave and getting a little one-hit wonder there. Unfortunately, we will see that on the next replay. But yeah, so here we can see the guys going back out and wait and see that a new replay there from Enrique Perez in the blue Lycra.
And here's a little set coming up for Will Kitley, who's got the priority. He's going right, but not much action on that wave.
And looking like both Benjamin Coates and Sebastian Van Ackemaid. Okay, Sebastian. Oh, going down, not quite getting that one. And here we have Benjamin Coates looking for 2.91. Just falling off of the back of there. And if I'm not mistaken, it looked like we were going to have another exchange out the back. No, both of those guys gone off. So now, Enrique Perez desde España has the first priority. And looking by the way he's paddling, I think he's seen something. It is getting to that time in the afternoon, Mathieu, that we are going to start singing in here very soon. Non-stop since the morning, and the guys, we decided to go a little bit further due to the conditions. Forecast for tomorrow isn't looking great in the afternoon. We're going to be out here nice and early as we are going to make it all the way through to round number 4 of the repechage. And hopefully we will see some more action, as now tide is about 3/4 of a way up, as the low was at 10, so about 5 o'clock, so it's getting close to being high tide, and this place does work better on the high tide, and now we'll have to see if that will be happening out there, as it's just 6.5 minutes to go. There you can see Will Keatley and Benjamin Coates. So Benjamin looking like he's liking something this season. Oh, that wave is starting to jack up a little bit. Let's see what the young German athlete can do for it. First turn, keeps on it, nice power. Gonna have to take it easy on that, or he's gonna get caught out on the flat. Number 2 turn, looking like a good wave for him. Even though it's small, he's making the most of it. 3 turns, needs a 2.91 to take that first position so far. It's gonna be up there, I reckon. No, nice wave. Small, but let's see how the judges are going to be counting that one. Here we have Sebastian Van Ackemaid. Tell me a little bit about this guy. Look at that wave, Mathieu.
Well, it's a small wave really for him to be able to do anything, but it did start well. So it sounds like there is more wave action in the back. Could mean maybe for some better surfing for the rest of the afternoon. Here comes Will Kitley from England, from South Devon. He trains with Blue Ewer, who's currently leading the charts in terms of SUP racing in the UK. We're going to see a bit of him starting from Tuesday. And 5 minutes to go into the hit number 1 of this second round of repechage for the junior boys.
And you can see now there has been a change on the old leaderboard. Benjamin Kowalf, that last wave where he got a 3.15, has advanced over Enrique Perez. And Enrique now needing a 3.0 if he wants to regain that first position. As you said, just under 5 minutes left. Maybe enough time for one more set to come through. So this is the time where you have 2 options. Be patient or go a little bit further into the shore break and land a couple of turns. But considering how small the waves are, I think being patient is your only option.
Will Kitley here hitting the beach. I have the feeling that he's really, really far back on his board, so not in a great position to be attacking on the waves. He's also a very tall SUP surfer. Here comes in red Sebastian Van Ackemaid, who needs 3.8. He's not gonna get it with this one, that's for sure. So he's paddling out. Oh, he sees an opportunity to catch another one right away. We don't see that on screen, but it's definitely happening. Here he comes. We're probably going to see a replay of that one, because that looked like this could have maybe done the job. Maybe not the 380 though. We'll see. But a couple of maneuvers for sure for Sebastian. And it looks like the quality of the waves is increasing. Here comes Enrique Perez, who's moved to second place as Benjamin Cole managed to get the first spot. Nice little floater there for Enrique. Keeps going in tiny waves, quickly getting back on his feet towards the contest area, towards the peak. And Benjamin Cole hunting for waves right now in yellow. The German athletes taking off right now, going left. Whoa, not good enough for him to carry on.
Yeah, and you can see he knows that there's only 2.5 minutes left, so if he goes all the way into the shore, he's not going to have enough time to go back into position, and he knows that Enrique is very close to him, waiting for that score on that last wave to see if it is above a 3.0, then he would be moving forward into first position, as it is very close in between those two athletes in the yellow and in the blue. There we have on your screen, Sebastian Ackermaid also only needing a 3.80, so pretty much it is very close all the way across the board. And here we have the Dutch athlete. Once again, you can see if you take off on those small ones, there just really isn't enough power. Benjamin Cole from Germany deciding, is this wave going to jack up a little bit? It is going a slight bit hollower. Maybe enough to get one decent little shebang, but unfortunately not quite what he was looking for. Risky move that one, as there's only 1.5 minutes left. I think it is going to be pretty much a watching game for the rest of this heat here for Benjamin Cole, because I'm not sure he's going to make it out to the peak in time before that clock goes to 0.
In the meantime, Enrique is having a wave which is not on screen yet. We might see a replay of that one. And Will Kitley is also going for a last one. We've got 1 minute to go. So some new scores coming up, which might make a difference, especially with Enrique Perez sitting now in second position. He was leading the heat until a few minutes ago when Benjamin Cole took over. And here comes Benjamin. Once again, very fast turns for the German, but not enough steam in that wave for him to be able to do anything extraordinary. He's still in the lead with 24 seconds to go. Let's see if Enrique Perez can do a bit of magic in the last 20 seconds. He's might be going for one. In blue, he's not on screen yet, but now it's looking pretty flat out there with only 10 seconds to go. Not much left for three paddlers who are still on the water right now. And the heat is over as the buzzer rang.
And there it is. Yes, it is official. So continuing on in the competition, we have Benjamin Cole from Germany and Enrique Perez de España making their way forward. And a round of applause to Sebastian Van Eckerman and Will Keatley, who unfortunately are going to be out of the comp due to be in the repechage round. And coming up next, we are going to be having out there on the water, we're going to have round number 3 of the repechage, which is 2 heats of the SUP Surf men.
And it's hit number 1 for the men's repechage, third round of the repechage, hit number 1, and Leonica is in red. He's got an opener, nice looking wave there, good turn. Roundhouse cut back for Leonica. That is a high scoring wave right away, and he keeps going, looking for more, but the white water just prevents him to do that. And he's paddling out again to the peak. So just like in previous heats, Leonica wants to start with a good score. I think he did a pretty good job with this opening wave. His score is coming up. So pretty good level here in this third round of repechage for hit number 1 with Carlos Fidalgo in white. Here he comes on your screen. Nice little waves too, although it's breaking very, very fast. But Carlos is still in it, looking for more. Not much action, but still he did manage to place in a couple of maneuvers. We now have the score of Leonica. He's got 4 points for that first wave. And Carlos Fidalgo score is coming up. In yellow now, Ruben Afonso. Great top turn there. And re-entry. And not much more for the Portuguese. But good enough to get started in this heat. Here comes Leonica. It's non-stop surfing. It looks like we've got a nice set of waves. Right now in Vilsander, the quality of the waves has been improving for the past 15 minutes. And Leonica is making the most of that. As you can see, he's got his second wave scored, and you can hear from the booth Team Italy cheering for the Italian stallion, Leonica. So Carlos Fidalgo has scored a 2.25 on his first wave. We've got a Ruben Afonso score coming up on his first wave. And the second wave for Leonica also being scored right now. We'll be able to update you in a few seconds. The overall score for everyone. So Leonica very much in the lead now with a 4.5 score on his second wave. That takes him to 8.5, which is a pretty decent score on just 2 waves being scored. Well done, Leo. And in second, we've got Ruben Afonso from Portugal with a first wave scored 2.9. And Carlos Fidalgo, another Portuguese gentleman, in third position with a 2.25. So Leonica making a statement. He had to go through the repechage rounds due to being, you know, next to Benoit Carpentier and Guillermo Caracedo in the previous heats. But he's an amazing surfer and is definitely flying through these repechage heats. Definitely showing some extra gear next to the competition. So I wouldn't be surprised if Leonica would go much further than this repechage number 3 is definitely leading for now anyway.
Yeah, and I just popped out there for a minute, and trust me, the Italians are making some noise down there on the beach. They are shouting off of their lungs. Really good to see the support, and like you were saying there, Leonica just had got a bit of a hard draw there, unfortunately, but still making his way through the repechage, and at the moment he is up against the 2 Portuguese destroyers, Carlos Fidalgo and Ruben Afonso. So let's see who are going to be the top 2 athletes that were making it through, and here he is one more time. Leonica going backside a bit. And there's a wave there from Carlos Fidalgo in the white lycra. Currently in second position with that 3.5 average. But Leo Nika throwing down from the early moments of this heat. And already with an 8.5 average, looking to continue on in this competition as we are following and going along like a freight train due to the fact that conditions tomorrow afternoon are not looking as promising as they did yesterday. Morning is looking good, so we just want to make sure that we have the best possible conditions for all of our athletes as we come through the heat. So at the moment, this is now Repertoire round number 4. So technically, this is where we were almost going to be over today, excuse me, but now we're round number 3. We have 2 heats of the men, 1 heats of the girls, and then another 2 heats of the men, and that would have been it. But we are going to be continuing on until about 8 o'clock in the afternoon, because there is an hour behind the actual schedule due to the fact that we had to change a few things up mid-competition, but all just to get the best possible conditions out there for our guys. And on the wave now, Ruben Afonso looking for 1.95 to be going through into the second position. Oh, a little spray. Just spraying off the Italian there, making sure that he knows, hey, I'm in business. And we saw some very nice surfing from Ruben Afonso earlier on in the earlier rounds. And let's see how the judges are going to be liking that one, because at the moment it is Leo Nica from Italy in first position. And we could see there Leonika also going for a little try of a 360 as we are approaching the second half of this heat. Still in the lead, the Italian rider, and now Carlos Figueroa looking, okay, he has seen it. He's going to be trying to take it off on this wave. It does look like he's reforming nicely, pushing hard, and you can see Leo just making sure if he was going to go on that one. If not, he would have. Opening up, oh, first hack, gaining the speed, right in the sweet spot. Off the top, yes, coming around. And keeping the speed, making his way, continuing along. This is a good wave. Can he finish it off? Yes, he does. Carlos Fidalgo from Portugal. Going to be happy with that one because he was looking for 5.9 to go into first. But I reckon he is definitely going to be improving on his overall scores to continue in this competition. So just waiting for that score from Carlos Fidalgo to be coming up on the old board. As let's not forget, Ruben Afonso is very, very close to him. So he's improved on his base there. He's got a 3.2 for that last wave, so 5.80. And now Ruben Afonso needs a 2.91 if he wants to be overtaking his countryman. You can see Ruben there, front and center on the screen, the yellow jersey. As we are over halfway through this reportage heat number 1 of the reportage number 3. And it does, I'm going to say it, I can see out the corner of my booth here, it does look like the waves are improving a little bit when those sets are starting to come through. So hopefully it is just going to be building, and we're going to be able to continue on as we are pushing forward due into a change in the forecast to make sure that we have the best possible conditions for our athletes here of the EUROSUP 2022. All right, so Carlos Fidalgo second, Ruben Afonso in third. The two Portuguese athletes are battling it out to see who has the best position here at the moment. First priority is for the yellow lycra, and it does look like there's a little something coming along, but they don't seem to be too interested in it. There's a little formation coming out. Is that going to be a wave coming their way? We will soon find out. And Leonika, who has been keeping himself very, very active, who has already had 6 score waves, but it was his second wave, and that last one, 5.25, putting him even further in a comfortable lead out there at the moment as he wins by 6.55. So your current top 2 of this heat, circling around each other, making sure that they know what's happening, where they are, and what the other competitor is doing. So let's not forget, this is an elimination round, meaning that if you lose in this heat, if you are third, you are packing your bags and going home. But let's not forget that as of Tuesday, at the moment, we are going to be going into the SUP racing, starting off with the sprints. Got the long distance and the tech race as well. So looking forward to some speeding and for some fast action out there on the Danish waters. The name of the game out there at the moment is the Surf SUP. Top athletes from all over Europe are here to try and see who is going to claim the European single champions and the team champions. Here we go. Ruben Afonso, let's see. Looking like this wave could look nice. Yep. It's going to be jacking up. Let's see. Have a look. All right. First turn. Back to the foam ball. He's going to pump down to try and get into the second section. Does manage it. Can he get past this white water? Goes off the top. A little bit of a wobble out there. So 2 turns. 2.91. Let's see what the judges are going to be scoring that. And I can see a nice set coming in on the left-hand side, if I'm not mistaken. But our angle is a little bit different than the ones that the athletes have out there. As we can see in the red, Leonika, your current leader from Italy. Multiple-time Italian champion, being involved in the SUP game for a very long time. And with Starboards from the very beginning, together with his brother. They have some camps over there, if I'm not mistaken, in Portugal, where you can learn the moves that you are seeing on your screen throughout this competition. But Carlos Fidalgo making sure he is very close and on his heels so that the Italian can feel the pressure. So Carlos Fidalgo does have priority. So Nika would have had to get out of the way if he did get on that wave. So now priority has been given over to Leonika And it looks like there's a set wave coming in, so he is going to definitely be interested in this one. There you can see stroking starting to get involved as we see a bump coming our way. Is it going to be enough for him to get on it? It does look like it is forming. Are they going to take off on this set wave? It looks like Leo is liking something more in the background, but no, a quick pivot turn. And here he goes, Leonica from Italy. Gaining speed, comes up, goes off the top. Yo, going for a little float. Keeping it together, almost losing it out there. And just unfortunately, a little bit of an unforced error. Looked like he released off the top a little bit too close. And he's looking to increase on a 4.5 average. See if he can achieve that. But he is still in the driving seat for this heat.
And here comes Ruben Afonso. Does look like Ruben is not really finding his rhythm in this heat. He's been displaying some great skills so far, but he's a bit unlucky in this heat. He only has 2 minutes to take action if he wants to qualify for the next round, as Leo and Carlos are currently sitting in the safe zone. He needs a 2.91, so that's totally reachable for the Portuguese wearing the yellow jersey.
And yeah, you can see Carlos Fidalgo also. He knows that his teammate Ruben Afonso is only less than 3 points away, so that is, pretty regular wave if he has the opportunity to get it. But here, okay, Carlos Fidalgo dropping in, trying to try and increase on that 2.8. Little average he has there. Going back, letting the tail out. Good amount of speed, hitting it in the sweet pocket of the wave. So that's what allowed him to continue on with a bit of power. And he's going to be milking this one all the way to the end, because with only 1 minute left, he knows he's not going to be able to make it back out. So yeah, I reckon, maybe he will be increasing out. But that was a nice little tail slide we had there from the Portuguese athlete. And now I can see in the corner of my other screen, and it looks like Leonica is going to be coming in. Here he goes for Italy for the final time of this heat. A little bit of a wall ride there. Wall ride one more time. Just stomping, making sure that he gets to the beach. 30 seconds, Mathieu, 30 seconds.
Yes, and Carlos Fidalgo has just scored his best wave of the heat with a 3.45, therefore extending his lead over Ruben Afonso, the other Portuguese, making it more difficult with a 3.75 to catch up for Ruben. Almost mission impossible in the last 15 seconds of this hit. Here's a replay of Leonica's wall riding wave.
And there it is. I can see Marco, the team manager there for Italy, and that's the vibe we want to see. There you go. Italia. So making his way through, and good to see. This is what we want to see. The team vibes, the family, looking after each other, supporting each other, and very good example right there front and center on the screen from the Italian SUP team. And we will be right back, as coming up next, we are going to have the Reposé Free Heat number 2. We're going to take a short commercial break.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne. Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
And we're back with hit number 2 of repechage number 3 in the open men's. Ken Prost, who's been showing some great skills until now, is in the lead already with a first opening wave, a 4.25, which is a pretty decent score for the Dutchman. Here he comes again. Well, that's the replay. Yeah, nicely handled there before he takes a dive. And he's the only athlete who's been able to score until now. We've got a score being loading up apparently now. And that was Kimo Kirsting from Germany. So 2 Germans in this heat and a leading man who's from the Netherlands. That's Ken Prost. Had a little comment on the Facebook stream from Donato Friend's dad that Prost was pronounced Proast. I think you have to say the A, Prost. Anyway, trying my best with the Dutch pronunciation. Thank you very much for the feedback. And we're waiting to hear from the judges about Benedict Guts' first wave. So we've got in hit number 2 of the third round of repechage, Ken Prost in the lead, followed by Kimo Kirsting with a 2.25 and Benedict Guts with a 1.10. Here's the replay of the German Benedict Guts' first wave. So it's a 3-man heat. And who's got the priority? It is Ken Prost. But Kimo's going for it. Just managed to place in a top turn, which is not super convincing, but here comes Benedict Guts. His second wave being scored right now. Ken Prost is more conservative with his surfing in this heat. A very prolific SUP surfer. He is just waiting for the right wave to score another high-scoring wave. Here it comes, maybe. Yes, he's going for it. Taking off. Nice little roller. And that top turn was not fast enough, and he gets caught in the white water. Still, he increases his score, and his overall score is going to be updated in a few seconds.
So the Dutch champion there, Koen Prost, is making his way through at the moment with a 6.50. He has been doing one hell of a competition so far. He has done so many heats. That's the unfortunate thing of the repechage. If you go out early in, let's say, that main competition, then you have to work your way back up. But he has been throwing the hammer down like no tomorrow. And the Dutch rider really proving he is one of the best athletes we have out here on the European SUP 2022 down in Bielefeld. Kimo Kirsting from Germany, who edged out in the very last seconds, if I'm not mistaken, John Hitchcock in one of those last heats, right, just literally in the final 10 seconds. And yeah, obviously now looking to see also, because Benedikt Gotz, who I have to say I'm one of his favorites, because he really does have a very nice style.
Yeah, I think it was an Englishman, but I believe that was Jan Slay, I reckon.
Yep, you are right. It was Jan Slay. Thank you.
And here's the replay of Ken Prost's last wave. That was a 2.25 score for Ken. And is in the lead with a 6.5 right now. Kimo Kirsting needs a 4.25, pretty high score, to get in first position, and Benedikt Gotz needs a 2.3 to take the second place. Here comes Ken Prost once again, is finding his rhythm in this second heat of the third round of repechage on day 2 of EUROSUP.
So Koen there with another nice wave, trying to make his way at the moment and increase his lead, and there it is, he does it, 7.2. And let's not forget Kimo Kirsting, excuse me, with a 3.75 here in the yellow jersey, looking to improve on that 1.5, as that is his backup score so far. So a little bit of a battle out for second position out there at the moment as we approach halfway through 20 minutes of heats, and we're just a little bit over 10 minutes to go. And here we can see Benedikt Gotz, who made it through in the final seconds of one of his previous heats against Jan Slay, like you said. And now looking forward to see how he does in this heat, because second position up for grabs. But that man on your screen, the 2021 Netherlands Dutch champion, comfortably in the lead and also in position and with priority. We can see a couple of the replays. Waves are quite sloppy out there at the moment. The power is definitely not with us, and the guys really having to pump as much as they can to be able to navigate their way through the little flat sections. So at the moment, this is round number 3, heat number 2 of the repechage, and we are going to be coming up next. After this, we're going to have the Surf SUP Junior Girls repechage number 2 coming your way, which will be 1 heat.
Here comes a nice wave for Koen Prost. Couple of moves, but he takes a dive. Not sure that's going to make a difference to his overall score.
Yeah, unfortunately the wave just closing out a little bit in front of him, and unfortunately just giving him the old little leg and skipping the board from out underneath him. So yeah, that is definitely not going to be increasing on his overall average, but still comfortably in the lead. He's you know, calm and cool and collected. Definitely a smooth operator out there, and making his way all the way through the repechage at the moment. But both Benedikt Gotz and Kimmo Kirsting do not want to make this easy for him, and they only need a 2.25, so about a 4 and a bit wave, which can happen if the sets are coming through. So early days, early days. It is not over until the buzzer, as we are starting to approach the final rounds of the repechage. And let's see, the idea is tomorrow we will have the finals, and unfortunately they're going down. As you can see, that was Kimmo Kirsting. Okay, so a little low moment here in the heat. You can even see Karen Prost out there at the back on the left-hand side in the white. Just decided to take a little breather. And we are seeing both Kimmo and Benedikt work their magic as they want to try and battle it out there for second position. And also, if a set waves comes through, to improve their score to see if they can overtake the current Dutch champion. Waves are definitely very small out there, Mattia, and you can see the wind is actually looks like it's picked up again.
Yeah, perfect for some race surfing, really. But today is not about racing, it's about surfing. So let's hope for a new set of waves coming up. Maybe one right now coming up. I can see a little bump shaping up in the distance.
I think that was the ripple from that duck that just went past.
We need more ducks, that's what we need.
More ducks, bring on the ducks. Yeah, hopefully maybe a whale will go past and we'll be able to get a ripple. But yeah, that definitely does look like there's some energy out there. And the three riders just having a little chill out, just, you know, edging everybody out and see how you're doing, what's going on. It's one of the things that really impresses me is look at the boards. They are knee deep in the water. This is how small they are. And in these kind of conditions, that can't be easy.
Yeah, talking about low volume and wind pumping, it's tough for them to keep their balance. So good job to Benedikt Gotz for managing that balance. Here comes Koen Prost once again for Team Netherlands. A nice little top turn. It looks like it's going to be a long wave. Another one. He might be able to make something out of the remaining white water, but no. So two maneuvers there for Koen, who doesn't really need that at the moment because he's got a pretty solid lead, since Kimmo needs a 4.95 to be able to catch up. So that's quite a high score in these circumstances. So Koen very much in front and securing his lead with new waves.
Yeah, just putting in the extra work, because you are never safe, and you know, until that buzzer goes off, it is not the end. And we just saw a couple good turns there. He's looking to increase on that 2.9 that he had, and he has 3.8, so an 8.05, making his way and increasing his lead a little bit. So at the moment, Benedikt needs a 3.15, so a 2.25 if he's to go into that second position. And here Kimmo Kirsting is definitely not wanting to make that easy, and he is trying to hunt down the Dutchman as he is looking for a 5.80 if he wants to take that first position. But let's not forget, Mathieu, that the top 2 athletes will be making their way through and continuing on in the competition.
Yes, and that 2.25 looks very much doable for Benedict Guts, as some waves are coming up. He's done it previously. He might be able to do it again. So it's going to be German against German for that second place in the remaining 3 minutes of heat number 2 in this third round of repechage for the open men's.
And Cohen keeping himself busy. He really is liking those backside slashes, but yeah, the waves are really one-hit wonders out there at the moment, and making the most of this one all the way to the shore, trying to increase once again on that backup score that he has of a 3.8. Yeah, 3.8 is his backup score, trying to improve on that, and looking like there's a little bit of a set coming through, and Benedict got right in position, all wobbling around. You don't want to fall off now. And looking, he is aiming, he needs a 2.65 to be going in to that safe zone with just a little bit over 2 minutes on the clock. Kimmo Kirsting making his way back out, as he knows these are crucial moments in the heat, as the staying alive in this competition is up for grabs. And it does look like there is something out the back. We're not sure if it was another duck or if there is another set coming our way, but we will soon find out. And yeah, it did look like there is actually a bit more of a set wave all the way out on the back on the left-hand side, but yeah, a little bit too far for our competitors to be. But you can see a little bit of a formation coming in on the center of your screen, and I reckon Benedict is going to be taking off on this wave that is coming here. What he needs a 2.65. Crucial moments, 1.5 minutes. Is this going to be the wave that gives him that safe zone right in front of Kimmo Kirsting? So there we see turn number 1. Can he get past this foam ball? He needs to be able to get a good hack if he wants to have a chance. Gets a second one and just falls off the back of the wave. Not quite getting or engaging what he wanted there for the final minute. The final countdown coming your way here. Repechage number 3, heat number 2 of the men. Coming up next, we are going to have the junior girls as the closing seconds of this heat. And we are waiting for scores to come in for that last wave from Benedict, as he did need a 2.6 something, and just waiting for confirmation on that.
Well, I believe it came through. I think 2.25 is his last score. He needed a 2.65 and now it needs a 2.10. Is that possible? Yes. So still in third position. We've got 17 seconds left. So not much time for Benedict Guts to do some last minute magic. We've got less than 10 seconds now to go. And the judges are calling the clock towards the end of this heat. It's over. And Benedict Guts has lost his chance to make it through to the next round. He's in third position. Cohen Prost from the Netherlands and Kimmo Kirsting are through for Germany.
And coming up next, we're going to have the Subsurf Junior Girls coming your way. Let's have a little look and see who is going to be going out there. So we have Katrine Bergman, we have Cecilia Pampinella, Annabelle Page, and Joanna Andrade. This is a very big heat. Looking forward to see. There's a lot of very good racers in this one as well. Let's see how they do in the surf.
Yes, indeed. And since we're talking about SUP racing, Cecilia Pampinella is really the up-and-coming star from Italy. She's been scoring some great podiums on the Euro Tour, on the European scene, and in Italy, of course, in the national championships and individual events. Cecilia Pampinella, who trains with this with her bigger brother. Big brother and Cecilia is also a subsurfer. And the heat is started now for the past 20 seconds. And we can see Mr. Gutted coming out of the water.
And yeah, making his way back. You can see he's a little bit tired there, but I'm not surprised. But we are going to be back very shortly as we're going to take a short commercial break.
Scoring her first wave. We're actually waiting for 3 scores right now. For Katrin Bergman from Denmark, for Cecilia Pampinella from Italy, and Annabelle Page. So the scoreboard is going to get animated very, very soon. We are 2.5 minutes into the first heat of the second round of repechage for the junior girls. Here comes Katrin Bergman, but this wave flattened out pretty quickly, so she's not taking it. And in the lead, we have the Danish subsurfer Katrin Bergman with a 2.25, followed by the English lady Annabelle Page with a 2-point opening wave, and Cecilia Pampinella is currently in third. It looks like Joanna hasn't scored her first wave yet, and she's got the priority on this one, and it's a big one. She might do well with that unless it flattens now. She's getting close to the inside, but not close enough to take that one. And first priority is going to Katrin Bergman, who's using that to catch her second wave. Fairly small looking wave for Katrin. We'll see if she managed to do something out of this, but no, it's looking at like her former wave. No power on this one. But look at that. Who takes the lead right now? It's Cecilia Pampinella. We didn't see her wave, but she scored her second wave, which allows her to take the lead. So she's got a 1.5 and a 1.35, making a total average of 2.85. So less high scoring waves than her opponents, but in the lead with a total of 2.85 right now. Let's see how Katrin Bergman and Annabelle Page react to that one, and we're still waiting for Joanna Andrade to score her first wave. Katrin Bergman not very lucky with her second waves there, but she's still going to score that one. Here's the replay.
Yeah, just unfortunately not quite getting The wave really not quite getting up to the top as we are approaching pretty much high tide over here in Vita Sandis. And now, as the tide goes out, I dare to say it, but the waves are going to start to get even smaller out here, which hopefully there will be a little delay as the tide is still not completely high yet. And we can see all of our athletes making the most of the conditions that we have out there at the moment. Leading, we have the Danish athlete Katrine Bergman, who has already got 2 waves, a 2.25 and a 1. And then Cecilia Pampinea, as you said, one of the up-and-coming SUP racers from the Italian team. Also her brother on that team, pushing forward as she's currently in 2nd.
So Katrine Bergman taking the lead once again with a 2nd wave. Only 1 point for that pretty weak and sloppy wave, but she did take it, so she scored it. It's 1 point, and here comes Katrine Bergman once again. She's got the 3rd priority, so it's really for Cecilia Pampinea. No, it's Joanna Andrade taking her 1st wave. That is not a very steep wave, I have to say. So I reckon it's going to be maybe 1 point for that one. And quickly, Joanna goes back to the peak. And here comes Annabelle Page, the English girl on the yellow jersey, followed by Cecilia Pampinella in the back, trying to make the most of those very, very small waves. Here in Vilsana, the conditions have reduced quite drastically in the past 30 minutes. Let's hope for new sets to approach the shores of Vilsana.
Yeah, and Mattia, we have literally just approached that full high tide. About 10 minutes ago, it was high tide, so we're at the maximum there at the moment. So we have seen all of the push that the waves that are going to be appearing. And now maybe with the drop of the tide, we might see the waves pick up a little bit. Let's not forget we are going to be continuing on probably until about 7:30. So hopefully as that tide starts to goes out again, it takes a little bit of the water out of the sandbanks. We might see a little bit of increase in the size, and technically the wind will dry a little bit. It does look a little bit cleaner out there, I will say that. But the ladies really having to push themselves very hard to be able to get anything out there at the moment. And hey, Annabelle Page mixing it up, taking another wave, and she is currently in the lead with that last score of a 2.75.
Yeah, Annabelle's 3rd attempt was really the best one so far with a 2.75. So she is now in the lead, followed closely by the Danish champ Katrine Bergman with a 2.51. Katrine Bergman, a former cyclist, I believe, according to my interview with Jesper Carlsen, the new national coach of the SUP and Surf Danish Federation.
Yeah, and she moved herself up to cold Hawaii to get used to the conditions and start to get involved with the waves as well. But yeah, she has a track cycling background, so obviously she's going to have good resistance. She won't be getting tired if she's on the bike quite a lot. And we've actually seen that quite a lot in the SUP races and in some of the wave riders now, that they're getting involved in running with the likes of, some of the Italian riders. We're getting involved in kayaking, in all these different fitness things. But of course, in the end, you have to be at the top level of fitness, and the heart capacity is always going to give you an extra push when it comes to conditions like this.
Absolutely, and OC1 and OC2 and VAA paddling is also a sport that stand-up paddle racers are quite keen on, or coming from, like Titouan Pouillot, for instance. Here's Annabelle Page. You can hear Team England cheering for the young girl from Newcastle.
Yeah, getting a nice wave there, getting a couple of turns on. I definitely reckon she might She is already in first position. Let's see if she is going to be improving her overall score. Riding it all the way to the inside. And as you said, we can hear Team England making some noise over there on the right-hand side of the beach. This is one of the beauties of this European Championships, is there's teams out there. So you have your teammates, you have your coaches. We saw the likes of Benoit Carpentier also taking some time in between waves to come in, talk to his coach, see where he's at, what they have to do. So yeah, obviously there's a strategy behind that. It is a team effort, and great to see all of the different members of the different countries pushing themselves forward.
Yes, Joe, and it does make a difference actually when you have a full team surrounding you, supporting you and cheering for you. We've got a few one-man and one-woman nation here at EUROSUP: Switzerland, Norway, Ukraine. Who else have we got? A couple more. So Anna Czerski, Thomas Nielsen from Norway, for instance. And these guys are on their own. Kaylen Lockhart from for Belgium. And obviously having the support of a whole team and some guidance from your national coach makes a huge difference. To calm the nerves, to give the right boost when you need it. And it shows on the water at the end of the day.
I mean, absolutely. When you have your whole team behind you and you can hear them, you can see them, they lift you up from a moment and make you go even higher when you are on a high. So it's also really good to see everybody out there and involved. And there, it looks like we got a nice set. So, okay, priority one would have been Katrine if she had made that, but unfortunately, no. Still in the lead, we have Annabelle Page from England. And let's not forget, after this, let's have a look what we are going to be going through to, as this is the SUP Junior Girls. And then we will be making our way through to the SUP Surf Men, which is going to be round repechage number 4, which will be 2 heats.
And which means that there's only 1 heat of repechage in round number 2 for the junior girls. So only 2 girls are making it through to the next round. And so far it's the English girl and the Danish girl who are in the safe zone. Here comes Annabelle Page once again, hungry for more on the mix-up board, made in Australia by Scott McCutcher, ex-starboard shaper. He's got his own brand now, has had for the past 5 years, something like that. Great surfing boards.
Yeah, good old Scotty. One of my favorite wave riding windsurfers. Always on the quad, throws down and has a big, powerful carving top turn, kind of like the old Mick Fanning style. Just always was Mr. Powerhouse. And yeah, it would be good to see him again at one of the events. But hey, Australia is nice and wavy and sunny, so I can understand.
Which explains why he moved back to homeland after living a few years in Thailand. And that's when he decided to create his own little brand, and which getting some international momentum, really, being now available in the UK, as you can see, since Annabelle Page is on the mix-up board right here and doing pretty well, still in the lead in that first and only heat of the second round of repechage for the junior girls.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of frustration there from Joanna Andrade, as it is very hard to pick out waves. We had the likes of some of our competitors saying that it is also a bit of luck. And look at that duck going through our screen right now as our photographer, none less and none least than Mr. John Carter himself. This guy has done everything in the windsurfing in the SUP industry. And it's great to have him here on the team and making sure he gets the shots out there on the water. But yeah, watch out for those girls, because they are slashing left, right and center. And hopefully we'll be able to see a set coming, because that is starting to look very flat out there.
Maybe a chance now for Joanna Andrade to score a better wave. She's sitting in 4th. But oh no, once again, those waves start to look good until they die out under the surfers' boards. But here comes Annabelle Page trying to make the most of that. So it looks like Annabelle not Annabelle, Joanna is really standing in the wrong area, neither at the far back nor at the very end when there is a little bit something going on. She's just in the middle, missing on either action. So Joanna Andrade right now in a bad position in fourth. Here she comes. Maybe her chance to move to the second position. She only needs a 2.25, so if she does something right now, that's a pretty slow top turn. I'm not sure that's going to be good enough, and you can see the frustration on the athlete's face as she reaches the shore. She's calling out for a bit more guidance, maybe from Team Portugal. And here comes Cecilia Pampinella.
Yeah, we have the young Italian racing superstar coming up, and let's see how she does with the waves. Riding the Mistral board there. Just trying to get a little bit of a hacker around there, but unfortunately straight lining that a bit. Needs to get that back foot a little bit further back to be able to apply pressure to the fin boxes to drive through the fins. But still, she is currently in third position. Needs a 1.76 for her to be going into that safe area. It is anybody's heat out there at the moment. 3 minutes to go, and pretty much ones and twos is what is needed to be able to pretty much go through to the next round. As we can see there, Katrine Bergman in second position, and this was that first wave from Joanna Andrade, who was looking for 2.25. Maybe there'll be some changes up on the leaderboards as we are waiting scores for all of our athletes. And who is going to be that top two when that buzzer goes bang?
Yeah, that was a decent wave for Joanna Andrade. But is it going to be good enough to take the second position in that repechage heat? Here comes Katrine Bergman. Looking for options right now. She's going for a left option, but doesn't handle the white water really well. Annabelle Page still in the lead. We've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go before the end of the heat. And the heat is being felt by Cecilia Pampinella and Joanna right now, who needs to make a move soon in order to move up the ladder in this repechage heat number 1.
And it does look like Cecilia Pampinella has seen something. Can she get onto this wave? Pushing hard. This girl's got power in the old stems. And now she's going to be trying to go. Okay, it looks like she's going frontside. It looked like it was probably a better option to go right-hander. But just deciding to go all the way on the left. So what is she looking for? She's looking for a 1.76. Still waiting for scores from that previous one. Going to hit the old refresh button here. And let's see if some numbers are coming up. No, so judges still analyzing the last few waves of our athletes as we are approaching the final minutes of competition. Just over a minute now. And getting ready to see who is going to be advantaged through repechage number 2, heat number 1 out there on the water of the Surf Junior girls. And there it is. The last 60 seconds on the clock. And let's have a look. Has there been any changes? Still not. The judges are still waiting for scores. And unfortunately, Katrine Bergman going down there. I don't think she's going to have enough time to be able to go back out and grab a wave. I have to see who is out there in position. Cecilia Pampinella also. And it is Joanna Andrade is also on the way out. And it does look like there might be a little bit of a wave coming her way. 20 seconds to go. Is she going to be able to get on one of these? You want to be jumping on one very soon, as that timer is starting to be very close to hitting the buzzer. Joanna Andrade, she is turning around. And no, she isn't. So final seconds. That's it. That's it. That will be the end of this heat. Number 1 of the repechage number 2. And still waiting for scores to be dropped here. I am constantly hitting the refresh button, but still no scores are in. So we do not know if those results are finalized yet. So bear with us. as we are just waiting for those official results to come our way.
Tal løs og nyd sommeren med Oyster. Du får fri tale og 30 GB data for kun 89 kroner per måned. Oyster, det er bedst til prisen.
Welcome back, everybody. As now we have the Subsurf men, repechage number 4, heat number 1. Big heats coming our way. All right, starting off in the white, the Italian stallion, Leo Nica, starting off strong. He's been doing very well in these small wave conditions. And I can hear the Italians shouting as he already started off with his wave number 1. And let's not forget he is up against the Danish rider, Noah Stender and Kimo Kirsting from Germany, who have been putting on solid performance as well. But first wave in, let's see, Leonica is now going to go into first position.
Here comes Leo wearing white. He's got a 4.75 already, so he's going to be able to score his second wave with this one. And Noah Stender and Kimo Kirsting are already on the chase with only one wave being scored. We are 2 minutes into hit number 1 out of 2 heats in the 4th round of repechage in the open men's. Leonica had a strong field of opponents in the initial rounds. He had to go through repechage, but he is definitely showing some great skills in those repechage, and is already taking the lead with an 8.5 score, a total of 2 waves, 1.75 and 3.75. So pretty decent scoring for 2 opening waves, but you know what? Leonika has been doing that from the very, very beginning, always scoring his best waves at the very, very beginning, securing his leading position. And well, that's what he's been doing today anyway. And it seems to be working once again, especially in front of maybe slightly less experienced subsurfers, Kimo Kersting from Germany and Noah Stender from Denmark. Despite their great skills in the last few rounds of the subsurf competition.
Yeah, but you can really see Leo keeping himself busy, going for a big hack on that one. He's going to try and make his way across and in front of the whitewater. And here we can see Kimo Kersting also on a nice little wave, just not quite as much speed as Leo there, but still Leo putting in the work early with a 4.75 and a 3.75. And here we have Noah Stender, who has been impressing me very much, this young Danish rider who is making and trying to continue. And you have got to be kidding me. The kid is surfing in board shorts. That can't be right. I mean, I know he's Danish, but is he surfing in board shorts? I'm starting to get concerned here.
Well, this is summertime for Noah Stender. This is hot weather for the Danes. And yeah.
I reckon that guy should get extra points just for the balls to go out there in that water. It is chilly, but yeah, I was talking to some of the guys. It's actually the wind that gets you. The water is warm, but a little bit on the you know, on the bully side to get out there and going out and coming. It looks like the wave has suddenly given him a little bit of a present here, as he's just going to get a one-hit wonder on this inside right-hander. He now has a 2.5 and a 0.5 average. Leonika at an 8.5 overall. And let's see how this is going to turn out, as we are just 5 minutes into this 20-minute heat. This is repechage number 4, heat number 1. So the guys are trying to continue on so they can make their way into round number 4 of the main event competition to get back into action. So very soon, it looks like we are going to be continuing on with that main event. But still, the repechage heats to see who is going to be re-slotted back into the comp.
And here comes Leonika on the 3rd wave. Looking pretty good out there. Roundhouse cut back for Leonika. Here's a second maneuver. That's a high scoring wave for sure. Maybe his first or second best wave in this heat. Here's the replay. Roundhouse and looking for that top turn. Here it is, that second one. Here's a third one. And a tiny fourth one to finish off nicely. It should definitely be a higher score than his second best wave of 3.75. Most likely his best one. We're waiting for the score to update on our screens. Noah Stender and Kimo Kersting are also waiting for the score of their last wave. And a 4.95 for Leonika, who's definitely extending his lead in this first heat in the 4th round of repechage. Well done, Leo. And Noah Stender is also improving his score with a 2.90. We'll see what the judges give to Kimmo Kirsting on his last wave. And that score for Kimmo came through, and it's a tiny one, a 0.75. So Leonika in the lead, Noah Stender in second. Those two are currently through to what looks like is going to be a semi-final next. And that's when, I guess, the first round of elimination and the second round is meeting up again. And I believe this is still going to happen today.
Yeah, we'll be going into round number 4. We'll be coming up next of the main event. We'll be continuing on and see who is going to be those top riders that will be making their way and continuing on to try and make it to the grand finale, which is going to be happening tomorrow. So next up, we're going to be continuing on as this is repechage heat number 1, round number 4. So we have 2 heats, and then we will be going to Q4 of the Surf Men, which is round number 4, which is the winner of 10 and the winner of 11. All right, so Leonika still on top of the leaderboard here. The Italian has been non-stop, and this guy is also doing quite a lot of the racing as well. So after this week, he's going to be pretty damn tired, Mathieu.
Absolutely, a lot of racing ahead for Leonika, who's a very, very strong racer, all-round racer, just like his younger brother Claudio. although Claudio has got a world title in the sprints from El Salvador. Here's the replay of Noah Stender's last wave. He scored a 3.1 on that one, which is his best score in this repechage heat. So consolidating his second position right now behind Leo. Leo's got an 11.7 total average, which is pretty good, and Noah needs an 8.6, which sounds pretty undoable right now in the current conditions. And Kimmo Kirsting from Germany just scored his fourth wave. His best one so far, a 2.1, but he is still in third position with a total average of 4.1.
All right, so here we can see Leonika with a air going off the top, letting those fins loose. A very nice move there from the Italian, and look at that. Andiamo! Andiamo, andiamo. So a good move there from Leo, making his way through here at the moment on the top of the charts here of this repertoire heat. So he is definitely going to be happy with that one, as he now has, for that last wave, he scored a 6.75, and we have now, that is, if I'm not mistaken, that looks, as the sun is starting to go in our eyes, that looks like it is in the red. We have a 6.0 for Noah Stender, and Kimmo Kirsting, it needs a 3.90 if he wants to move into that safe zone, but we're waiting for a score to come in. So as we stand, just under 4 minutes, but Leo going huge and starting to get a couple of nice airs out there. So good work there for Leonika. 11.70 average, putting up the numbers down here in Denmark. And here we have Leo going one more time, slashing it off the top. It's good. He has very good wave selection, this young man. Oh! Almost getting the 360. Almost getting the 360. Now you can see this guy is just starting to have fun out there. But yeah, just not quite getting that around. So very nice twister move there. But unfortunately just not quite getting it. But great to see some of the guys starting to give us a bit of a show. And Leonika put in the work out there today. As after this, we are going to be seeing some of the rest of the categories. And then it will be back to round number 4 of the men's Surf's Up. Final 2 minutes of the heat out there at the moment. As we can see in the lead, Leonika. Second position, Noah Stendler from Denmark, the youngster, really throwing down at this EUROSUP 2022 at his home country. So I know Danish team is going to be very, very happy with his performance out there, because let's not forget the 2 athletes out of this heat, which is heat number 1, will be moving on and continuing on in the competition. They will be making their way through to repertoire number 5. Oh, Leonika getting a very nice air, and I can see the Italian team starting to get to their feet as their teammate makes it through. And he is continuing on in the competition, meaning he will be moving through to repertoire number 5, where he will be battling it out against the 2 winners, together with Noah Stendler in this heat of the next repertoire, in repertoire number 5. And we will have to see round number 4 before that, as we are waiting for those stats to come in. So congratulations there, Leonika, and also congratulations to Noah for a very solid performance. And here we can see, here is the air, gets the fins out, lets it loose, goes along right in front there. So a very good move there from him. Coming up next, Titouan Pajor, Cohen Prost, and Carlos Fidalgo for repertoire number 4, heat number 2. And there we can see the Italians all standing up. There it is. Italia, Italia, andiamo. Bravo, bravo, Leo. Very good performance there. It's great to see the team spirit. And we're going to be right back, as we're going to be starting very shortly. But let's take a short commercial break.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are now continuing on with repertoire number 4, heat number 2 out there on the water. Let's have a little look and see who is out there. We have Cohen Prost, Titouan Pajot, and Carlos Fidalgo are the 3 riders that are going to be continuing on. The top 2 men of this heat will be making their way through to repertoire number 5, where they will be joined by Leonika and Noah Stenler from Denmark. So let's see, and then we will continue on with round number 4 of the men, which will see who of the top 2 men of that heat will be making their way through to the grand final and waiting for the final 2 athletes of the repertoire elimination. So still a few heats to go, and let's not forget we have the Surf's Up women and the Surf's Up girls and the boys. We will be making it all the way through to round number 4 of competition here on the men. And coming off out there at the moment, it looks like Carlos Fidalgo from Portugal has been putting on a very solid performance, but Dutch champion here and the youngster coming up, Cohen Prost, with a 1.75 at the moment. Early days, 20-minute heats, top 2 waves count. We just saw a solid performance from the Italian team. The teams to beat at the moment on the waves are definitely Spain and France, and in between Italy and Denmark also giving them a run for their money.
And look at that, the scoring board has just changed with Titouan Pajot scoring a 2.35. That's 2 waves for him, adding up already 6 minutes and a half into this heat, 5 minutes, and he's got a 3.85 total average, leading the scoreboard right now. Carlos Fidalgo on the chase with a 2.5, but only 1 wave being scored so far, and it looks like Cohen Prost is going to have to do the work. He's in the middle of your screen right now. Looks like a decent wave for Cohen. Nice smack of the lip right there. He's going for a second top turn. And the third one. Slightly wider one. And he keeps his balance. I think the judges are going to like that.
Yeah, keeping himself busy, keeping himself active out there. And like we've seen from a lot of these athletes, they kind of try and get a couple of base scores and then they start to work it a little bit, but they want to put in the pressure early. And it looks like as the sun just approaches a little bit further in the middle, it looks like here is that wave from Cohen. Let's see what kind of numbers are going to be coming up for him. Okay, so a 1.30, and we're waiting still for that last wave. We do have that beautiful replay there for us. And Titouan Pajot also out the back in second position, but I think there might be a little change in the old scoreboard. As there it is, yep, a 3.10. So we have a very, very close to first and second position in between Carlos and Cohen. And here we have Titouan Pajot from France, who has also been doing a very, very good wave competition, considering he is more concentrated on racing.
Yes, and he's also lined up in the junior competition. Titouan. Nice set of waves coming through. Let's see if Carlos Fidalgo manages to do better than his 2.5. He's got the second best wave so far. Not that great of a wave for Carlos. I'm not sure he's going to be able to improve on his score of 4.45. In the lead, the Portuguese. And Titouan Pajot has got a 4.25. That's definitely the best score so far. Titouan is now in the lead with a total of 6.60. And Carlos is now in second. And surprisingly, Cohen Prost is on the chase for that safe zone. He has got 1.35 to score in order to reach position number 2. He's totally capable of doing that, and he might do that just now as a wave is forming. Take it away, Joe.
Yeah, there it is. You can see starting to come down on this left-hander going, making a couple of turns. And there you can see Karen Rost really starting to push it out there. He knows he is in that last position at the moment. Carlos Fidalgo balancing out as he needs a 4.11 if he wants to go into that first position. At the moment, it is the Frenchman sneaking up from behind on the last two waves and getting a very nice 4.25 for that last encounter that he had with the Danish waters over here in Vidasander. Day number 2 of the EUROSUP 2022. And what a full day it has been. It has been non-stop since 8 o'clock in the morning. And it looks like we're going to be going for a solid couple more hours to see who is going to be continuing on in this competition. At the moment, this is repechage number 4, heat number 2. And this will define who is going to be going into repechage number 5, where we start to see it's getting close to be a battle to see. Let's not forget, out of the repechage elimination, only 2 men will continue on and join the other 2 men from the main event in that grand finale. So let's see what is going to happen, as it looks like at the moment we are just coming a little bit shy of halfway through this heat, and it is the Frenchman Titouan Payeur who is in the driving seat at the moment.
And Koen Prost has moved up the ladder, is now in second position. That's more like it for the Dutchman. And those 2 waves, 3.1 and 3.05, obtained quite late, are doing it now for Koen. So it's down to Carlos Fidalgo, who needs a 3.15. That's also very doable for the Portuguese. And we're in hit number 2 of the 4th round of repechage here on day 2 of EUROSUP 22 in Villasander, Denmark. And Titouan Pajot is in the lead with 2 great waves scored. Here comes Titouan, precisely, with a couple of turns and a bit wobbly reception there on his second top turn attempt.
Yeah, you can see just his weight a little bit too far back. Didn't quite get the paddle behind him to whack himself back up. We saw Sebastian Ackermann, if I'm not mistaken, from the Netherlands doing a really good example of how to get back on the board. But yeah, obviously you do also need the power of the wave to be able to bounce you back up. But still, he is in the driving seat so far. 7.90, a 4.25 and a 3.65, and just got a 3.2, so put it in very decent scores at the moment, considering the quality of the waves that we have, and looking in a very good place to be moving it forward. As let's not forget, out of the repechage elimination, the top 2 men that make it all the way through to repechage heat number 6 will be also then joining them in the grand finale of that main event. So we can see Carlos also out there. Fidalgo only needed a 3.15, so it still is anybody's heat to have, as we're just under 8 minutes left. And you can see Cohen, a very tall athlete. Carlos Fidalgo, you can see there, just looks like he's eyeing up something as the sun is just coming in front of our lenses. We are going to have to start guessing silhouettes to see who is creating the action out there. And there you go. So in the yellow, the Portuguese athlete. Looks like he might have seen something. I can see out of the corner of my, excuse me, of our booth over here, that there is a little bit of a set coming their way. Let's see who is going to be having the next scoring wave.
So a bit of a quiet phase right now for Carlos Fidalgo and Cohen Prost, waiting for the right wave. Cohen has got the first priority and is sitting in second. It's a bit of a Chinese shadow theater for us right now. We might have to move closer to the pier, the contest area, as the judges might be struggling to make out who's on the water currently. Here's Cohen.
Looks like he's going to be taking off on another wave. Going backhand or backside. Has closed out a little bit in front of him. And Carlos Fidalgo. Looks like he was going to take off on that one, but it caught him a little bit out. But watch out. Oh, we got synchronized surfing out there. Tituan, Carlos and Cohen, all three attempting to get onto that set wave as we approach the final 5 minutes of this heat number 2 of repechage number 4. And we can have a little bit of a replay to see what is going on. So coming up next after this heat, we are going to be going in to round number 4 of the men, and that is going to be in between Benoit Carpentier, Juan de los Reyes, Ayrton Cosolino, and Guillermo Carracedo. And the top 2 winners of this heat will be the 2 men that will be making it through to the grand finale. So a very big heat, probably the biggest heat of the competition so far, is going to be coming up next, heat number 12. So if this is the time in between this heat and the next, grab a cold beer, grab a cup of coffee or a tea, depending on the time, get some snacks, get some popcorn, because there is an action thriller coming your way.
Yes, the field is going to be stacked there with those 4 international champs. It does look like a big final to me already, but that's the rule of the game. And it's going to be France versus Spain versus Italy in what's coming up. Here's a replay of Titouan Pajot. And that wasn't as good a wave as the ones he surfed before. He scored a 2.65 on that one. Let's remember that he already has a 4.25 in that heat. That's his best score. And the best scored wave in this overall in this heat.
Yeah, he was putting in the work nice and early, and he's been consistent. I mean, you can see 4s and 3s pretty much all the way through. But Cohen Prost also with a 6.15 average, but now he needs a 4.8. So Titouan is definitely slightly edging himself out. Slightly edging himself out. And we are going to have to see who is going to be making their way through, because they will make their way through into round number 5. So they still have 2 rounds of the repertoire to go through to then see who is going to be making it and joining the 2 winners of the next heat coming up. So number 1, number 2 position of that round number 4. But yeah, Cohen Prost at the moment looking like he is in good spirits. But I am not going to count out Carlos Fidalgo, because I saw him before in the initial rounds of today, and suddenly he at the end of his heats was coming together. So crucial moments out there, because it is only just coming up on 2 minutes left of this heat. One of these athletes is going to be shot out, eliminated from the competition. At the moment it looks like the crosshairs are on the Portugal, but that can change anytime now. Let's see who is going to be making their way through and continuing on alive in this competition.
Well, here comes Carlos Fidalgo precisely with a pretty good top turn there. And, well, he's happy about it, but it's only one maneuver, and we've seen that the judges like combinations. So not entirely sure he's going to get the 3.85 needed to move on to the second position. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, it was a good turn, because he did actually kind of slightly airdrop, so he kind of dropped down, you can see, but then unfortunately just still did not connect and not get the power. But, you know, he's claiming it. And when you claim something, you normally know it's kind of what you need. But yeah, let's have a little look, as he is going to need a 3.85 if he wants to be making a difference in this heat. And if he was going to, it would be now, but no, 2.75. So the standings still are equal as they were before, as Tito Pajot and Cohen Prost are the top 2 of this heat. There's less than 50 seconds to go, so unfortunately for the Portuguese athlete, not going to be enough yet, and I doubt he's going to be able to have enough time to get back to the point and be able to get another wave and have one more attempt at that.
Yes, I have the feeling that self-cheering was a little bit early for Carlos in that wave. I think he should have tried to place a second maneuver, and then he would have been maybe able to reach that 3.85. So yeah, not seeing straight perhaps for the Portuguese, and the options are wearing thin, as we are only 10 seconds away from the end of heat number 2. Here comes Carlos once again. Let's see what that wave does for him. He's clinging to it, but I don't reckon that's going to be enough.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for confirmation, because they did miss the first move there. But as they've been saying over there on the stream, Paco Cohen definitely proving you guys proud, making it through in second position, meaning he is going to be advancing on, and Titouan Pajot from France in first position. So he continues on in the competition. Coming up next, what could pretty much be considered one of the biggest heats out there of the competition, which is going to be round number 4. Top 2 athletes of the next heat will be making their way through to the grand finale. And the names that are coming your way in that heat are going to be Benoit Carpentier, Juan de los Reyes, Ayrton Cosolino, and Guillermo Carracedo are going to be battling it out, taking the gloves off, and it is going to be knuckle fighting out there. So get to the edge of your seats. Big heat coming your way. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Starting off, Ayrton Cosolino. And here in the white, that is Juan de los Reyes desde Barbate, el bicho. Apretando. So here we have a very big heat out there on the water. And Juan de los Reyes here starting to make some noise as both him and Ayrton are going to have a score, are going to have a wave each. And early days, let's not forget, 20 minutes of action out there on the water. And let's have a look and see, as in the reds, Benoit Carpentier, ex-world champion of the SUP waves. He has priority 1, so if he goes in, he is going to have that priority. So yep, he's going to use that priority and take this wave there from Guillermo. Slash cut back all the way back to the power, back to the white water. Goes off the top, letting that tail loose again. Oh, but unfortunately, getting a little bit too low. Here we have Ayrton Cosolino. Hacking, cut back in a way, going front side, off the top. Nice little re-entry there for him. All of these athletes keep him busy. Mathieu, I tell you what, we are going to be out of breath by the end of these 20 minutes because in pretty much the first 2 minutes, we've already had 5 waves from different athletes.
Yes, a very, very fast start into this heat of death for 4 of the top European SUP surfers. And we're waiting for the first scores for Benoit, for Juan, and for Ayrton. Here's the replay of Benoit's first wave. Here comes Ayrton, 2-time world champion in kite surfing, but also vice world champion in 2019 in El Salvador.
Just waiting to get a little bit of information in as we are waiting for some numbers to come our way. Some very big waves have been started off, and it looks like here we have Ayrton Cosolino is going to be dropping in on yet another wave. Going front side, here we have from Italy, Ayrton letting loose that tail, making it all the way down to the bottom. He's going to be trying to maximize this. He doesn't want to be caught out again in the first heats. He has lost on the first waves. Benoit Carpentier, beautiful cutback all the way back to the power zone. Once again, changes that one, makes it back, cutback number 2. And let's see if he can make a number 3. Yes, it is. It's lifting up for him. And Guillermo Carracedo, el bicho español. There it is. I do apologize for that. It is very hard to see when the sun is straight in the middle. El Cody Maverick desde Galicia. Apretando duro. Dale, Guille. Okay, so it looks like at the moment the competition is on hold due to the fact that we cannot differentiate the riders with the sun right in the front of our eyes. So it looks like I think the competition area is going to be moved a bit. There we have Guillermo Carracedo. Is going to be running up towards us. So I'm waiting to see if that last heat is going to be, if that last wave is going to be counting. So trying to find out what is going on, so we get that information to you as soon as possible, but it looks like we are on hold for the moment.
And it looks like the competition is back on with a bit of drama there. And look, by the look of it, a penalty for Guillermo Carracedo. So we've got the initial scores. Benoit Carpentier has got a 4.25. He's in the lead, followed by Juan de los Reyes, the Spaniard, with a 4.0. Those two have got a first wave scored, and Ayrton Consolino managed to get 2 waves scored just before that little break due to the sun blinding the judges' eyes. They were unable to tell who was surfing in the last minutes before that little pause. And a penalty was given to Guillermo Carracedo. We don't have the details of that just yet. Joe has gone to find out. He might be coming back soon with some further information on that. But I reckon Guillermo Carracedo should be focusing on his subsurfing right now, because we are 10 minutes into the competition, and the clock is still going on. Okay, I've got some news. So you might be wondering why all these paddlers are currently sitting on their boards right now. It's because the competition is on hold indeed. So the competition has not renewed, as I was saying previously. It's a bit of confusion going on. It's a bit of an unusual situation we have to deal with right now. But stay in front of your screens, because we've got the top 4 paddlers of Europe, of the competition so far anyway. Benoit Carpentier, Juan de los Reyes, Ayrton Consolino, Guillermo Carracedo. 3 of those guys are in the top ISA World Championships. In the last standings in 2019, that was in El Salvador. Benoit Carpentier being the world champion. Benoit Carpentier from Brittany, France, and he's currently leading that very special heat. The heat of death is happening now, an also important heat for these 4 champions, 3 countries, and the bell goes off once again, and the competition can resume. And Joe is back with some news.
Okay, so yeah, we moved the competition over to the right-hand side due to the fact that we could not see the Lycra colors. And yeah, competition is back on. A little bit of a confusion with an interference there from Guillermo. We will try and get some information back on that one. So that means that wave has not been scored by what I can see here on the thing. I know his team manager is having a look into that. But let's go and start off. Benoit Carpentier starting off with a little hitter. And going back with a little bit of a cutback. He is currently in the driving seat. The world champion starboard rider out of France with a 4.25, waiting for a backup score now. And Ayrton Consolino also 4.0, and Juan de los Reyes 4.0. So it doesn't get much closer than this, but we knew this is going to be happening. And the one thing we can tell is that we can definitely know who Ayrton is, because he's got the dreadlocks, and even with the silhouette, you can see him. There's a good reason to have the dreadlocks out there.
I think his surfing style also speaks for itself for the Italian, and you might have noticed that the clock has been pushed back to when we actually stopped to 17 minutes. So Benoit Carpentier scoring now a second wave with a 5.0, pushing him to the front once again with a 9.25 total average. Followed by Juan de los Reyes from Spain.
And here we have Juan was taking a little look at that, and it looks like Ayrton has seen something. If I'm not mistaken, it does look like a little bit of a silhouette out the back there. But it is Mr. Carpentier in the driving seat at the moment. But early times in the heat, and I know Guillermo Carracedo was a little kicked off at the moment because he wasn't too happy and understanding the interference there. But, you know, when competition mode goes on, get that stuff out of your brain, get on the waves, and do what you know to do. And here we have Ayrton Cosolino dropping in. Oh, this is turning up. He's got the speed. This is going to be another good hit from him. Letting that tail loose. One hit wonder. Is he going to be able to connect to the bottom? No. He knows, you see, this is actually an intelligent move there from Ayrton. He knows that with the guys that are out there on the water, getting 0.5 more for just going all the way down and getting a little hit, it's not going to make a difference. You want to be out there and make sure you score those set waves. So priority at the moment for Juan de los Reyes, who is in the white lycra, who is front and center on your screen in that pack of 2. That is Juan de los Reyes. And he is waiting to see if a set wave comes in. So on the right-hand side, and it does look like I can see something out the back there. Is that going to be a wave coming their way? It does look like a set's coming there, Mathieu.
Well, it's interesting to see how Guillermo Carracedo reacted to that penalty. He's in second position now with just one wave of 5.55. That's his best score, the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, and as we've been saying throughout the whole stream, the battle in between France and Spain is on. So let's have a little look here. This is Juan de los Reyes. Desde Barbate, el bicho is starting to push on, but not quite getting the verticality that he wanted to. Picking off a wave a little bit on the inside. He didn't have priority, so it was pretty much all he could do. But Benoit Carpentier, at the moment, solid and consistent with that too. Oh! I know that style. Guillermo Carracedo letting the fins loose. Maybe he's going to be using that negative adrenaline that he had and turned it in. Look at that. Airing off the top. Lands it down. Nice and stylish. Mr. Cody Maverick surfing up, coming at you.
Yes, and he's got a 2.85 score there on the second wave. And the third one is coming up. That should definitely do some damage on the scoring board, but Benoit Carpentier is still in the lead. He scored a 5.25. So he's got a total average of 10.25. Consolidating his lead. Guillermo Carracedo still in fourth. But his overall score is not being updated yet, it seems. So he should be sitting really in second position right now. We'll have a little update very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like this all the way through the heat. It is going to be changing the positions. You know, these 4 beasts, the 4 gladiators that we have out there are the top 4 riders we've had at this competition so far. At the moment, it does look like we are waiting for confirmation on some of the scores there from Guillermo Carracedo. But Benoit Carpentier putting the work in early and getting that top average. And Juan de los Reyes in second position with a 7.6. You can see as soon as we go a little bit further left, we start to lose them. But watch out. The world champ switching around from France. Benoit coming at you. Let's see. He's got the speed. First turn off the top. Keeping the speed so he can get past that good section. That is good riding right there. Oh, a nice little banger. And in the back, Ayrton Cosolino from Italy. And Diamo Dai going across the top with 2 decent backside hits. And Ayrton is going to want to improve on one of the scores. So it was looks like he was going to try that 360 and talk into his team down there on the right. I can see Marco off the corner, team manager for Italy. But what a beautiful wave surfed here from the Frenchman.
Absolutely. Benoit Carpentier knows what he has to do in the first half of that heat in order to secure the point. That's what he's been working at doing so far and is in the lead. Here's Ayrton Cosolino replay. Nice little waves there, but is it going to be good enough for him to get into second position where Juan de los Reyes is currently sitting? Here comes Guillermo Carracedo, who needs an official second wave to actually be scored, because so far the scoring board only takes into account his first wave. I think we are waiting for the judges to decide on his 2 other waves, whether they count or not towards the total average. And the leaderboard is, scoreboard is changing right now. Benoit Carpentier is still on top, but Ayrton Cozzolino from Italy is taking second.
Yeah, and that was a very nice surf wave there from Guillermo Carracero, looking to add it up. So he has that wave coming in at a 5.35. So waiting to see what is happening with that. So I'm coming all the way through at the moment. Benoit Carpentier on top of the competition as we come to the first half.
All right, Juan de los Reyes going for one. Nice surfing there. Couple of nice smack of the lip. And he's still going for it. Now going left. Juan de los Reyes looking good out there, even in the small surf. He's stopping short now, making sure to have a couple of words with his coach, Oscar Ruiz. So repositioning himself right now, running on the beach. He's sitting in third right now. He was telling me yesterday that he hasn't competed internationally for a long, long time. During the lockdowns, he escaped to El Salvador to surf even more, but not much competition for Juan de los Reyes. Here comes Guillermo Carracero, who's currently sitting in 4th position with only 1 wave being counted, but he did surf a lot more of that. We're going to find out how the scoring is going to play for Guillermo Carracero, who has got a penalty currently on his score. I think Joe has got some news about that.
Yeah, due to the interference, so Guillermo Carracero, one of his top scores, will not be counting. So that's unfortunate for him. That's why he was obviously very concerned when he had that interference. So now he's going to have to put the work in, because he is going to have to get another decent score to be able to make it through. And Ayrton Cozzolino there with that 360 reverse shove it, his signature move. I'm waiting to see for that one to come in. So here we have, at the moment, it is going to be Mr. Carpentier, Juan de los Reyes, and Ayrton Cozzolino, the top 3. Let's not forget, top 2 athletes of this heat will be moving through to the grand finale, and then the 2 bottom athletes, so 3rd and 4th, will be going to round number 5 of the round number 6 of the repechage, to then come back to the grand finale. So that's the situation we have out there. So still, none of these athletes actually will be eliminated. So obviously, making it all the way through to they do. But still, top 2 will have a breather and make it to the final. Or would maybe be able to crack one open in this afternoon. But at the moment, as it stands, Benoit Carpentier, one more time, Mr. Consistent out there.
And it looks like Ayrton Cozzolino has got 3.65 to go in order to get to the 2nd place. That should be easy for Ayrton, but is Juan de los Reyes going to allow that? We've got 7 minutes to go, and Benoit Carpentier is still looking good on a new wave there. He's got a top score of 6.15 on his last wave. And we're waiting to see the score of that last one on the replay. Check this out. Another slashing of the top right there. And Guillermo Carracero going for another one. Nice little floater there. And top turn. Another one. That's a re-entry. He's going for more.
looking for opportunities still. That's his fourth maneuver in this wave, a fifth one now, definitely scoring some points, but we are going to have to wait a little bit to see what his actual score is due to his penalty in the early minutes of this very crucial heat. Benoit Carpentier in the lead. Spain's Juan de los Reyes in second right now. And here we go for Juan de los Reyes once again. Ooh, didn't quite manage to get that second top turn aligned with his surfing. And Guillermo Caracero now definitely into the competition after a bit of drama in the first 3 minutes of that heat. He had to go himself to the judges to actually ask what was going on.
And yeah, it is a very action-packed heat out there at the moment, as we can see with just 5 minutes to go. Benoit Carpentier still with a commanding lead, but unfortunately Guillermo Caracero, his second to best score, is going to be penalized due to that interference. So that's a shame. That's kind of put a hinder on him, so he is going to have a very hard time due to the quality of the athletes in this heat to have that one penalized as 0. Yep, that is what's going to be happening there. So at the moment, Juan de los Reyes is in second position, and here with Ayrton Cosolino needing a 3.65 if he wants to take the wings. He only has, so this is okay. Here, this is looking like this wave could be opening up nicely. So looking for a 3.65. Ayrton Cosolino, power, and look at the speed here. He's going all the way down. Okay, good, big air, and combos it. So if he can get a couple, if he can get a little turn on this one. And Benoit Carpentier saw it, answered it, and continued on. So both of them, that was a big air there from Ayrton, needing a 3.65 to move in to second position to be making his way through to that final. Let's see what's going to be happening there, because obviously whoever doesn't make it in the top 2 is going to have to surf 2 more heats to be able to see if they're going to be going in. So in crucial, important moments out there as we come with just, there's the replay, the freight train going on the right, goes up, look at that, gets the full air, lands, good control. Gonna be interesting to see how that's scored.
Well, it's exactly what we want to see and get from Ayrton Cosolino, the 2-time kites world champion, but also the ISA silver champion in 2019 in the SUP surfing, behind a certain Benoit Carpentier. So these two I've met before, that's for sure. We're waiting for the score of that last wave from Ayrton. See if it's big enough to move on to the second place, the safe zone, for the big finale tomorrow.
Yeah, and that score waiting to be dropped still as we approach the final 3 minutes of this big heat, the round number 4, defining who will be going into the grand finale, which will be going out tomorrow. But at the moment, we will have to see, as there is still 3 more minutes of action. And when it comes down to athletes like this, 3 minutes is a lifetime. All right, so Ayrton Cosolino definitely has put in the work, as he got a 4.25 for that wave with the big air, meaning he is going to, in the moment, be in that safe zone. But it ain't over until the buzzer, because I can see we have Juan de los Reyes going around, Ayrton going backside, getting a cutback back to the power zone. Now he's going to have a little bit more of a steep section. He is pushing that like no tomorrow. Oh, just getting caught up. It looked like, I reckon he was maybe going to try to go for that 360 there, but not quite getting it, unfortunately. So we will have to see, as Juan de los Reyes, let me try and when we get back, see who the silhouette is, and JC right in the sweet spot there We'll be seeing a photo of that one with the sun in the background. We're going to be seeing some gold. So you can see, yeah, there Ayrton trying to get that reverse, but not quite getting the land in there, unfortunately. So Juan de los Reyes is, if I'm not mistaken, the athlete on the far right. And Benoit Carpentier is the athlete on the left. But we will have to see, because we need a guessing game out there with how the light is. So Benoit Carpentier in a very sweet position at the moment, as he knows he is in first. But any of these boys can be doing damage. Ayrton would need a 6.40 if he was to take that third position off him. And yes, that is definitely Juan de los Reyes, who has priority number 1 as well. So if a set does come through, so Juan looking like maybe he's having a little look here. Here he goes. Juan de los Reyes trying to get a 4.61. 4.61 to take the win and be able to go through in second position. But no, he has gone down on that one. So unless something else happens there, it is definitely looking like we have at the moment 2 athletes that are going to be making their way through to the final, and the other 2 are going to have to go down into the repertoire to battle it out to see if they can make their way back into the grand finale. Ayrton Cosolino for the final time, needing a 6.40 if he wants to take that first place. So he has the wave, looking for it. Ayrton going off, getting a big air, and just finishing it off strong. And he is going to be making his way back to the beach as we're just waiting for scores to come in. But as it is only going to be a wave scored for Ayrton Cosolino, just waiting to see if that is enough, but no, that is definitely not going to be a 6.4. So a big round of applause and a congratulations to the 2 men making it into the Surf's Up final. It is going to be Benoit Carpentier and Ayrton Cosolino. All right, so we are getting ready back there on the water. Back there on the water, we are getting ready as we have Alasne, Recochea, Marin Cardua, Ibaya Ruano Moreno, and Camille Dubrana. This is round number 3, heat number 1 of the ladies. And let's see what is going to be happening out there of the women, because once again, the top 2 athletes of this heat will be making it through to the final, and then the other 2 will have to battle it out in the Repagé heats coming up. So we will see, and you can see unfortunately there, Guillermo Carracedo getting that interference early on, meaning that he got penalized with the second wave score, and he has to go down into round number 5 of the Repagé to be able to give it a go together with Juan de los Reyes to see if they can make their way back into the grand finale. And there it is, Italia, 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 vai, 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 andiamo! Ayrton Cosolino making it through into the final here of the EUROSUP 2022. That we will see that happening out tomorrow. Congratulations, grande hermanito, grande. Well, there we have it, the beautiful sunset here of the competition area where we just saw Benoit Carpentier and Ayrton Cosolino make it through to the grand final. And what a heat it has been.
Check, check. Sound check.
Leandro is checking the lights.
Not too much in front.
Ah. Tu mets des petites lunettes, mon ami?
Can we do this?
We're not like totally in your face. Okay, never mind. Go whatever he says.
Fatigué. Il veut qu'on ait ça dans la gueule. Le sun dans la gueule.
Ok, t'en as pas de ça. Se eu for pro outro lado, eu vou fazer outra som. Se você quer desse lado da luz, vai ter som, senão eu vou de novo.
Il reste pas longtemps à vivre, je pense.
Ah, fais gaffe, hein, faudrait pas que ça t'arrive au pire moment. Hein.
Ouais. Ah là, je crois que c'est commencé d'extrême.
T'as un backup?
Ouais, j'ai un backup.
Posição pronta aqui, já posso armar?
La journée bientôt terminée. Ça fait de longues journées pour toi. Hein.
Ouais.
Ah, t'as la race, ça va être cool.
Ouais, c'est plus mon truc, mais j'ai beaucoup appris hein, ces derniers jours. Je me sens beaucoup plus confiant. Hein.
Ah, oui.
Bah, tu me diras ce que tu entends. Je reste assez neutre, mais tu vois, top turn, tu vois, je vais pas dans trop le technique.
Je parle pas trop technique, mais c'est bien.
Mais ouais, je pense que j'ai appris pas mal de choses.
Au niveau des questions, c'est cool aussi. C'est varié. C'est varié, c'est bien.
En fait, ça me donne envie de faire beaucoup plus de subsurf déjà personnellement.
Ouais, en plus ça te donne envie.
And there we have the beautiful sunset coming in, and I can see both Ayrton and Benoit getting ready for an interview, as they are two of the four finalists as they made it through into first and second position.
Alright, to me. Fuck, that was crazy. That was 5.5 they put? Yeah. Could be like 6 something, huh? 6. No, but I think 5 is okay because
So yeah, just waiting for the ladies' heat to start as they're getting back into the water. But we are going to go down to the beach because I can see Mathieu is there with Ayrton Cosolino and Benoit Carpentier, who have made it through to the final.
Oh my Lord, Joe, this round was not for the faint-hearted indeed. We had four top champions on the water battling out for that precious straight line to the final tomorrow, and just like in the previous heat, Benoit Carpentier from France came on top. How was it out there for you, Benoit?
Yeah, it was a tough heat. You know, these guys are really good surfers, so obviously it was all about wave selection, I would say. the sandbank with the high tide is kind of nice. So it's nice to be regular, I guess. And yeah, just happy to make it through and won that heat. Put me in confident for the rest of the event. Hopefully, obviously, tomorrow final day. So hopefully we still get some waves. I don't know how it's gonna go with the offshore wind. Obviously, it's like there's some wind, there's waves here. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, really happy to get a good battle with Ayrton and all the guys, the Spanish guy.
We had a bit of drama in this specific round. We had first a pause, we had some penalty calls for against Guillermo Caracero. Did that play any in your game?
Definitely at that time, at that point of the matchup, I would say. Well, you got to play with everything, and obviously wave selection and priority are a big thing. And they just paddled on the first wave, so I just checked at the board and they put me like in first priority, but Guillermo didn't check actually, so I took advantage of this. I don't like to do that, go harm like this, but obviously it's part of the game and you got to play with it. If you want to come on top. So that's the game, and I'm sure it's gonna come back through the repêchage, and we're gonna see each other in the final.
Well, we're definitely gonna see you tomorrow in the final. And Ayrton Cazzolino had a big battle going on with Juan de los Reyes. They were playing second and third all throughout the round. But you did manage to place a couple of nice maneuvers. We definitely love your air. How was it for you out there?
Yeah, I mean, it was fun, man. I mean, yeah, I have to used to this condition, you know. As I said back home, I just got perfect waves. But it's I'm super stoked to be here with these guys, man. You know, Benoit is reaping, and all these guys, the French guys, they're reaping too. And it's a game on, bro. Like tomorrow, I hope the wave sticks like this, so I can maybe do a couple turn on my backhand, because today I was kind of feel my board was a bit breaking on the right, so that's why I changed my mindset and trying to get the left, because the left I can find more power on the wave, so I can hit stronger. But yeah, that's the game, and yeah, let's do it.
And let's remind the audience that we've got the gold medalist and the silver medalist of the last 2019 ISA World Championships. So there's definitely some friendly rivalry going on between these two. I'm going to see more of that tomorrow for sure with these two guys from France and from Italy. And it's back to you, Joe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Those two boys throwing down, as you said, the gold medalist Benoit Carpentier and the silver medalist Ayrton Cazzolino of those 2019 El Salvador ISA World Championships. So these boys know what it is to be in the water, and we will have to see, because coming out of repertoire number 5, we will see who will be bouncing back into the grand final. That will be tomorrow. Coming up next, we have the Subsurf Women round number 3, heat number 1. So we have from Spain in red, Alasne Recochea. We have in white, Marina Cardu. In yellow, we have Ibaya Ruano Moreno. And in blue, Camille Dubrana. Those are going to be the 4 ladies battling it out on the water to see who will be making their way through. The top 2 will make it through into the final, and the bottom 2 will go through into the repechage to see if they can build their way back. So action-packed heat coming our way. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, so round number 3 of the surf women, as we said, Alasne Arracochea, who's been putting on a very solid work, and is going to be in the red lycra. In the blue, we can see Camille Dubrana from France, who's also been throwing down. We have Ibaya Ruano, the world champion windsurfer, and SUPia in the yellow, and also in the white, we're going to have Marin Cardu. So basically, we have 2 Spanish riders against 2 French riders. So battle is on, as these are the top athletes, because the top 2 ladies will be making their way through to the final. And let's see, as the waves look like they are getting a little bit small out there. And obviously, let's not forget, we saw in the previous heat, we saw a little bit of an interference that penalized Guillermo Carracedo. So I know everybody is watching out for that, so they can make sure they know what is going down. And it looks like we got a little set coming in, but it is starting to get very hard to see. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, there we have in the red. So that is Alasne, as she already has a 5.25 starting off. So she is currently in the lead. And here we have one more time, Camille Dubrana, 4.5 for her first wave and looking to get a backup score. So a very impressive heat. And joining me back in the booth, we have Mathieu from Total Sup, who just interviewed our 2 top athletes of the men. Those guys look happy.
They did indeed, and you can feel the friendliness and also the rivalry going on between these 2. They obviously know each other really, really well, but I think they're just very happy to making it through to the big final without having to go through more repechage rounds. So great surfing there, but we might see Juan de los Reyes and Guillermo Carracedo tomorrow as well. So depends on what happens later on in the competition.
Absolutely, Mathieu, because at the moment they are standing in that repertoire number 6, waiting to see who is going to be the top 2 out of repertoire number 5, as we have quite big names in there. We got Leonardo Nica, we have Cohen Prost, Titouan Payot, and Noé Stender. So the top 2 riders of that will then go and compete against Juan de los Reyes and Guillermo Carracedo, and then the top 2 riders of that will make it through to the finals. So still some important heats coming our way, but out on the water at the moment, round number 3 of the Surf Women SUP. Interesting, as we have Camille Dubrana. She has been consistent so often through this competition. She comes out of France. Tell me a little bit about her.
Well, I don't know much about Camille, apart from the fact that she is a vice French champion in the waves. And I think she's a newcomer, actually, on the subsurfing scene. She's more of a surfer longboarder and more of a freestyler, really. And she knows Benoit Carpentier quite well, actually, because she lives on the same spot. And I wonder if it's not Benoit who actually introduced her into the competition scene, and she's been pretty consistent in the past 2 days. Very impressive for someone who doesn't have that much experience, especially on the international level, on the international scene. And she and whoa, look at that! Ibayas just scored a 6 on her 3rd wave. Wow.
Yeah, big numbers, and that makes sense that Camille has a longboard, because she does have that longboard style where you can see the shortboarders, they kind of whip around a little bit more and keep the movement. And the longboard style, they have those open, carvy kind of layback turns. And yeah, coming out of Bretagne, she is one of the youngsters, newcomers on making a mark for her on the French team. Because let's definitely to be on the French SUP team with the amount of talent that the country has. You can see already in the top on all the different disciplines here on the waves. And when it comes to race, they are very, very strong.
Yes, but there's another French girl in there, and she's currently in 4th, and that's because she hasn't scored a wave yet. And we're already 6 minutes into the heat, and it's quite surprising to spot that Marine Cerdre, who is the French champion, who is the current French champion, has not scored her first wave yet. So I wonder what's going on for Marine right now. She's also from Brittany. And she's got a very actually Breton last name, Cerdre. Yeah, so 2 French girls, but at the front you've got a client, and her name is Ibaya Ruano Moreno.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is cool because it's the 2 Spanish teammates and the 2 French teammates. So, bragging rights in the team to see who is going to be going through. And at the moment, it is very close in between the top 2 of this heat, in between Ibaya Ruano Moreno and Alasne Arracochea. So they're both of these athletes already with an 8.25 and a 9.10 leading in the yellow. And here we can see Alasne just getting that last turn. Really like the style of this young lady, and just coming back from Fiji, had a little interview with her before where she was saying bikinis is preferred when it comes to riding. And yes, we do love the board short life, but I'm going to say in these kind of conditions, I'm going to go with a wetsuit.
Yeah, I'm not sure Marine is so much used to bikinis in Brittany. She's just scored her first wave. We're waiting for the score to get updated. But finally, first wave for Marine Cerdre. It took a while. It took 8 minutes almost for Marine to score that wave.
Yeah, but hey, we've seen different strategies out there. Maybe she's waiting to pick off the good one because she knows she is up against probably the top 4 athletes at the moment on the women's surf sup. So she knows, kind of like we saw in the heat before in the men, that the small waves aren't going to cut it. You need to get a set wave and you need to perform on that if you're going to be up in that top two position. And here we have Camille making her way through 7.74. So yeah, still Camille very close. At the moment, the 2 Spaniards at the top, but with moves like that, we will have to see. And here we have Alasne. All right, Woody changing the paddle, hacking it back, cut back all the way back. Ale Duro making her way forward. Nice little slasheroo there. Can she come down? No, she doesn't. So only a 2-1, and it looks like Ibaya Ruano taking the 3rd wave of this set off the top, but also that wave closing out a little bit in the front. So just a one-hit wonder. I don't think that will improve on her scores. But yes, we are seeing from Alasne, she's looking to improve on that 3.0. Is that wave going to be enough?
And in the meantime, Marine Cerdre's score came through. She's got a 2.85. That's the weakest score of all 4 athletes right now. So not doing anything really to the scoreboard right now. And she's going to need a second wave anyway to try and make it to the first 2.
And there we can see, that replay of that wave from Alasne. So just 2 hits. And Ibaya Ruano in the back there also, who was getting just a single hit as that wave didn't open up. Still waiting for numbers to be dropped to see if they're going to increase their lead or if there's going to be a change, because Alasne needs a 3.86 to overtake and take first position. First half of the heat just about to be finished. We've got 10 more minutes of action.
And definitely the most experienced athletes at the top of that scoreboard, and that's definitely the Spaniards, Ibaya and Alasne, from very different regions of Spain. One is from the Basque Country and the other one lives in the Canaries. Ibaya in the lead so far, and Alasne only needs a 3.86 to catch up with Ibaya and overtake her on the scoreboard. Here comes Camille Dubrana
the tall French girl from Brittany. She has got the flow going in that wave, looking for an opportunity to smack the lip. That's not happening on this one. Quickly repositioning herself.
Yeah, you can see, and going backside here is the yes, so that is Marine Clerdoux. Looks like she had a better wave there at the moment, kind of in the bottom side, because she only has a 2.85. And both the Spaniards have a regular backup wave, so I reckon we'll see changes in the scores as they have 5s and 6, but then they only have a 3 for the backup. So I reckon there might be a mix-up and change on the top of this heat, but still, early days, 9 minutes to go. There's good action out there. Let's see if we can have some changes on the stand-ins on the scoreboard.
Yes, and you could see how quickly Marine Clerdoux was turning her board around just to go back to the peak as quickly as possible. I think she's starting to feel the pressure. She only has 1 wave scored. Right now, her second wave is being scored as we speak. And we're waiting for that score to see if it's going to be big enough for her to move up to the safe zone. I doubt it at this stage, but we might have surprises.
Looks like we got a nice set wave coming out. Who's got priority? So Marine Clerdoux in the white has priority, but she's not quite there. And it looks like we are going to have Ibaya Ruano on the left. I can see her starting to pull forward. She does not have priority, so if any of the other girls come in, so Marine, just a little one-hit wonder out there. And at the moment now, it is going to be priority for that lady on the right-hand side in the red, Alasne Arrecochea. You can really see that the board from Alasne is a very small board, as her ankles are pretty much underneath the water at all times. And let's see, as it does look like we might have a wave coming at us. And yet she's pivoting, so I reckon she might be having a go at this one. Okay, no, she isn't. Looks like she's seen something else, so she does have that first priority out there, so she can pick the one that she wants. And if someone else drops in on it, so yeah, there it is. Looks along, yes, okay, so this is a very nice set wave. Canada, is she going to be further enough along to be able to get into position? It is quite a flat section. Going to be interesting if she takes that priority, but yeah, no, there it goes, flattens out.
And the scoring boards has been changing back and forth actually between Marine Clerdoux, who was once in 3rd position, but she's just moved back again in 4th after Camille Dubrana's last wave score update. So we still have Ibaya in 1st, followed by Alasne, and then the 2 French girls, Camille Dubrana and Marine Clerdoux. And it's 3 points for Marine's second wave.
And there you can see, as the sun is starting to go down, it has been a very long day here, Mathieu, as it is about 10 to 7 with 6.5 minutes to go. And we are waiting to see if there's going to be some changes on the leaderboard at the moment. Your current leader in the yellow from the Canaries, Ibaya Ruano Moreno. In 2nd, we have Alasne Arrecochea in the red. In 3rd position, Camille Dubrana in the blue. And in 4th, we have Marine Clerdoux from France. Those are your top 4 at the moment. The top 2 of athletes will be making their way through to the final. And the bottom 2 will have to battle it out in that Bricharge heats. And we are going to see, as it does look like those clouds are moving quite quickly. It looks like maybe a little bit more wind there. All right, there's a set wave, and it does look like Alasne is going to go for the one in the back, as it looks like it's up and up nicely. Starting to engage. Yes, it is. Here it goes. Is she going to get on it? Deciding against it. She's using her priority, as she has priority 1 there at the moment. And I can see circling around. You can also see Ibaya Ruano, but it is going to be La Vasca apretando duro, coming in. Let's see if she can get it on it. Yes, she does. So she's going to be going front side on this, engaging, starting to get the speed, pumping along off the top. Nice little hit. Oh, just getting caught up on that one, unfortunately, going down. So that's not going to be the score she was looking for. And now priority is passed to her teammate, Ibaya. All right, so Camille Dubrana at the moment 4.26 is what she needs there, Mathieu, and she just had another wave. Not a lot of action here in the middle part of this heat, and we can see all of the ladies waiting for that set to come through. At the moment, priority with Ibaya Ruano.
Yes, indeed, some pretty low scores, apart from the 6.0 by Ibaya, which definitely helped her consolidating that first place. We are 3 minutes away from the end of the heat, and not much cooking on the horizon for these four ladies. And Maureen Kedro is really in a bad spot right now because she's got the weakest score with a total of 6.15. And yeah, a bit unfortunate so far, but hopefully she gets the right wave, maybe that one. She's second priority though, behind Ibaya, who's going for one. No, she's not.
And you can see the girls here at the moment, they are paddling around like headless chickens because there are no waves. And because those boards are so small, they have to make sure and keep momentum on it. And here we have Camille Dubrana one more time. Even though she doesn't have priority, she's picked off a nice wave off the top. Nice long ball style there. Now she's going to be turning around backside. This one's actually opening up nicely. So getting a little gem off the right. Looking for a 4.26 if she is to overtake Lasny Aragotea. But yeah, tough conditions out there. And coming up next, we are going to be continuing on with the EUROSUP Junior Boys, as we will be with that qualifying round at number 4, which will define who will be making their way through to the final. But let's not forget, even though this is round number 3 of the women, no one is actually getting kicked out of the competition after this heat. Top 2 go to the final, bottom 2 have another chance. And here we can see nice wave here from Lasne, looking to improve on a 3.5. Got 2 different hacks, but yeah, the waves really are closing out quite early now.
Yes, and as Camille Dubrana demonstrated, when you do glide all the way to the beach, do try and get a little turn, however small it is, because that small turn at this stage of the competition could make a big difference in the scoring and set you apart between the first 2 and the bottom 2. And we saw that Camille Dubrana did that last move in her last wave, and she's currently sitting in 3rd.
Yeah, and very close to getting into first place. We just saw a 9.75 now. Ibaya winning by 0.15. That's how close the level is here at the top of the pack at the moment. And it looks like Ibaya Rano dropping in on a wave, trying to improve on that 3.9 score to number 1. But once again, it's just closing out. And as there's 30 seconds left, she is going to be making her way back to the shore, currently in first position. And we will have to see if either Camille Dubrana or Marika Du can make a difference. And here we have Lasne trying making the most of in a little inside runner there, as we were calling Spain, Chusteando. And let's see what the score is going to be for that, as we did miss the first few turns. But it does look like at the moment it is going to be Just waiting for confirmation on a couple of scores, but as those two scores are from the Spaniards, it is going to be both Ibaia Ruano and Alasne Arrecochea making their way into the final, but just waiting to see if there is going to be a changing in the positioning. And there's a last wave there from Durano as well, so wait 1 second, as it is not sure. Anything can happen. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen on the final moments of a heat it all get changed, mixed up and around. Okay, so 3.0, so Ibaia is still going to stay in first. And yet it is official, the two Spaniards making it way through to the final. And the two French athletes are going to have to go to the recharge and push a little bit harder and make their way back. Now it is time for round number 3. Round number 4, I do apologize. Heat number 1 of the boys, meaning that the top 2 athletes out of this heat will also be making it through to the final. And we have a full pack. Titouan Pajot, Noah Stender, Alberto Casella, and Guillermo Olim. Your top 4 riders out there in the water. Action coming your way.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse.
Welcome back. We're moving on to round number 4. The junior boys, hit number 1 with Titouan Pajot from France, Noah Stender from Denmark. Here comes Titouan. He's from the west coast of France. A nice opener for Titouan. This is his 4th maneuver already. Obviously some very small surf, but you have to secure the points as early as possible. And that's exactly what Titouan Pajot is doing. I think that's definitely the strategy of the French subsurfer. Here comes Noah Stender in white. The Danish subsurfer has got one fairly decent maneuver that's definitely going to help him with the score. And a 3rd wave, another wave, that the one of Alberto Casella, the Italian, is actually being counted right now. We haven't seen any of that action, but it did happen in the background. And there we go. We've got 3 scores and already a ranking. Titouan Pajot in the lead. 4.50 for the Frenchman. Alberto Casella from Italy is taking the 2nd spot right now after that 1st wave, and Noah Stender is in 3rd. And we're waiting for Guillermo Olim from Portugal to score his first wave. And Guilherme has got the priority and is going to take it as he scrutinizes the horizon in search of the next wave. But Alberto Casella has got an opportunity here. It doesn't take it. But Noah Stender doesn't let go of his opportunity to surf a second wave. Even in the small surf, he keeps it going. But really a straight line after a first slash off the top there. So really a first maneuver for Noah Stender. We're waiting for his score to be updated. Titouan Pajot also going back out after a second wave. He's got the lead with a 4.5. Here it is, the replay. Titouan Pajot going right, front side, top turn, back side, and just enough to add some extra points to the to his total average. The score update is coming soon. And Guilherme Olim, who's got priority run right now, paddling hard to try and get into that pocket. Ooh, he's got a lot of work to do, and he doesn't manage to get the glide.
1-2, 1-2.
And, I believe Joe is has caught up with our two Spanish champions on the beach. So over to you, Joe.
Okay, so I'm standing down here on the beach with the two Spanish athletes that have just made it through to the final. On my left, Ibaya Ruano. Ibaya, congratulations, you took the first position. It must be really nice to be here with your teammate Alasne Aracochea, who took second. Really good riding.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was challenging conditions, really tricky to be 4 girls out there hungry for a wave, and we managed to go through the heat, and we're really happy to make into the final.
And Alasne, it must be really nice to be in a final with Ibaya. You girls were battling it out, and we've seen that there is a battle in between Spain and France, and both of you making it to the final. But watch out, the recharge is coming up. Let's see who's going to be in that grand finale.
Yeah, I'm super happy to be with Ibaya in the final. She's ripping, so it's always nice to have Ibaya. And I'm happy because the Spanish girls, we are ripping.
Well, you definitely are. Congratulations, both of you. You are making it for the final. Felicidades, and we look forward to seeing more action coming your way. Mattia, back to you.
And yes, indeed, Joe, the Spanish girls are ripping, just like Alasne was saying. Here comes a Danish boy, though, and that's Noah Stender. We've got a score update for that junior round 4 for the boys. Titouan Pajot still in the lead. He's got a 4.5 and a 3.5. Adding up together, that's an 8. Noah Stender in second. Here's the replay of his last wave. A nice little top turn there. Not much room for more. So he's quickly going back to the peak. He's in second position with a 5.1 right now, but his latest score is currently being uploaded. Guilherme Olim managed to move to third position, and Alberto Casella is going to need a 2.36 in order to move up to the second spot. That's totally doable given his latest score is 2.75, and he's just scored a wave of 1.25. Titouan Pajot right now going for a third wave. A bit of an awkward one, this one. Not great maneuvers there. So not really a great choice of a wave there, but Guilherme Olim might have something. He's got to fight hard to stay in that glide, and fails to do so. Here's the replay of Titouan Pajot's last wave. Nice re-entry there, and looking for a second opportunity as you got a double bump, but a bit of a strange one, as I said earlier. And he goes back out, still in the lead. Here comes Alberto Casella, the Italian. It's non-stop surfing in this heat. The waves are pumping, and it's for the best. And I hope you're having a lot of fun in front of your screen or behind your screens. Obviously, if you're watching on Facebook, make sure you send in your comments. Tell us where you're watching from. And obviously, make sure to cheer for your favorite athletes. If you need an update on the whole EUROSUP 22 event, make sure you go to the website, the official website of the event. That's supcitydenmark.dk, where we've got at all time an updated schedule of the day. We usually post that in the evening, making sure that you all know what's going on the next day. And we still have 7 days to go after this one until the European Stand-Up Paddle Championships 2022 are over. Here's the nice replay of Titouan Pajot still in the lead. His latest score is being updated. Noah Stender has scored his second best wave now, improving his score in second position, but he's not safe yet with a 2.95 needed for Alberto Casella to catch up with the Danish boy Alberto Casella, who's going for one right now. He's got a good one, very nice surf off the top of the wave there, and going right now looking for something else to do, but unfortunately takes a dive. And Joe is back with us, and I really like what Alasne said, right? The Spanish girls are ripping. They are, aren't they?
They are on fire, but hey, it ain't over yet. Let's not forget that the French athletes are in the repage, and I bet you that a couple of them are going to come back and we're going to see yet another good final. But yeah, definitely both of them making it through to that final is very good for the Spanish team. And at the moment it looks like, once again, Titouan Pajot is doing a very good job, and he is leading this heat so far on the junior boys.
Yes, the young body surfer, bodyboarder, is also a talented subsurfer, as we've seen in the past 2 days. And 8 minutes and a half to go for that heat number one of the junior boys. Here comes the Danish boy, Noah Stender. Showed some great skill until now. Non-stop subsurfing for the Dane. Speaking with his team right now, most likely to Kasper Stanfath, tactical coach, or Jesper Carlsen, the new national coach of the Danish Surf and Sup Federation.
Yeah, they have a very strong team now. It's really good to see. And hey, you know, let's not forget this is their home country, so they want to defend, fight, and make sure that they know that this is their local home ground. At the moment, Noah Sander in second position. Let's not forget, top two athletes at this heat will be making it through to the grand finale, as they will then, the bottom two will have to go to the repechage and then make their way back. So similar situation. Next up, we are going to be going over also into the repechage heats, as we have 3 more heats for today. So we're going to be going round number 5, so repechage number 5 of the Surf Sup men. Then we will have repechage number 3 of the Surf Sup women. And the final hit of the day will be repechage number 3 of the Surf Sup junior boys.
Oh, here comes a nice one for Titouan Pajot. Nice top turn there. He's going for a second one, but is not landing it properly. Still, he's the best surfer out there on the heat so far. Anyway, here comes Noah Stender. Change of direction for Noah. He stays in the wave, but only able to place one maneuver. on this wave. And in the back, Guilherme Olim always paddling hard to try and get those bumps. Unlucky on this one. He's sitting in 4th position with 3 scored waves. And an overall score of 2.95. So 6 minutes to go, and Alberto Casella could make it to the 2nd place if he does get those very much needed 2.95 in order to enter the safe zone to go through to the next round. It's totally doable. His best wave is 2.85, and he did that twice. Oh no, his best wave is 2.75. And so 2.95 is not far off from his best wave. He's got 5 minutes and a half. Still available on the clock to try and get that 2nd place. And he's got the first priority, the Italian in yellow.
Yeah, first priority out there. So if that set does come through, he would have the first pick at it. So yeah, a lot of the guys have been using the priorities. It is a sneaky game out there at the moment, but the Frenchman, Titouan Payot, still in the command and lead. He has been so consistent throughout the whole competition, and Noastander also from Denmark there in 2nd, but pretty much still anybody's game as we just gone under the 5-minute mark, because the scores to change it up are 2s and 5s. So we've seen waves like that come through on all of our athletes. We'll have to see if it's going to be enough, because at the moment, top 2 will be making it through to the final, and it is just coming past 7 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been 11 straight hours of competition down here. So yeah, a very long day, but forecast for tomorrow was not looking great in the afternoon. So the race technical team made the call to make sure we can get as many heats done today. And then tomorrow will be the big shebang, as we will have our grand finals coming our way. But at the moment, the round number 4, heat number 1 of the Surfsup Junior Boys here of the EUROSUP 2022.
All right, 2 minutes left on the clock. And repechage number 5 is coming up with Leonica from Italy, Cohen Prost from the Netherlands, Titouan Payot, who's currently surfing and leading the juniors, and Noastander also surfing. It's quite interesting to see how far those junior boys are going into the open men's competition. They are surfing twice as much as the open men's, and they are still clinging to the competition and going for it. And obviously, as they advance, they've got bigger clients, and Leonica has proved very, very talented, especially on day 2 of the competition. He had to go through a lot more rounds than the other top subsurfers, but he's been doing really, really well in that subsurf competition on the 2nd day.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been surfing pretty much all afternoon and all of the morning, but at the moment, like you say, it's super impressive to see how the youth, the young generations, they're coming up and they are knocking on the doors of some of the big names, because at the moment your top two youth competitors out here that if anything doesn't change, they're going to be making it through to the final, are also in repechage number 5, which the top two riders from that repechage number 5 on the open men will then have an opportunity to make their way into the grand finale. So the youngsters on the higher standards of the overall main competition, and it just shows that there is a lot of future in this sport with the new riders coming at you. And there we can see one of the Danish young riders, Noah Stander, who at the moment has a 5.7, needs another 5.40 if he wants to take the lead, because this man on your screen, Tisserand Trajot, is at the moment unbeatable so far.
And a great maneuver there. Is going for a second one in that wave, and he knows that it won't have much time for more. So taking his leash off and probably stopping this competition so far is the replay. So you can see he's using his paddle to keep his balance after landing his first top turn, and here comes the second one. And straight away unleashing his ankle. Guillermo Olim was a bit absent of this hit until so far. Still has 13 seconds to make something out of those bumps. It's pretty unlikely now. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That's it for hit number 1 of the qualifying round number 4 for the junior boys.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
Alrighty, we are back and starting off with the first bullet is Karin Verrost from the Netherlands, and it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I can recognize that white board, and the red lycra from Italy, Leo Nica, starting off strong as well. As let's not forget, the top 2 athletes out of this heat will then go through to the final repechage heat up against Juan de los Reyes and Guillermo Carracedo to see who will be making it through to the grand finale to join Ayrton Cosilino and Benoit Carpentier. So we are coming to the last heats of the competition. This will be the final men's open heat of the day, as we are leaving a couple of heats for tomorrow. And as you can see, the top of the top out there on the water. And one of the things that always impresses me, open men, and we have 2 of our junior athletes still in the competition.
I believe that's Noah Stender from Denmark. Wow, non-stop surfing for these two junior boys, Titouan Pajot and Noah Stender, the Frenchman and the Danish boy who has just scored his first points on that wave. So everybody's got a score right now. We're just waiting for Noah Stender's score to come through. And Leonika is taking the lead quite naturally, I would say, after all his performance that is displayed all day long. So great surfing today by Leonika. He's going to be tired for the sub racing, I'm telling you.
I reckon he's going to have to call la mamma, get a nice plate of pasta, get some energy, get those carbs in, because tomorrow he is going to be frying. I think he's done something like 5 or 6 heats, making it all the way through the reportage. So, you know, no matter what, a big congratulations to him. And then we can see Noah one more time, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, yeah, that definitely is Noah Stender. Starting to try and rack up the points, but at the moment, Leonika in first and Cohen Prost in second.
Here comes Leo. Beautiful surfing there. Great top turn. Here comes a nice little smacker. And the third one in the white water. He's going for a fourth. Oh, the judges are going to like that. Yes, a fourth one, maybe a fifth one. Here comes a nice little re-entry just to finish off nicely. Wow, what a wave for Leonika.
Yeah, really showing knowledge of the surf out there. He went one way, then went the other, making sure that he used the full potential of that wave. And talk about squeezing the fruit and getting all the juice out of that one. And let's have a replay of this beauty. Even got a little orange glow from the sunset coming in. Nice first cutback turn, going all the way back to the white water, opening the shoulders. You can see fully opens the shoulders, gets it round. Then notice that the other way he still has time. A little bit of a foam ride there to get a bit of speed, pumps the board. And here we're going to have one little hack turn and ended it off. Judges are going to really like that one. And there you go, 6.0 wave to score that in the size of the waves that are out there. That is a very good feat, and already 11.25. So in the first 5 minutes of this heat, Leonika showing his dominance.
Wow. Well, it looks like the Nika paddle camp is doing Leonika some good, because that surfing is very impressive. And we'll see if he makes it through to the final tomorrow. But impressive surfing from the Italian who lives in Portugal. Here comes Titouan Pajot in yellow. So non-stop surfing for the junior Frenchman. Nice wave as well for him. He's able to place 2 maneuvers in that wave, so that's definitely going to help with his scoring. He's got 1 wave scored so far. Here comes the second one. And he might move up the ladder on this one. Here's the replay.
Yeah, very nice wave. You can see driving through the fins there, keeping the speed. Goes across the foam ball. And now here, looking for a little steeper section, just utilizing the paddle to have another second little wave. So he has going to be having a score, so 4.20. So moving up into second position in the safe zone at the moment. And here we can see Cohen Prost looks like he's paddling on a wave. Yes, he is. So going in, aiming to try and get something more than a 3.71 if he wants to get back into that safe zone. 2 little turns, and is he going to be able to get a third one? Talk about making the most of a sticky situation there. The young talent, the young promise from the Dutch team, current Dutch champion as well. Looks like we have a fight on our hands, but Leonika, calm, cool and collected. Mr. Smooth operator out there, 11.25, putting the work in early, and he can take a time and actually have a breather, because wow, he has been in the water hours on hours today.
Well, I was wondering when Cohen Prost was going to make his move. It took a while for him to score a second wave, and that choice of wave helps him move up a little bit the ladder. He's now moving from fourth to third and needs a 3.21, so totally accessible for the Dutchman. He has just scored a 3.5, so 3.21 is totally doable, and in the 12 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Easy peasy there. Yeah, like you said, Mattia, that definitely most of the rides that are medium waves that they're getting a couple of turns on are into the 3 to 4 average. It's the 6s and the 7s that are unusual to see out there. So if it is anything in between a 3 to a 4 or under, we are definitely going to probably see some changes on the leaderboard. But when it gets up above that is when they really have to wait out. So at the moment, I know Titouan, he is needs a 7.05 to take the lead from Nika. He's probably going to be waiting out for those set waves to see if he can start to hack away a little bit at that lead. But still, he has to watch out because he has Nurstender and Kern Pross wanting to bite on his heels, as there is going to be action out there on the water, because all of these guys, very young riders, and the new talents, let's say the new names that we're probably going to be seeing in the near future on also all of the international competitions.
Yeah, and most likely for the next 10 years for these guys. They're only starting and they are already very far advanced in an international competition in the open men's, so not only in the juniors competition but also in the open men's, and that's Titouan Pajot and Noah Stender. We spotted these two guys fairly early in the first heats of the competition yesterday, and they were really impressive with their SUP surfing, and they keep chasing each other. So the Frenchman and the Danish man, Noah and Titouan. Let's see how they handle the pressure, especially with such experienced opponents like Leo in this heat. Titouan is pretty safe in second place right now, but Cohen only needs a 3.21 to catch up with him. So 10 minutes to go. It's not over yet.
And there we can see Stenta also starting to warm up, riding for Italy, as they are going to be coming up very soon. And also Italian rider out on the water at the moment in first position. And then we can see the Netherlands flag flying high as they are waiting to see and give the hype to their teammate out there on the water. As there is a very close heat out there at the moment, as this is repechage round number 5 of the men. We have 2 more heats to go after this one, which are going to be the repechage number 3 of the Surf Sub women and repechage number 3 of the Surf Junior boys. So looking for an option to have a possibility of getting in the final after this heat, as the 2 winners were battling out against Juan de los Reyes and Guillermo Carracedo from Spain, to see who will re-enter that grand finale up against Benoit Carpentier and Ayrton Corsolino. Benoit Carpentier at the moment not missing a beat at this competition and proving he is the athlete to be taken out, and he has dominated so far.
Well, 3 years have passed since 2019 and since El Salvador ISA World Championships. But Benoit still got it by the look of it. He's been dominating the competition, really, not losing a single hit. And is through to the final tomorrow. We expect a big final. And before that, we will have a repechage round, which will determine who will be the 4 finalists. Here comes Leonica from Italy in the lead, looking to score some more waves, probably going to a more creative mode now. But that white water is not going to allow him to do that. He still has 8 minutes and 30 seconds to impress.
Talking about impress, I am very impressed with Leo, as he has been supping all day and he still has the energy. He has a very commanding lead. He could, you know, take a little breather and just pick out a few of the good ones, but still, he's trying to get and improve his score out there. Obviously, I also presume this is good training for him, getting used to the conditions, because let's not forget that tomorrow he is, if he cuts through, he wants to continue through on this competition. And the waves are looking a little bit cleaner now, and you can see that orange glow as the sun starts to come down, as we start to have some sunsets over here in Denmark, as we have 2 more heats, so about 40 minutes more of competition. And let's see who is going to be making their way through to the next round of this full day of Surf Sup of the EUROSUP 2022 Championships.
Yeah, Joe, I actually think it's going to be interesting to see how he plays the SUP racing competition. Leo, he's obviously a very explosive SUP racer, but is he explosive enough to do the sprints? I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't take a layoff day on Tuesday to focus on the long distance on Wednesday and then the technical racing. We'll see about that. That was a very nice wave by Titouan Pajot, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and he at the moment is in second position, but he's looking to improve on his backup score of a 2.50, waiting for scores to be dropped. But also Cohen Plus also was looking for a 3.21. We didn't quite catch that wave, so maybe we can try and get a replay of that one of the white Lycra from the Netherlands. Let's see, because I reckon maybe we will see a little bit of a change up on the scoreboard for second and third position.
All right, so if you are watching on Facebook, make sure you say hi, use the comment box to tell us where you're watching from. You know what, you could also send us a picture of your setup, especially if you're watching on TV, on a TV screen, and make sure to post that as an Instagram story. Come on, keep it going, keep it flowing, keep it sending. And let's make that live stream as interactive as possible between you and us here in Vilsanda, Denmark. Whoa, it's getting darker out there, isn't it?
It's getting nice and romantic out there. It's almost candlelight as the guys enjoying the final hits. And I'm liking some of the comments. Some of the ones saying that there's probably bigger waves in the river. You'd be surprised. I got some friends that can throw some stones, and some of those river mouths will make it happen. But yes, the conditions are definitely smaller than we wanted to, which makes it even more impressive to see the action and the maneuvers these guys and girls are being able to do. But yeah, there you can see sun is starting to go nice and low as we are coming to the final heats of the day. And yeah, Ivan also saying hi from Seattle, and hi back to you from Denmark. Great to see you guys joining the stream. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. Like Matthias says, send the comments, send us some questions if you want. We can ask riders for the interviews. We can try and interact as much as possible. And there you can see the different teams on the beach rooting on their teammates in the water, as at the moment we have Italy, France, Netherlands and Denmark battling it out to see who continues on in this competition.
And the match within the match is between Titouan Pajot and Noah Stender, two juniors in the open men's competition. And it looks like the Frenchman Titouan Pajot has got the upper end so far in the open men's. We've got 4.5 minutes to go and is still in second place, just behind Leonica. Noah Stender is going to work harder if he wants to make it through. He's got 6 points to catch up the Frenchman in the safe spot. We'll see what's going to unfold in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, and you can see there, Karen Pross also with a 5.30 is needed for him to be able to go to Titouan. And there are the three riders. So at the moment, priority is with the red Lycra, Leonica. And it does look like maybe something is going to be coming his way. And the rest of the guys know that they have to fish, as it is a battle for second position out there at the moment, as there's less than 4 minutes to go of this heat. Less than 4 minutes to go of this heat. And coming up next, we are going to be having, going out on the water, we are going to be having the representing number 3 of the surf women, which we are going to be having out in the water, is going to be Katarina Stenta, Annabelle Page, Milanka Linda, and Paulina Herpel, for a chance to get into Repertoire 4 to then go and join Ibaya Ruano and Alasne Arregochea for that grand finale. So action-packed, still 2 more heats to go, as we are almost closing off the Open SUP men's surf competition for today.
Oh, here's an opportunity for Titouan Pajot. Going right, pumping, getting to the pocket. Nice smack there. And a second one. Wow. That wave looks like something I've seen before by the Frenchman. Combination of two maneuvers and a failed attempt at landing that second turn.
And there it is. So Titouan Pajot needing a 6.65. Had a very nice wave there. But also current process trying to get a 5.30 as there is that battle. And there we can see Noah Stender also 6.0. So battle for seconds. And we can see the golden hour starting to come down here of Vida Sanda. What a beautiful location we have here for the EUROSUP 2022. A nice little fishing town on the west coast of Denmark. If you haven't been there, you should come and try it out. Best fish and chips I know yet. And also we have the surfing vibes down here, the Vida Sanda beach, where it's a water sports location. Kiting, supping, winging, swimming, scuba diving, and of course SUPing. Make sure to come down here. Some people are in board shorts, I call them crazy. And then some people are out there in the wetsuits just enjoying some of the best action, and a beautiful replay here from Leonika.
Yes, and a great combination there by Leonika, followed by, pretty frail attempt by Noah Stender to improve his score. Didn't quite make it on that one, despite a couple of turns. And here comes another one. But unfortunately not landing it. Less than 1 minute to go for the open men's in that repechage round number 5. And looks like Cohen is calling it a day. He's just broken his paddle. Oh my god, no. Cohen has just lost his paddle in his last attempt. Look at how many waves he's been surfing, something like 10. Wow, very prolific subsurfer. Well, at least he's been having some fun in those waves, being supported there by Team Netherlands. And that's it for that 5th repechage round.
Okie dokie. So we are going to go back into the water, as it is going to be in the red, Catalina Stenta from Italy. In the white, Annabelle Page from England. In the yellow is going to be Milanka Linda from Germany. And in the blue is going to be Paulina Herpol from Germany as well. So all of these athletes are going to be trying to see if they can get back into repechage number 4 to battle it out against Cami and Melanie. to see who will be able to go back into the grand finale against Ibai Ruano and Alasne Arecochea. So interesting heat now. We will see as the bottom two athletes of this heat will be eliminated from the competition. So nervous moments out there as we are in 20 minutes of action here. Surf women representing number 3, heat number 1. Currently in the lead in the white is Annabelle Page from England. And as we wait for the girls to make their way back out to the sets, we are going to go down to the water's edge as Mattia is there with the top 2 men of that last heat.
Hey Joe, I managed to grab Leo and Titouan just as they were exiting the water. Leo, I was waiting for this moment for a long time, all day long actually, because you've been, wow, so consistent with your subsurfing today. You did really well yesterday, but you unfortunately had to go through a longer route to reach to progress throughout the competition. We have been very impressed with Joe, watching what you've been doing all day long, scoring some very high scores very early every time in the heat, knowing exactly what you're doing and then getting more creative in the second half of your rounds. How are you feeling after so much subsurfing today?
I feel tired. Definitely I feel tired, but I'm so happy. Yeah, it was my gasoline was to have fun out there and catch those waves and make it the best out of it. And you know, the waves still, these places keep producing waves every time, and we have to take advantage and, you know, just be proud to be here and happy with the team.
I'm going to ask 2 questions in one now. You've got 2 big clients coming up tomorrow, the 2 Spaniards in repechage number 6. How is that going to affect also your SUP racing later on coming up in the second half of this EUROSUP 22?
I'll try to be focused as much as I can. I should have a good rest tonight and be ready for tomorrow to make all the best out there.
Thank you very much, Leo. I'm also very impressed with what Titouan is achieving so far. Subsurfing pretty much twice as much as everyone else. There was a little fight going on between the 2 juniors, Titouan and Noah. They have been very, very consistent, competing in both the junior and in the men's, but Titouan came on top this time. He's through to repechage 6. How did it go for you, Titouan? Comment ça a été?
It was very, very difficult because I'm so tired. The condition was more simply for the afternoon, but I'm so happy to pass this heat.
And more subsurfing for you tomorrow. Are you looking forward to it? Il te tarde demain?
Ouais, je vais me reposer, bien manger, et puis demain on va arriver en forme à fond pour tout dégommer.
Well, 2 very tired, high-performing athletes who are going to take the night to rest and think of their strategy for the next rounds. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Mathieu, and congratulations there to Leo and Titouan. Amazing riding for them as they are pushing through, as they now know that they have the possibility as they will be up against Juan de los Reyes from Spain and Guillermo Carracedo to battle it out to see who will have an option to get into the grand finale to see if they can get themselves on to the podium. So tomorrow we're going to be having some big heats coming at you, but at the moment on the water we have the ladies out there, and at the moment we can see it is Paulina Herpel from Germany in the blue lycra on your screen is leading so far. Alrighty, so these ladies out there just waiting for a set to come through. Just we saw there Leonika and Titouan Payot making their way through down on the beach there with Mathieu, who's just made it back into the booth, as we have more action coming your way, because here is the same situation. The top two athletes here will make it through to the last repertoire round to see if they can move their way through to Ibaya and Alasne. Sun is starting to go down as sunset is around 8:30, so we are pretty much going to be closing it off with the sun, and it is going to be a very early start tomorrow. Still waiting confirmation, but the word on the street, or the word on the beach, says that it is going to be around 6 to 6:30 in the morning, as that is when that high tide is, to make the most of the conditions, as the waves do seem to be dropping off in the afternoon.
Yes, Joe, and I'm coming back to the booth with some breaking news. I know now that Leonika is going to take a rest day on Tuesday, so he's not going to do the sprints. He's going to do the technical, but the big news is that he's going, I believe for the first time, for the Sub 11 CT Tour, 220 kilometers. That's in 2 weeks' time. And hold on, he's not doing the traditional 5-stop race. He's doing the non-stop event, which is basically 220k without stopping. And yeah, I think it's a Dutchman who's got a record on that one. I know that Olivier Darrieux-Merlu from France won it 2 years ago also, but I think it's going to be a first. I haven't seen Leonika doing ultra long distance racing, so we'll see how he's going to handle that, and that's definitely a story that we'll be following with TotalSup.com. Here's a replay of Annabelle Page's last wave.
Yeah, that is great news. It's really cool to see some of the riders transitioning into different disciplines and different challenges. You know, we saw Kasper over here from Denmark also go all the way around Denmark, 52 days if I'm not mistaken. So the article over there on Total Sup, and get all the ins and the outs of the SUP world. And now I hope that Leonika puts in a good performance. It looks like he's in shape. I mean, he's surfed non-stop today, and you can see he can throw down when needed. But yeah, let's see if he can push through. That is a very long race and non-stop. I'm talking about taking Scooby snacks on the old paddleboard if he wants to get through that one. Paulina Herpel at the moment on your screen, signaling on the beach. And here, okay, Milanka Linde, also the German athlete, getting a little one here. She's looking for a 2.51 to go up a little bit on the scorecards. But at the moment, it is Annabelle Page with 4.5 leading this heat as we just enter the second half with just over 9 minutes to go. At the moment, Annabelle has 5 waves. We can see 2 waves out there from Katarina Stenta, 1 wave from Milanka, and 3 waves out there from Paulina Herpel. So different strategies out there. Looks like Annabelle is trying to keep busy, looking for a 2.71. That is a low score, so she's obviously trying to score that to apply the pressure to Paulina to move into that first position.
Yes, but Annabelle Page has got us used to taking lots of waves. I think that's totally part of her strategy and also of her character, going for pretty much everything that moves out there. And she's proving so far that it's working anyway. In that heat is with a second place and a total score of 4.50. She's got 2.71 to catch up with Paulina Herpel, and is not really safe from Milanka and Katarina Stenta's attacks, who need a 3 and a 2.80 do better than Annabelle Page right now.
And it looks like it's a little bit of a formation here for Katarina Stenta. So let's not forget, only a 2.80 low score, but this wave is, wow, she is really paddling in on this one. So let's see, first turn, can she get past the white water? Another one, just going a little bit of a straight liner here because it isn't really forming, not really connecting or getting turns on that one. And it looks like there is some motion out the back, as I can see the strokes there from Annabelle Page, meaning that she is looking and liking something that she has, and she does have priority 1. So this is going to be a very nice wave if Annabelle can make something of this. Going out, she wants to stay close to the foam wall, and here it is. This is where she's going to speed it and get a good turn off the top. Middle section of the wave goes down, and yeah, just a one-hit wonder there, unfortunately. But she is in second, needing a 2.71, as it is Paulina Herpel from Germany, who now has priority 1, is out there with the blue lycra, waiting to see if she is going to need to answer to the English athlete. Paulina Herpel waiting for a score to come in, and Annabelle Page, unfortunately, it was a 2.40 for that last one, so she is looking for a 2.71. And Katarina Svensson starting to come up, looking for a 3.20 as we approach just under 6 minutes left of this heat, and it does look like Katarina has seen something, and there is what seems like a set coming her way, bouncing around a little bit. Is she going to be pivoting off this one? Yes, she is. Okay, we can see gaining the strokes. What's she got for us? Can she get on this one? This could be a good one if she does make it on. No, unfortunately, just getting caught up on the back of the wave. But it looks like she's going to give it a go on the second one. This is looking like a nice wave. Can she get in it? Get the speed. Go along. And unfortunately, over the front foot heavy, nose diving and submarining under that little wave.
I think all that turning and positioning kind of fried her up, and I think she lacked a bit of gas and clarity when she was time to make her maneuver. Bit unfortunate for Katarina Stenta, who's not going to move on the scoreboard.
And one of the things I love about the sunset is that orange glow. We can start to see it's just getting nostalgic out there. There's the final heats, and she is non-stop. But hey, let's not forget this lady is into trial running. She's actually sponsored by Salomon over in Italy, so she is a serious competitor. So when it comes to fitness, or throwing down and working it out, this girl can definitely do it. So yeah, seeing she is in pursuit for 3.2 to continue on in this competition. And there we can see Mlanka Linda also is going to be taking off a nice golden ride.
Wow, these images are worthy of a travel brochure, really. That light on the water with that talented subsurfer. And here's a replay. Milanka Linda from Germany. Not much going on there, really.
but it's definitely a new wave scored for her. We're waiting for the score update. She's got a best wave at 1.5. Pretty a weak score in comparison to the other athletes on the water right now.
Yeah, she definitely looked like she was trying to find something out the back there. Not quite coming together for her. All of these athletes, they do have the goods. They do have the knowledge to be able to get those better waves. But unfortunately, it is a waiting game out there. And here we can see Katarina Sventa looking for 3.20. Can she make it happen? Just not quite getting it there. And Paulina Herpel with a nice little wave in the background that we will see as she's going along. But unfortunately, falling off the back of that one. So scoreboard staying pretty much the same for about the last 10 minutes of this heat, where it is the German athlete in the lead with Annabelle Page from England in second position. But it is anybody's game out there at the moment, because it's pretty much 2 to 3 point rides can switch it up and do the old switcheroo on the scoreboard. And here we have one more time Elanka Linda trying to make her way through, as she is looking for a 3.4 as we are in the closing minutes. Final 2 minutes here of the Surf Women Repechage number 3. So the final heat of the day for the Surf Women. And then there will be one more junior heat, and that will be it for the day, as we have been running a solid 12 hours, starting off at 8:15 this morning.